afferentia. Any afferent vessels, whether blood or lymph vessels, specifically, the afferent arteries of the kidneys. Afferently, inwardly, toward the center. Afferents, plural of afferent. Avery, a female given name. Affetti, human passion and feelings expressed through gesture. Affettuoso, with feeling, in a loving, tender way. Initialism of aqueous film-forming foam. Afghanistan, archaic spelling of Afghanistan. Afghanistan, obsolete spelling.
Okay, good.
Cool.
Okay, plan hat is
Purpose-driven.
Flexible.
strategic,
Comprehensive.
easy,
Future-proof.
Oh, I'll just do it.
Scalable.
adaptable,
Welcoming. Efficient.
Evangelist.
Consultative.
Inspiring.
Insightful.
Affiancers, plural of affiancer. Affiances, plural of affiance. Affiancing, present participle and gerund of affiance. Affiant, the individual witness whose statement is contained in an affidavit or sworn deposition. Affiance, plural of affiant. Affiarance, obsolete form of affiance. Affebody, plural of affibody. Affibody, any of a series of commercial antibody mimic proteins. Of it, a written or printed notice to be posted as on a wall, a poster, a placard. Affect, simple past and past participle of a fish. Affiches, plural of a fish. Affishing, present participle and gerund of a fish. Afficionati, plural of aficionado. Aficionado, alternative spelling of aficionado, one who likes, knows about, and appreciates an interest. Aficionados, plural of aficionado. Afigi, pronunciation spelling of Africa. Afidavis, plural of afidavi. Affidavit, a signed document wherein an affiant makes a sworn statement. Affidavit man, a man who in the 1700s or 1800s loitered around courts, offering to bear false witness. Affidavit men, plural of affidavit man. Affidavited, simple past and past participle of affidavit. Affidaviting, present participle and gerund of affidavit. Affidavits, plural of affidavit. Affidai, an affidavit. Simple past and past participle of affi. Arith, third person singular simple present indicative of affi. A file, simple past and past participle of a file. Affilial, capable of being affiliated to. Affiliate, someone or something, especially a television station that is associated with a larger, related organization, such as a television network, a member of a group of associated things. Affiliate marketing, a specialized form of marketing where an advertiser seeks to advertise or sell products or services through an affiliate network. Affiliate network, a clearinghouse where entities with a product or service to sell can locate marketing professionals who will promote their products or services for a fee or commission. Affiliate networks, plural of affiliate network. Affiliated, associated, related, or united, subject to a particular affiliation. Affiliates, plural of affiliate. Affiliate, the role or status of affiliates. Affiliatechips, plural of affiliatechip. Affiliate, present participle and gerund of affiliate. Affiliation, the relationship resulting from affiliating one thing with another. Affiliations, plural of affiliation. Affiliative, tending to promote social cohesion. Affiliatively, in an affiliative manner. Affiliatory, relating to affiliation. Affile, present participle and gerund of affile. Affimer, a small protein that binds to a target molecule in the manner of an antibody. Affimers, plural of affimer. Affiage, the aging of cheese as part of its manufacture. Affinal, of a family relationship by marriage of a relative or through affinity as opposed to consanguinity in law. Affination, part of the traditional sugar refining process in which molasses is removed from sugar crystals by washing with a heavy syrup. Affi, assigning finite values to finite quantities. Affine arithmetic, a model for self-validated numerical analysis in which quantities are represented as affine combinations called affine forms of certain primitive variables that stand for sources of uncertainty in data or approximations made during computations. Affine combination, a linear combination of vectors in Euclidean space in which the coefficients all add up to 1. Affine combinations, plural of affine combination. Affine differential geometry, a type of differential geometry in which the differential invariants studied are invariant under volume preserving affine transformations. Affine geometries, plural of affine geometry. Affine geometry, the branch of geometry dealing with what can be deduced in Euclidean geometry when the notions of line length and angle size are ignored. Affine group, the group of all affine transformations of a finite dimensional vector space. Affine groups, plural of affine group. Affine scheme, an abstract, geometric object in mathematics which generalizes the notion of an affine variety, quadomain of a commutative ring of polynomial functions, a space which is the result of a particular construction beginning with an arbitrary commutative ring whereby elements of the ring can be thought of as functions on the space, a space which can be constructed in such a way. Formally, the spectrum of a commutative ring, a locally ringed space isomorphic to the spectrum of a commutative ring. Affine schemes, plural of affine scheme. Affine space, a vector space having no origin. Affine spaces, plural of affine space. Affine transformation, a geometric transformation that preserves lines and parallelism, but in general not lengths or angles. More formally, an automorphism of an affine space, a mapping of an affine space onto itself that preserves both the dimension of any affine subspace and the ratio of the lengths of any pair of parallel line segments. Affine transformations, plural of affine transformation. Affine varieties, plural of affine variety. Affine variety, a set of points in n-dimensional space which satisfy a set of equations which have a polynomial of n variables on one side and a zero on the other side. Affine, simple past and past participle of affine. Affinely, in an affine manner. Affinely independent, set of a set of points in an affine space, the property that the vectors issuing from an arbitrarily chosen point to the rest of the points are linearly independent. Affineness, the Pavlovian affine. Affines, plural of affine. Affiner, one who ages cheese and purveys it. Affiners, plural of affiner. Affining, present participle and gerund of affine. Affinization, alternative form of affinization. Affinizations, plural of affinization. Affinitative, of the nature of affinity. Affinitively, in a manner that pertains to an affinity, familiarly, understandingly, similarly. Affinities, plural of affinity. Affinition, the state or quality of being affined, mental affinity or attraction. Affinitions, plural of affinition. Affinitive, closely connected as by affinity. Affinity, a natural attraction or feeling of kinship to a person or thing. Affinity card, a credit card made available by a bank or other lender to qualified people associated with a sponsoring organization such as a club, educational institution, charity, or business, typically with provision for a portion of the lender's interest income to be paid to the sponsor and sometimes providing special benefits such as reduced fees for the users. Affinity cards, plural of affinity card. Affinity fraud, fraud whose victims are susceptible because they trust the perpetrator as a member of their circle. Affinity frauds, plural of affinity fraud. Affinity group, a group of people formed around a shared interest or common goal to which individuals formally or informally belong. Affinity agent, an antibody, peptide, nucleic acid, or other small molecule that specifically binds to a larger target molecule in order to identify, track, capture, or influence its activity. Affinity reagents, plural of affinity agent. Affinization, conversion to a fine form. Affinizations, plural of affinization. Affinize, convert to a fine form. Affinize, simple past and past participle of affinize. Affinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of affinize. Affinizing, present participle and gerund of affinize. Avenoi, affine in most respects. Affiner, a type of higher order tensor used principally by Jan Arnoldus Scouten. Affiners, plural of affiner. Affinicide, a particular steroid glycoside. Aver, to agree, verify, or concur, to answer positively. Affirmability, the quality of being affirmable. Affirmable, able to be affirmed. Affirmably, in an affirmable manner. Affirmance, the act of affirming, affirmation. Affirmances, plural of affirmance. Affirmant, someone who affirms or asserts. Affirmance, plural of affirmant. Affirmata, plural of affirmatum. Affirmatio, making a statement as if it were in response to a question or were in dispute, especially when it is not. Affirmation, that which is affirmed, a declaration that something is true. Affirmational, relating to affirmation. Affirmationally, by means of or in terms of affirmation. Affirmations, plural of affirmation. Affirmative, pertaining to truth, asserting that something is affirming. Affirmative action, a set of policies or programs providing advantages for people of a group who are seen to have traditionally been the target of discrimination. Affirmative actions, plural of affirmative action. Affirmative defense, a defense against a suit or criminal charge that asserts mitigating facts rather than contesting the main fact of the allegation. Affirmative defenses, plural of affirmative defense. Affirmative pregnant, an affirmative statement which implies or does not preclude a corresponding negative statement which might favor the adverse party. Affirmative resolution, a procedure of the UK government whereby secondary legislation requires approval from Parliament before it passes into law, contrasted with negative resolution. Affirmative sentence, a sentence that affirms rather than negates a proposition. Affirmative sentences. Plural of affirmative sentence. Affirmative wastes. Any structural change made to an estate in land that intentionally or negligently causes harm to the estate or depletes its resources, unless this depletion is a continuation of a pre-existing use. Affirmatively, in an affirming manner. Affirmativeness, the property of being affirmative. Affirmatives, plural of affirmative. Affirmatives pregnant, plural of affirmative pregnant. Affirmativism, an attitude of affirming something without necessarily providing the proof or the theoretical backing. Affirmativists, of or related to affirmativism. Affirmativists, plural of affirmativists. Affirmativity, the quality of being affirmative. Affirmatory, giving affirmation, assertive, affirmative. Affirmatum, something that is affirmed. Affirmance, obsolete form of affirmance. Aver, obsolete spelling of affirm. Affirmed, simple past and past participle of affirm. Affirmer, one who affirms. Affirmers, plural of affirmer. Affirmists, second person singular simple present indicative of affirm. Affirmeth, third person singular simple present indicative of affirm. Affirming, present participle and gerund of affirm. Affirming the consequent, a formal fallacy committed by reasoning in the form. Affirmingly, in an affirming manner. Affirmings, plural of affirming. Affirms, third person singular simple present indicative of affirm. Authentic, any of a group of synthetic proteins that bind antigens. Affectins, plural of affectin. Agus, that which is affixed, an appendage. Affixable, capable of being affixed. Affixal, as or like an affix. Affixaway, in an affixal way. Affixation, the adding of an affix to a word. Affixational, of or pertaining to a fixation. Affixations, plural of affixation. Affixative, a preservative, usually an adhesive transparent fluid used to protect the surface of a drawing from abrasion or similar damage. Affixatives, plural of affixative. Affix, archaic form of affix. Affix, simple past and past participle of affix. Affixness, the state or quality of being affixed. Affixer, a person or thing that affixes. Affixers, plural of affixer. Affixus, plural of affix. Affixa, third person singular simple present indicative of affix. Affixoid, the property of being an affix. Affixale, being or relating to an affix. Affixe, of the function or role of an affix. Affixes, plural of affixing. Affiction, the act of affixing, affixation, affixment, attachment. Affictions, plural of affiction. Affixeth, forming words through the addition of an affix. Affixless, without an affix. Affixement, property of being affixed, attachment, connection. Affixments, plural of affixment. Affixli, a regular word that also works as an affix. Affix, plural of affixoi. Affix, simple past, and past participle of affix. A fixture, the act of affixing. Affixtures, plural of a fixture. Await, to fill, especially with divine inspiration. Afflative, simple past and past participle of afflate. Afflates, third person singular simple present indicative of afflate. Afflating, present participle and gerund of afflate. Afflation, a blowing or breathing on. Afflations, plural of afflation. Afflatus, a sudden rush of creative impulse or inspiration, often attributed to divine influence. Afflatuses, plural of afflatus. Avot, a surname from Scots. Althus, plural of affolk. Afflict, to cause someone pain, suffering, or distress. Afflicted, simple past and past participle of afflict. Afflictively. Under a burden of affliction. Afflictedness, the state or quality of being afflicted. Afflictee, one who is afflicted by something, is sufferer. Afflictees, plural of afflictee. Afflictor, someone who afflicts. Afflictors, plural of afflictor. Afflictus, second person singular simple present indicative of afflict. Afflicted, third person singular simple present indicative of afflict. Afflicting, present participle and gerund of afflict. Afflictingly, in a way that causes affliction. Afflictings, plural of afflicting. Affliction, a state of pain, suffering, distress, or agony. Afflictionless, free from affliction. Afflictions, plural of affliction. Afflictive, that causes physical or mental pain. Afflictively, in an afflictive manner. Afflictress, a female afflictor. Afflictresses, plural of afflictress. Afflicts, third person singular simple present indicative of afflict. Afflouncement, posting of a flounce or melodramatic announcement of one's departure from a group or forum. Afflouncements, plural of afflouncement. Affluence, an abundant flow or supply. Affluence of alcohol, spoonerism of influence of alcohol. Affluences, plural of affluence. Affluencies, plural of affluency. Affluency, obsolete form of affluence. Affluent, somebody who is wealthy. Affluential, affluent and influential. Affluentials, plural of affluential. Affluently, in an affluent manner. Affluentness, the state or quality of being affluent. Affluence, plural of affluent. Affluenta, a feeling of dissatisfaction, anxiety, etc. caused by the dogged and ongoing pursuit of more goods and possessions. Affluences, plural of affluenza. Affluensic, of or pertaining to affluenza. Afflux, an upward rush of fluid. Affluxes, plural of afflux. Affluction, the act of flowing towards a flux. Afflictions, plural of affliction. Affly, abbreviation of affectionately in signing a letter. Initialism of adjusted funds from operations. Afford, obsolete spelling of afford. Afforded. Simple past and past participle of afford. Affording. Present participle and gerund of afford. Affords. Third person singular simple present indicative of afford. Affodel. Daffodil. Affodils. Plural of affodel. Affogati. Plural of affogato. Affogato. A drink or dessert, especially ice cream topped with espresso and sometimes a caramel or chocolate sauce. Affogatos. Plural of affogato. Affolder. A surname. Affolders. Plural of affolter. Afford. Obsolete spelling of afford. Afforded. Simple past and past participle of afford. Affording. Present participle and gerund of afford. Affords. Third person singular simple present indicative of afford. Avor. Obsolete spelling of affor. Avorce. To reinforce a team, etc. with extra people. Aforce. Simple past and past participle of a force. A forced council, an ad hoc regional assembly summoned by the chief governor of Ireland, comprising members of the Privy Council supplemented by members representing localities within the relevant region. A forced councils, plural of a forced council. Afforcement, a reinforcement, a strengthening. Afforcements, plural of afforcement. Aforces, third person singular simple present indicative of a force. Affarcement, obsolete form of afforcement. Affarcements, plural of affarcement. Afforcing. Present participle and gerund of a force. Avor, to incur, stand, or bear without serious detriment as an act which might under other circumstances be injurious, usually after an expression of ability, as could, able, difficult to be able or rich enough to spare. Affordabilities, plural of affordability. Affordability, the extent or degree to which something is affordable as measured by its cost relative to the amount that the purchaser is able to pay. Affordable, able to be afforded, inexpensive or reasonably priced. Affordable housing, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see affordable housing. Affordables, anything that is affordable. Affordably, in an affordable manner, to an affordable degree. Affordance, anything that is provided or furnished by an environment to an organism dwelling within it. Affordances, plural of affordance. Affordant, affording, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see afford and. Afforded, simple past and past participle of afford. Afforder, one who, or that which, affords or makes available. Afforders, plural of afforder. Affordus, second person singular simple present indicative of afford. Afforda, third person singular simple present indicative of afford. Affording, present participle and gerund of afford. Affordment, anything given as a help, bestowal, granting. Affordments, plural of affordment. Affords, third person singular simple present indicative of afford. Afforest, to make into forest. Afforestable, suitable for being afforested. Afforestation, the act or process of creating a new forest where none had existed before, or reforestation of areas long deforested. Afforestations, plural of afforestation. Afforested, simple past and past participle of a forest. Afforesting, synonym of afforestation. Afforestings, plural of afforesting. Afforestment, the process of afforesting. Afforestments, plural of afforestment. Afforests, third person singular simple present indicative of a forest. Afform, to form, motto, cause to conform. Affirmation, misspelling of affirmation. Afformative, and affects. Affirmatives, plural of affirmative. Afford, avoweds, third person singular simple present indicative of avowed. Affray, obsolete spelling of afraid. Affretti, a freed manumitted black person in one of France's colonies, especially Haiti. Affranchise, plural of affranchi. Affranchise, to free from obligation, servitude, or service. Affranchise, simple past and past participle of a franchise. Affranchisement, the act of freeing, enfranchisement, emancipation. Affranchises, third person singular simple present indicative of a franchise. Affranchising, present participle and gerund of a franchise. A franchise, alternative spelling of a franchise. A franchise, simple past and past participle of a franchise. A franchises, third person singular simple present indicative of a franchise. A franchising, present participle and gerund of a franchise. A rap, to strike down. A wrapped, simple past and past participle of a frap. A frapping, present participle and gerund of a frap. A rap, third person singular simple present indicative of a frap. A fray, to startle from quiet, to alarm. A fray, simple past and past participle of a fray. A frayer, one involved in an affray. A frayers, plural of a frayer. A fraying, present participle and gerund of a fray. A phrase, plural of a fray. A freight, to hire a ship, etc., for the transportation of freight. A freighted, simple past and past participle of a freight. A freighter, one who hires or charters a ship to transport goods. A freighters, plural of a freighter. A freighting, present participle and gerund of a freight. A freightment, the act of hiring or the contract for use of a vessel or some part of it to convey cargo. A freightments, plural of a freightment. A freights, third person singular simple present indicative of a freight. A fresco, alternative form of fresco type of artwork. A frescoes, plural of a fresco. A frescoes, plural of a fresco. A and an a. A frets, plural of a fret. A fretando, in a rushing or hurrying manner, as if pressing onwards. A rue, a group of particularly brutal mercenaries who were active in Africa and Asia during the 1960s. Avrai, a female given name. Affricate, a single speech sound produced combining a plosive and a fricative. Affricated, simple past and past participle of affricate. Affricates, plural of affricate. Affricating, present participle and gerund of affricate. Affrication, becoming an affricate sound. Affrications, plural of affrication. Affricative and affricate. Affricatives, plural of affricative. Affricativization, the process of making affricative. Affricatization, alternative form of affrication. Affricatize, to become affricative. Affricatize, simple past and past participle of affricatize. Affricatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of affricatize. Affricatizing, present participle and gerund of affricatize. Affriction, the act of rubbing against. Affrictions, plural of affriction. Affriended, made friends, reconciled. Arise, great fear, terror, fright. Affrighted, terrified. Affrightedly, with fries. Affrighten, to frighten. Affrightened, frightened, affected by fright. Affrightening, present participle and gerund of affrighten. Affrightens, third person singular simple present indicative of affrighten. Affrighter, one who frightens. Affrighters, plural of affrighter. Affrightus, second person singular simple present indicative of affright. Affrightes, third person singular simple present indicative of affright. Affrightful, frightful. Affrightfully, frightfully. Affrighting, present participle and gerund of affright. Affrightingly, so as to frighten or terrify. Affrightment, the action of frightening or terrifying. Intimidation. Affrights, plural of affright. Affrilatia, black Appalachia, Appalachia, viewed with an eye to its black population and their culture. Affrilation, black and Appalachian of or pertaining to black people and Appalachia and their culture. Affrilations, plural of affrilation. Affront, to insult intentionally, especially openly. Affrontable, able to be affronted. Affronted, synonym of affronter. Affront, obsolete form of affront. Affronte, face to face, or with the fronts facing each other. Affronted, offended, having taken umbrage. Affrontedly, shamelessly or in an offended manner. Affrontedness, the state or quality of being affronted. Affrontee, one who receives an affront. Affronte, alternative form of affronte. Affrontees, plural of affrontee. Affronter, someone who affronts. Affronters, plural of affronter. Affrontery, obsolete spelling of effrontery. Affronts, plural of affront. Affrontus, second person singular simple present indicative of affront. Affrontus, third person singular simple present indicative of affront. Affronting, present participle and gerund of affront. Affrontingly, in an affronting manner. Affrontingness, the state or quality of affronting. Affrontings, plural of affronting. Affronto, tending to affront or offend. Affrontively, in an affrontive manner, so as to offend. Affrontiveness, the state or quality of being affrontive. Affrontment, an act of affronting, an insult or hostile confrontation. Affrontments, plural of affrontment. Affronts, plural of affront. Affronti, alternative form of affronte. Plural of AFF. Afs, plural of AF. Aft, abbreviation of affidavit. Afts, plural of aft. Effulgence, alternative form of effulgence. Effulgent, alternative form of effulgent. Effuse, to pour out or upon. Effused, simple past and past participle of effuse. Effuses, third person singular simple present indicative of effuse. Effusing, present participle and gerund of effuse. Effluvia, the pouring of liquid, especially as a hydrotherapy. Effusions, plural of effusion. To trust in someone or something, to rely on. Avide, simple past and past participle of affi. Evit, present participle and gerund of affi. Avalur, a member of the alt.fan.Frank Zappa newsgroup for fans of the musician Frank Zappa. Aflurs, plural of afzur. Abbreviation of Afghanistan. Afghan, a native or inhabitant of Afghanistan, a person of Afghan citizenship or nationality and their descendants. Afghan bread, the national bread of Afghanistan, a flatbread of oval or rectangular shape and baked in a tandoor. Afghan breads, plural of Afghan bread. Afghan fox, synonym of Blandford's fox. Afghan foxes, plural of Afghan fox. Afghan hound, a sighthound bred in Afghanistan to hunt hare and gazelle. Afghan hound, alternative spelling of Afghan hound. Afghan hounds, plural of Afghan hound. Afghan hounds, plural of Afghan hound. Afghan Persian, synonym of Dari, variety of Persian spoken in Afghanistan. Afghan Sign Language, a sign language of Afghanistan. Afghanis, a native or inhabitant of Afghanistan. Albani, alternative letter case form of Afghani, Afghanistan's unit of currency. Albania, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, a province in northwestern Pakistan. Afghanis, plural of Afghani. Afghanization, the gradual process of returning control of Afghanistan to the people of that country. Afghanize, alternative form of Afghanize. Afghanized, simple past and past participle of Afghanize. Afghanize is third person singular simple present indicative of Afghanize. Afghanizing, present participle and gerund of Afghanize. Afghanistan, a landlocked country between Central Asia and South Asia. Official name, Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. Capital and largest city, Kabul. Afghanistani, an inclusive term used for all inhabitants of Afghanistan versus Afghan, which is an ethnonym. Afghanistanis, plural of Afghanistani. Afghanistanism, the practice of concentrating on problems in distant parts of the world while ignoring controversial local issues. Afghanistanisms, plural of Afghanistanism. Afghanistan, obsolete spelling of Afghanistan. Acconite, a hydrous hexagonal feldspathoid mineral of the cancrinite group. Aconites, plural of aconite. Afghanization, the gradual process of returning control of Afghanistan to the people of that country. Afghanize, to make Afghan, to cause to have an Afghani character. Afghanizing, present participle and gerund of Afghanize. Afghanis, quality of being Afghan. Afghano, Afghan, Afghanistan. Afghans, plural of Afghan. Afghanistan, obsolete spelling of Afghanistan. Initialism of American Film Institute. A female given name. Alternative form of a fib. Alternative form of a fib. A fibrillar. Not having or containing fibrils. A fibrinogenemia, alternative form of a fibrinogenemia. A fibrinogeniemias, plural of a fibrinogenemia. A fibrinogenemic, alternative form of a fibrinogenemic. A fibrinogenemia, a blood disorder in which the blood does not clot normally due to a lack of or a malfunction involving fibrinogen. A fibrinogenemias, plural of a fibrinogenemia. A fibrinogenemic, having or relating to. A fibrinogenemia. Plural of a fib. Aficionada, a devoted female admirer, a female aficionado. Aficionadas, plural of aficionada. Aficionati, plural of aficionado. Aficionado, an amateur bullfighter. Aficionados, plural of aficionado. Aficionados, plural of aficionado. Availed, away from the home or starting point, physical or conceptual, usually preceded by far or farther, further. Afikomen, alternative spelling of afikomen. Afikomens, plural of afikomen. Afikomen, the matzo eaten at a Passover Seder, after dinner. Afikomens, plural of afikomen. Afimbel, not fimbel. Afimbe, not having a fringe. Afimexivine, a selective estrogen receptor modulator which is the active metabolite of tamoxifen. A fire, on fire often metaphorically. AIS, acronym of Aerodrome Flight Information Service. Plural of AFI. Alfedin, a fermented bean African locust bean Parkia biglobosa product used as a condiment in West Africa. Alfedi, a Nilo-Saharan language spoken in Sudan. Atvi, initialism of April Fool's joke. Atvi, plural of AFJ. AFG, initialism of away from keyboard, i.e. away from one's computer, idle. AFK, alternative letter case form of AFK. Initialism of artist formerly known as. AVL, initialism of abstract family of languages. AVL-CIO, initialism of American Federation of Labor Congress of Industrial Organizations. ALUD, alternative form of a flage. A flagellar, that lacks a flagellum. A flagellate, lacking a flagellum. A flagellated, lacking flagella. Afflagellates, plural of a flagellate. Ahlad, an irrigation system which catches mountain water and controls its movement down man-made subterranean channels found in Oman. Afluage, plural of a flag. Halayan, in flames, on fire, flaming with flames coming from it. Avlao, a city in Ghana on the Tabilise border. Allah, flabbing, a flare, flaring, blazing, or shining brightly or suddenly, also figuratively, of a strong emotion. Allah, flushing, a plastatin, a polyketide that inhibits the production of aflatoxin. Allah, level with the ground, lying flat. Aflatoxicol, the aflatoxin 3, 7R16, 16-hydroxy, 11-methoxy, 6-8-19 trihexapendicyclo 10.7.0.02, 9.03, 7.013, 17 nonadeca, 149, 11, 13, 17 pentene, 18-1. Aflatoxicosis, disease caused by aflatoxin. Aflatoxigenic, generating aflatoxin. Aflatoxin, any of a family of mycotoxins produced by molds of the Aspergillus genus that can be toxic, carcinogenic, mutagenic, or teratogenic, typically found as contaminants of animal food or peanuts. Aflatoxins, plural of aflatoxin. Aflatoxisum, a vesicle in some fungi that generates aflatoxin. Aflatoxisums, plural of aflatoxisum. Affluent, in a flaunting state or position. Eflavarin, the chronon 8,5-hydroxymethyl 4,7-dimethoxy, 2-oxychrome 3-il-4,7-dimethoxy, 5-methylchrome 2,1 present in the fungus Aspergillus flavus. Eflavarins, plural of aflavarin. Aflavini, a compound present in some plants and fungi that protects against insects. Aflavinines, plural of aflavini. Alpa, initialism of AFL Coaches Association. Alu, initialism of Australian Football League Germany. Aflibercept, a fusion protein under development for the treatment of cancer. Afflicker, flickering. Athelite, flying. Affluence, initialism of AFL New Zealand. Alote, in or into a state of floating. Ally, flooding. Alot, plotty. Afloqualone, a quinazolinone sedative and muscle relaxant. Afflouncement, alternative spelling of afflouncement. Afflouncements, plural of afflouncement. Allo, flowy. Afflower, flowering in bloom. Alba, initialism of AFL Players Association. Alp, initialism of AFL Papua New Guinea. Owl, plural of AFL. Allo, initialism of AFL Umpires Association. Avoy, flushed, blushing. Avlutter, fluttering. Afluzasin, misspelling of alfuzasin. Alwa, initialism of AFL Women's. Afly, flying, moving freely through the air, blown by the wind. Ava, abbreviation of antiferromagnetic. Avat, initialism of Air Force Manpower Agency. Ava, plural of AFM. Avan, initialism of Assembly of First Nations. Alvan, plural of AFN. Initialism of Authorized Firearms Officer. Although, in a foaming state, producing foam. A photo, not focus. A Fodnay, an island in the Kodiak Archipelago 5 km 3.1 mi north of Kodiak Island in the U.S. state of Alaska. A FA, acronym of Adults Fan of Lego, an adult member of the fan community that exists around Lego toys. Afalabi, a surname from Yoruba. Afalabis, plural of Afalabi. Afoe, having no leaves, leafless. Afa, plural of Afa. Afalu, acronym of agriculture, forestry, and other land use. Avon Wen, a hamlet in Anistumwe community, Gwynedd, Wales, Owesgrid Ref SH 4337. Afanwen, a small village in Flintshire, Wales, Owesgrid Ref SJ 1371. Avuyam, a kind of yam prized in Jamaica. Avuyams, plural of afuyam. Avor, pronunciation spelling of afor. Avor, obsolete spelling of afford. Afforde, simple past and past participle of afford. Affording, present participle and gerund of afford. Affords, third person singular simple present indicative of afford. Effuse mango, alternative form of hapus mango. Ava, on foot, means of locomotion, walking. Avor, afore, temporally. Avor, previously. Aforenumerated, enumerated earlier in a document. Aforexplained, explained earlier in a document. Aforecited, having been cited, quoted, or named earlier. Afordeclared, declared earlier in a document. Afordescribed, described earlier. Aforedetermined, determined or decided upon previously. Aforenumerated, alternative form of aforenumerated. Aforexplained, alternative form of aforexplained. Aforedeven, given or provided previously. Aforegoing, preceding, going before. Aforegranted, granted previously in the document. Aforehan, pronunciation spelling of aforehand. Aforehand, beforehand, in advance, in anticipation. Aforenum, known prior to a given time of speaking or writing. Aforelinked, linked previously in the current text. Aforelisted, listed earlier in a document. Aforementioned, previously mentioned. Aforenamed, named earlier in a document. Aforenarrated, narrated earlier in a document. Aforness, the state or quality of being before or afar. Aforenoted, noted earlier in a document. Aforequoted, cited before, quoted in an earlier part of the treatise or essay. Aforeecited, recited, spoken out loud previously. Aforerehearsed, rehearsed, spoken out loud previously. Aforelated, related earlier in a document. Aforereported, reported earlier in a document. Aforesaid, previously stated, said, or named before. Aforesaid, archaic spelling of aforesaid. Aforesay, obsolete spelling of aforesaid. Aforeseen, seen at an earlier time. Aforeset, set or determined in advance. Aforeshewn, obsolete spelling of aforeshown. Aforeshown. shown or demonstrated previously. For specify, specified before, i.e. earlier in the same document. Forespoken, spoken previously. Forest, alternative form of a forest. Forestated, stated earlier in a document. Forestation, alternative spelling of afforestation. Forestations, plural of afforestation. Forested, alternative form of afforested. Foresting, alternative form of afforesting. Forests, third person singular simple present indicative of a force.
La semaine 3 du solde d'avant le vendredi fou est arrivée. Rabais jusqu'à 50% sur certaines décorations de Noël et plus.
Four times, formally, afordo, told or discussed previously. Aforedime, archaic form of aforetime. Aforedimes, archaic form of aforetimes. Avorit, synonym of aforetin written previously. Aforeden, written before, written previously. Aforementioned, misspelling of aforementioned. A forgery, alternative form of a forgery. A plural of AFO. A how, in a state of collision or entanglement. A fave, lacking the retinal fovea. A faversin, a particular antiviral compound. A hoax, a genre of Afro-Brazilian music. A foxolaner, a particular isoxazoline ectoparasiticide. Initialism of Australian Federal Police. That, acronym of America First Political Action Conference. Back, plural of UFPAC. UFPAC, Afghanistan and Pakistan considered as a single entity. Burr, a member of the alt.fan.Patchett news group for fans of the author Terry Pratchett. Burrs, plural of Pur. Initialism of aggression frequency. Initialism of armed forces qualification test. Plural of aft. Initialism of automatic face/facial recognition. Abbreviation of Anglo-French. Abbreviation of Africa. Initialism of American Federation of Radio Artists. Afro-American, of or pertaining to African American women or girls. Afro-Americans. Plural of Afro-American. Afrabia, Africa or the parts of Africa with ties to Arabs and Arabia grouped together on the basis of historical ties. Afrabian, of or relating to both Africa and Arabia. Afrabians, plural of Afrabian. Avray, impressed with fear or apprehension in fear. Afraid of one's own shadow. Exceptionally timid. Afraidly, in an afraid manner. Afraidness, the state or quality of being afraid. Avranax, describes the size of freight ship, maximum average freight rate assessment of FRA, generally being too large to pass through the Panama Canal. Afro-American, alternative form of Afro-American. Afro-Americans, plural of Afro-American. Afrancesado, an Iberian who supported the French during the Peninsular War. Afrancesados, plural of Afrancesado. Afrancesados, plural of Afrancesado. Afrasia, Asia and Africa considered collectively. Afrasiab, a mythical king and hero of Turan. Afrasian, of or relating to both Africa and Asia. Afrasians, plural of Afrasian. Afroasiatic, alternative form of Afroasiatic. Afrasiab, alternative form of Afrasiab. Afrasia, alternative form of Afrasiab. Afraid, obsolete form of afraid. Avrir, afraid. Avrit, alternative spelling of Ifrit. Afrits, plural of Afrit. Afrate, filled or charged with something. Afrina, a female given name. Afresh, anew, again, once more. Afrabuma, be venom neutralizing human monoclonal antibody. African. Africa, the continent that is south of Europe, east of the Atlantic Ocean, west of the Indian Ocean, and north of Antarctica. Africa time, alternative form of African time. Afric-Eurasia. Afro-Eurasia. Africa Y, throughout Africa. African, of or pertaining to Africa. African American, alternative form of African American. African American History Month, synonym of Black History Month. African American Vernacular English, alternative form of African American Vernacular English. African American Vernacular English, alternative form of African American Vernacular English. African Americans, plural of African American. African Anteater. Dialect. African Anteaters, plural of African Anteater. African Baobab, a tree of species Adansonia digitata. African Baobabs, plural of African Baobab. African Barbet, any sub-Saharan African bird of the family Libuidae. African Barbets, plural of African Barbet. African Barkless Dog, synonym of Basenji. African Barkless Dogs, plural of African Barkless Dog. African Black, a variety of marijuana. African Blue Tit, Cyanests tenerife, a small bird of the tit family parody. African Blue Tits, plural of African Blue Tit. African Broadbill, a passerine bird of genus Smithornis, especially Smithornis capensis, of southeastern Africa. African Buffalo, a large African bovid, Cincerus caffer. African Buffaloes, plural of African Buffalo. African Bullfrog, Pyxis phallids pursues, a species of frog that lives in Central and Southern Africa. African Bullfrogs, plural of African Bullfrog. African Bush Dog, synonym of Basenji. African Bush Dogs, plural of African Bush Dog. African Cherry Orange, a small tree or shrub of species Citropsis articulata, bearing a small citrus fruit about 3 inches in diameter, native to Africa. African Cherry Oranges, plural of African Cherry Orange. African Civet, a small mammal found in sub-Saharan Africa, Civtictes civetta. It produces cive tone. African Civets, plural of African Civet. African Clawed Frog, a clawed frog found in southern Africa, Xenopus laevis, that has some properties very useful for genetics. African Clawed Frogs, plural of African Clawed Frog. African Crake, Crexigregia, a bird from the family Rallidae. African crakes, plural of African crake. African crested porcupine, synonym of crested porcupine. African crowned eagle, Stephanoetus cornatus, a large African raptor that preys on mammals such as ungulates and has reportedly preyed on human children. African crowned eagles, plural of African crowned eagle. African custard apple, a tree of species Annona senegalensis, native to tropical Africa, having edible fruits. African custard apples, plural of African custard apple. African daisies, plural of African daisy. African daisy, any of a number of African plants belonging to several genera in the family Asteraceae which are grown for their showy flowers, especially. African dream, Entateridae or Entateridii, a large woody liana used in African traditional medicine to induce vivid dreams. African elephant, either of two species of elephant, Loxodon africana or Loxodon cyclodes, found in Africa. African elephants, plural of African elephant. African emerald cuckoo, the bird Chrysococcus cupreus. African emerald cuckoos, plural of African emerald cuckoo. African eve, synonym of metocondial eve. African eves, plural of African eve. African fish eagle, a species of fish eagle found in much of Africa. Haliaetus vocifer. African forest elephant, one of the two species of African elephant, Loxodon cyclodes. African forest elephants, plural of African forest elephant. African ginger, Siphonoculus aethiopicus, a kind of ginger plant. African glass catfish, Paratropius debawi, a freshwater catfish native to Africa, found in Angola, the Republic of the Congo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Gabon. African glass catfishes, plural of African glass catfish. African golf, the game of craps. African harrier hawk, Holoboroides typus, a bird of prey that is native to sub-Saharan Africa. African harrier hawks, plural of African harrier hawk. African hobbies, plural of African hobby. African hobby, Falco cuvieri, a species of falcon. African horse sickness, a potentially fatal infection of horses and other equids caused by a virus in the genus Orbovirus, transmitted mostly by a biting midge, Chelicoides imicola, and originally from sub-Saharan Africa. African hunting dog, a wild canid, Lycaon pictus, typically black, white, and tan, found in Tanzania, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and South Africa. African hunting dogs, plural of African hunting dog. African jacana, Actiphilornis africanus, a waiter in the family Jacanidae. African jacanas, plural of African jacana. African jack, synonym of Senegal jack. African Latin, synonym of African romance. African lethargy, synonym of African sleeping sickness. African lilies, plural of African lily. African lily, any of certain flowering plants of the genus Agapanthus, especially Agapanthus umbellatus. African linsang, any of two species of genus Poina of oins, long-tailed cat-like mammals of the family Viverridae. African linsangs, plural of African linsang. African lion, a lion inhabiting Africa, formerly thought to comprise a subspecies. African lion dog, synonym of Rhodesian ridgeback. African lion hound, synonym of Rhodesian ridgeback. African lions, plural of African lion. African locust bean, any of various species of Parkia aegetis of trees in the legume Phalli fabaceae, especially Parkia bilobosa. African locust beans, plural of African locust bean. African long-tailed shrike, synonym of magpie shrike. African long-tailed shrikes, plural of African long-tailed shrike. African lynx, a medium-sized wild cat with lynx-like black ear tufts and found in Africa as well as Southwest and Central Asia and Western India, the caracal. African lynxes, plural of African lynx. African mahoganies, plural of African mahogany. African mahogany, an African tree with wood resembling mahogany, as from. African marigold, synonym of Mexican marigold, the flowering plant Tagetes erecta. African marigolds, plural of African marigold. African massage, a bumpy ride in a vehicle on African roads. African massages, plural of African massage. African milk barrel, a type of succulent plant resembling a small cactus of species Euphorbia polygona var. Horta, previously known as Euphorbia horta. African milk tree, a type of succulent plant cultivated in West Africa resembling a cactus of species Euphorbia trigona. African millet, finger millet. African mole cricket, a mole cricket living in South Africa, Gryllothalpa africana. African mole crickets, plural of African mole cricket. African myrrh, synonym of myrrh. African nutmeg, a tree from tropical Africa, Monodora myristica ananaceae. African nutmegs, plural of African nutmeg. African painted frog, Calixalis pictus, a species of frog found in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda. African painted frogs, plural of African painted frog. African palm civet, a cat-like mammal of the species Nandinia binotata. African palm civets, plural of African palm civet. African peach, Nauclea latifolia sens, Sarcosphalus latifolius, Sarcosphalus esculentus, a deciduous rubiaceous climbing shrub of West Tropical Africa, or its fruit, its bark, down to K, is used medicinally. African peaches, plural of African peach. African penguin, a species of penguin, Spheniscus demersus, which live on the southwest coast of Africa. African penguins, plural of African penguin. African pygmy goat, synonym of American pygmy. African rhinoceros, any of the rhinoceroses of Africa which have two horns. African romance, an extinct Romance language spoken in the various provinces of Roman Africa by the African Romans under the later Roman Empire and its various post-Roman successor states in the region. African rosewood, a vernacular name for several plants. African rosewoods, plural of African rosewood. African sacred ibis, synonym of sacred ibis. African sacred ibises, plural of African sacred ibis. African sand fox, synonym of pale fox. African sand foxes, plural of African sand fox. African savanna elephant, one of the two species of African elephant Loxodon africana. African savanna elephants, plural of African savanna elephant. African shortire, synonym of sock oak. African shorties, plural of African shortire. African skimmer, Rhynchops flavirostris, a skimmer of sub-Saharan Africa. African skimmers, plural of African skimmer. African sleeping sickness, a sleeping sickness caused by protozoa of the species Trypanosoma brucei, prevalent in tropical Africa. African spotted creeper, a small passerine bird of the species Salpornis salvadori. African spotted creepers, plural of African spotted creeper. African spurred tortoise, a species of tortoise, Centrocles sulcata, inhabiting the southern edge of the Sahara Desert and the Sahel in Africa. African teak, a tree or wood of any of the following species. African teaks, plural of African teak. African time, alternative letter case form of African time. African time, a notional system of time which others sometimes derogatorily ascribe to Africans, and which they sometimes jocularly ascribe to themselves to account for their supposed tendency to be leisurely, not rigorous about scheduling, and often tardy. African toothache, a sexually transmitted disease. African toothaches, plural of African toothache. African traditional religion, a religious belief system native to Africa. African traditional religions, plural of African traditional religion. African traditionalists, an adherent of an African traditional religion. African traditionalists, plural of African traditionalists. African trypanosomiasis, African sleeping sickness, is sleeping sickness caused by protozoa of the species Trypanosoma brucei. African Union, a multinational organization consisting of 54 African nations. African violet, any perennial plant of section Streptocarpus sect, St. Paulia, formerly genus St. Paulia, especially Streptocarpus ayanantha, with fine-haired round leaves and velvety petals. African violets, plural of African violet. African walnut, various African plants. African walnuts, plural of African walnut. African warbler, any songbird of the family Macrosphenidae. African whitewood, a tree of species Triplichiton scleroxylon, native to tropical areas of western and central Africa. African wild dog, synonym of African hunting dog. African wild dogs, plural of African wild dog. African wild cat, Felis sylvestris libica, a subspecies of Felis sylvestris wildcat. African wild cats, plural of African wild cat. African wormwood, an aromatic African plant with many traditional medicinal uses. Artemisia fra. African wormwoods, plural of African wormwood. African Zionism, synonym of Zionism, a religion practiced throughout sub-Saharan Africa. Africat, African, with a connotation of incompetence. Afrikaans, plural of Afrikant. African American, a member of an ethnic group consisting of Americans of Black African descent. African American English, synonym of African American Vernacular English. African American Vernacular English, a variation of modern English spoken predominantly by lower socioeconomic class individuals of African descent, usually in urban or suburban surroundings in the United States. African American Vernacular English, alternative form of African American Vernacular English. African Americans, plural of African American. African-like, resembling or characteristic of Africa, or of things African, Africanish. Africana, collectible objects, such as maps, documents, and artifacts, peculiar to Africa, especially southern Africa. Afrikander, an African born to a white father and black mother. Afrikanderism, alternative form of Afrikanerism. Afrikanderisms, plural of Afrikanderism. Afrikanders, plural of Afrikander. Afrikanerdom, alternative form of Afrikanerbum. Afrikanes, resembling the African style. Afrikanes, alternative spelling of Africanus. Africanuses, plural of Africanus. African futurism, an Afrocentric subgenre of science fiction that foregrounds familial, spiritual, and historical connections among Black people, paying particular attention to African culture, history, and mythology, and African perspectives rather than those of the African diaspora in the Western world. African futurisms, plural of African futurism. African futurists, of or pertaining to African futurism. African futurists, plural of African futurists. Afrikanes, an African breed of dog. Africanization, British spelling of Africanization. Africanize, alternative form of Africanize. Africanized, simple past and past participle of Africanize. Africanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Africanize. Africash, somewhat African. Africanizing, present participle and gerund of Africanize. Africanism, Eurocentric representation of Africans or people of African ancestry. Africanisms, plural of Africanism. Africanus, a specialist in African studies. Africanist dance, any of various dance genres and practices that exist in Africa and the African diaspora and have their sources in concepts or practices from Africa. Africanist dances, plural of Africanist dance. Africaniste, relating to Africanism. Africanists, plural of Africanes. Africanity, the quality or characteristic of being African. Africanization, the act or process of Africanizing. Africanizations, plural of Africanization. Africanize, to make African. African. Simple past and past participle of Africanize. Africanized bee, a hybrid of the western honeybee Apis mellifera produced originally by crossbreeding of the East African lowland honeybee A.M. scutellata with various European honeybee subspecies such as the Italian honeybee A.M. ligustica and the Iberian honeybee A.M. iberiensis, and known for being defensive and aggressive. Africanized bees, plural of Africanized bee. Africanized honey bee, synonym of Africanized bee. Africanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Africanize. Africanizing, honey bee, synonym of Africanized bee. Africanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Africanize. Africanizing, present participle and gerund of Africanize. African-Judaism, an Afrocentric subgenre of fantasy fiction that draws on African spiritualities and cosmologies. African-Judaisms, plural of African-Judaism. African-Judaist, of or pertaining to African-Judaism. African-Judaist, plural of African-Judaist. African-like, rare spelling of African-like. Africanness, the state or quality of being African. Africanuses, plural of Africanness. Africanoi, a Negroid. Africanoids, plural of Africanoi. Africans, plural of African. Africas, plural of Africa. Africatown, a neighborhood of Mobile, Alabama. Avre, obsolete form of Africa. Africo, a black slave. Africo-American, African-American, Africos, plural of Africo. Africological, of or relating to Africology. Africologist, one who studies Africology. Africologists, plural of Africologists. Africology, an interdisciplinary academic discipline that studies the history and culture of African people around the world. Africom, acronym of Africa Command. Africoon, a black African. Africoon Americoon, African American. Africoon Americoons, plural of Africoon Americoon. Africurnia, Africa. Africurnian, an African. Africunians, plural of Africunian. Africoons, plural of Africoon. Africos, plural of Africo. Africs, plural of Afric. Africant, an African. Africans, plural of Africant. Afridi, a member of a Pashtun tribe. Afridis, plural of Afridi. White, alternative form of Afrite. Afrieli, a constructed language designed to be used as a lingua franca in all of Africa. Africa, alternative spelling of Africa, the continent south of Europe and between the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Afrikaans, a Germanic language descending from Dutch, the primary language of the descendants of Dutch and other European settlers, as well as many mixed race, e.g. Rehoboth Basters living in South Africa and in Namibia. Also one of the 11 official languages of South Africa and until 1991 of 3 official languages of Namibia. Afrikaansness, the fact or state of being Afrikaans. African, alternative form of African. Afrikaner, alternative form of Afrikaner breed of cattle. Afrikanderdom, alternative form of Afrikanerdom. Afrikanderism, alternative form of Afrikanerism. Afrikanderisms, plural of Afrikanderism. Afrikanders, plural of Afrikander. Afrikaner, a member of an ethnic group of Northwestern European ancestry and associated with Southern Africa and the Afrikaans language. Afrikanerdom, the world or sphere of Afrikaners. Afrikanerism, a word or phrase characteristic of Afrikaners. Afrikanerisms, plural of Afrikanerism. Afrikanerness, the state or quality of being Afrikaner. Afrikaners, plural of Afrikaner. Afrelation, alternative form of Afrelation. Afro-American, African American. Afro-Indian, rare form of Afro-Indian. Afrine, initialism of African Network Information Center. Afrophobia, alternative form of Afrophobia. Afrophobic, alternative form of Afrophobic. Afrostocracy, wealthy and slash or elite black people collectively. Afrostocrat, a wealthy and or elite black person. Avwith, alternative spelling of Ifrit. Avwise, alternative form of Ifrit. Afrites, plural of Afrite. Afrits, plural of Afrit. Ava, initialism of Armed Forced Reserve Medal. Ava, plural of Afam. Avro, alternative form of Afro. Afrocomb, Afropick. Afrocombs, plural of Afrocomb. Afropicked, a comb with loose teeth, usually used on kinky hair and sometimes worn in the hair. Afropicks, plural of Afro-Pic. Avrod, alternative spelling of Afrod. Avo, Avergan. Afro-America, that part of the United States consisting of people of African heritage. Afro-American, a native or resident of the United States, an American who is of African heritage. Afro-American Vernacular English, alternative form of African American Vernacular English. Afro-Americans, plural of Afro-American. Afro-Varo, an Arab of African descent. Afro-Arabs, plural of Afro-Aro. Afro-Argentine, of or pertaining to Argentines of African descent. Afro-Argentines, plural of Afro-Argentine. Afro-Argentinian, alternative form of Afro-Argentine. Afro-Argentinians, plural of Afro-Argentinian. Afro-Asiatic, alternative spelling of Afro-Asiatic. Afro-Asiaticist, alternative spelling of Afro-Asiaticist. Afro-Asiaticists, plural of Afro-Asiaticists. Afro-Baptists, a member of a Black Baptist Christian movement. Afro-Baptists, plural of Afro-Baptists. Afro-Brazilian, Brazilian. And of African roots. Afro-Caribbean, a person of African descent who was born in or is a resident of the Caribbean. Afro-Caribbeans, plural of Afro-Caribbean. Afro-Christianity, African forms of Christianity. Afro-Cuban, describing the section of the population of Cuba that has an African heritage. Afro-Cuban jazz, a genre of jazz strongly influenced by Cuban dance music like mambo and the Cuban clave rhythm. Afro-Dutch, synonym of Black Dutch citizen with sub-Saharan African ancestry. Afro-Ecuadorian, a person who is both Ecuadorian and Black. Afro-Ecuadorians, plural of Afro-Ecuadorian. Afroet, alternative spelling of Afrod. Afro-Eurasia, a supercontinent that comprises Africa and Eurasia. Afro-German, a German of African descent. Afro-Germans, plural of Afro-German. Afro-Guyanese, Guyanese of African origin. Afro-Indian, a person described by both African and indigenous American ancestry or culture. Afro-Indians, plural of Afro-Indian. Afro-Latina, of mixed African and Latina descent. Afro-Latinas, plural of Afro-Latina. Afro-Latino, a Latino of African descent. Afro-Latinos, plural of Afro-Latino. Afro-Latinx, of mixed African and Latin American descent. Afro-Palestinian, pertaining to inhabitants of Palestine that have African heritage. Afro-Peruvian, of or pertaining to Peruvians of African ancestry. Afro-pessimism, a pessimism or weariness over the chances of solving the political and social problems that Africa faces. Afro-pessimists, alternative form of Afro-pessimist. Afro-punk, alternative form of Afro-punk. Afro-rock, rock music with West African influences. Afro-Seminole Creole, a dialect of the Gullah language spoken by Black Seminoles in scattered communities in Oklahoma, Texas, and northern Mexico. Afro-texture, having a naturally dense texture like that of certain populations in Africa and the African diaspora, Australia, and Asia. Afro-Ukrainian, of or pertaining to Ukrainians of African descent. Afro-Ukrainians, plural of Afro-Ukrainian. Afro-Alpine, relating to the climates of the higher African mountains. Afroasiatic, of pertaining to or being a language family spoken in northern Africa and southwest Asia, and including Berber, Chadic, Cushitic, Egyptian, Semitic, and possibly Amharic languages. Afroasiaticist, a linguist who specializes in studying Afroasiatic languages. Afroasiaticists, plural of Afroasiaticists. Afrobatration, any frog of the clade Afrobatracia. Afrobatrations, plural of Afrobatration. Afrobeat, alternative letter case form of Afrobeat. Afrobeats, a 21st century West African popular music genre blending traditional music styles with Western pop. Afrocentric, focusing on Black African people. Afrocentrically, in an Afrocentric manner. Afrocentricism, alternative form of Afrocentrism. Afrocentricities, plural of Afrocentricity. Afrocentricity, the quality of being Afrocentric. Afrocentrism, Black African ethnocentrism. Afrocentrists, a proponent of Afrocentrism. Afrocentrists, plural of Afrocentrists. Afrocoon, a Black African. Afrocoons, plural of Afrocoon. Afrocosmopolitan, synonym of Afropolitan. Afrocosmopolitans, plural of Afrocosmopolitan. Afrograt, an employee or minister of the O Commission or a similar Pan-African organization. Afrograts, plural of Afrocrat. Afrodescendant, a person of African descent. Afrodescendants, plural of Afrodescendant. Afrodiaspora, an African diaspora. Afrodiasporas, plural of Afrodiaspora. Afrodiasporic, of or relating to the African diaspora. Aphrodite, alternative form of Aphrodite. Stevensite. Avrod, alternative spelling of Afrod. Afro-Eurasia, alternative form of Afro-Eurasia. Afrofeminist, of or relating to a form of feminism focusing on women of African descent. Afrofuturism, an Afrocentric literary and cultural aesthetic that combines elements of science fiction, historical fiction, fantasy, and magic realism. Afrofuturist, a person who works in the genre of Afrofuturism. Afrofuturistic, of or relating to Afrofuturism. Afrofuturists, plural of Afrofuturists. Afroinsectivilian, any insectivorous mammal of the clade Afroinsectivilia. Afroinsectivilians, plural of Afroinsectivilian. Afroinsectivoran, any African insectivorous mammal of the clade Afroinsectivora. Afroinsectivorans, plural of Afroinsectivoran. Afro-Latina, alternative form of Afro-Latina. Afro-Latina, alternative form of Afro-Latina. Afro-Latinas, plural of Afro-Latina. Afro-Latinas, plural of Afro-Latina. Afro-Latino, alternative spelling of Afro-Latino. Afro-Latinos, plural of Afro-Latino. Afro-like, resembling or characteristic of an Afro. Afro-American, of or pertaining to Black Americans. Afro-Americans, plural of Afro-American. Afromontane, of or relating to the Afrotropic subregion and its plant and animal species common to the mountains of Africa and the southern Arabian Peninsula. Afromontasi, a particular steroid glycoside. Afronaut, an astronaut of African origin. Afronauts, plural of afronaut. Afro, in front, face to face. Afropean, a European with African ancestors. Afropeans, plural of Afropean. Afropessimism, alternative form of Afropessimism. Afropessimist, one who subscribes to the idea of Afropessimism. Afropessimists, plural of Afropessimists. Afrophile, one who loves Africa or African people. Afrophiles, plural of Afrophile. Afrophilia, a love of Africa or the African people. Afrophilic, having a love of Africa or the African people. Afrophobe, someone who exhibits Afrophobia. Afrophobes, plural of Afrophobe. Afrophobia, fear, hate, or dislike of Africans and African descendants. Afrophobic, exhibiting Afrophobia. Afrophobe, speaking a language of African origin. Afropithecine, any hominoid of the family Afropithecidae. Afropithecines, plural of Afropithecine. Afropolitan, a multicultural, cosmopolitan African person. Afropolitanism, the quality of being Afropolitan. Afropolitans, plural of Afropolitan. Afroba, the pop music of Africa. Afropunk, punk music or subculture with black African influences. Afroemosia, any of the African leguminous trees of the genus Pericopsis, formerly Afroemosia, especially Pericopsis alata. Afroemosias, plural of Afroemosia. Afros, plural of Afro. Afrosi, a particular steroid glycoside. Afrosauricid, any member of the order Afrosauricida, a golden mole, an otter shrew, or a tenrec. Afrosaurocidin, alternative form of Afrosauricid. Afrosaurocidins, plural of Afrosaurocidin. Afrosauricids, plural of Afrosauricid. Afrosphere, African American politically oriented blogs and websites taken collectively. Afrotarsi, any extinct primate of the family Afrotarsidae. Afrotarsids, plural of Afrotarsia. Avrov, covered with froth, foam. Afroler, an Afrothurian. Afrolers. Plural of Afroler. Afrothurian, belonging or pertaining to the superorder Afrothuria, which includes the elephants, aardvarks, golden moles, tenrecs, etc. Afrothurians, plural of Afrothurian. Afrotropic, one of the major ecozones of the world that covers sub-Saharan Africa as well as the southern part of West Asia. Afrotropical, belonging to the Afrotropic ecozone. Afrotropics, the Afrotropic regions. Afro, Frauming, Alpha, initialism of aramid fibers / fiber-reinforced plastics / polymer. Alpha, plural of AFUP. AFS, initialism of Air Force Station. AF, plural of AF. AFS, plural of AF. ASME, initialism of American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. AFSES, plural of AFS. Asaur, a member of a particular Agas tribe. Afiri, the Adas language spoken by the Afsharid, relating to the Afsharid dynasty, an Iranian dynasty of Turkic origin, specifically from the Afshar tribe of Khorasan, which ruled Persia in the 18th century. Afsharids, plural of Afsharid. Ashars, plural of Ashar. Alam, initialism of armed forces service medal. Azam, plural of Afsam. Azai, initialism of assume for sake of contradiction. ASP, initialism of American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. AS, initialism of autonomous/automated/automatic flight safety system, a self-activating self-destruct system found on rockets. AT, initialism of American Federation of Teachers. AT, the rear part after end of a ship or other vessel. At, positioned at or near the back. Aftmost, alternative spelling of aftmost. After, non-standard form of after. After, pronunciation spelling of after. After, a male given name. Atab, a Persian ewer. Astabas, plural of aftaba. After, initialism of Americans for Truth about Homosexuality, an anti-gay organization. After, pronunciation spelling of after. Afternoon, pronunciation spelling of afternoon. Afternoons, plural of afternoon. Aftoner, the part of the arm between the shoulder and the elbow. Ast body. The stern part of an aircraft or spacecraft body. Aftcast, a kind of analysis which takes an event which has already happened or is assumed to happen and studies the causes which could have led up to that event. Aftcasted, simple past and past participle of aftcast. Aftcasting, present participle and gerund of aftcast. Aftcastle, raised part of the upper deck at the stern of a ship. Aftcastles, plural of aftcastle. Aftcasts, plural of aftcast. After, behind, later in time, following. After a fashion, in some way, somehow, to an extent. After a while. Goodbye, see you. After a while, crocodile. Au revoir, see you soon. After all, anyway, in any case, indicates a statement is true regardless of other considerations, used to reinforce or explain a point. After all is said and done. Alternative form of when all is said and done. After bodies, plural of after body. After body, alternative form of after cabin. After cabins, plural of after cabin. After dark, after nightfall, at night. After darks, plural of after dark. After hours, after opening hours, usually after midnight and before daybreak. After image journal, a transaction log acting as a version of a database entry after an update is recorded. After image journals, plural of after image journal. After length, alternative spelling of after length. After lengths, plural of after length. After me the deluge, a nihilistic expression of indifference to whatever happens after one is gone. After one's own heart, of a person having the same disposition, feelings, or opinions as oneself. After one's own soul, synonym of after one's own heart. After Saturday comes Sunday, a phrase sometimes attributed to fundamentalist Muslims, implying that they wish to kill the Jews whose Sabbath is Saturday, and then the Christians, whose Sabbath is Sunday. After School Special, a television program broadcast in the mid to late afternoon and directed toward adolescents, usually dealing with controversial or socially relevant issues. After School Specials, plural of After School Special. Aftertastes, alternative spelling of aftertaste. Aftertastes, plural of aftertastes. After the fact, after the occurrence of some action or event, such as a crime or the formation of a contract. After the jump, used to introduce an inline advertisement in a web page, etc. After the Lord Mayor's show, said of a disappointing or mundane event occurring straight after an exciting, magnificent, or triumphal event. After us the deluge, a nihilistic expression of indifference to whatever happens after one is gone. After you, a gesture, usually polite, urging another person to take a turn at something ahead of the speaker. After you, alphonse, an exchange indicating excessive formality or effort at politeness, particularly where two people each refuse to go forward because each insists on allowing the other to go forward first. Aftert, contraction of after it. Atter, with contrary, subordinate, or remote effect, denoting hindrance, setback, inferiority, etc. After acquire, acquired after a certain time. After acquired title, legal ownership of a piece of real property obtained by a party after that party has already purported to sell a falsely claimed present interest in the property to another. After acquired titles, plural of after acquired title. After action, written retrospectively on a given sequence of goal-oriented actions previously taken, especially if by the author himself, of a report, analysis, etc. After banquet, any form of entertainment that takes place following a banquet. After banquets, plural of after banquet. After burden, alternative form of after burden. After burdens, plural of after burden. Afterburner, alternative spelling of afterburner. Afterburners, plural of afterburner. Aftercall, alternative form of aftercall. Aftercalls, plural of aftercall. Aftercasts, a cast made from a mold taken from an already completed sculpture, often smaller and less detailed than the original. Aftercasts, plural of aftercasts. Afterclap, alternative form of afterclap. Afterclaps, plural of afterclap. Aftercomer, alternative form of aftercomer. Aftercomers, plural of aftercomer. Afterconduct, subsequent behavior. Aftercost, alternative form of aftercost. Aftercosts, plural of aftercosts. After the polarization, alternative form of after depolarization. After dinner speech, a public address event that is traditionally spoken after a dinner and meant to take an important topic and make greater sense of it through the use of humor that is relevant to the idea presented. After dinner speeches, plural of after dinner speech. After discovered evidence, evidence discovered after a legal decision has been reached. A party may attempt to have the decision reversed using this evidence. They must first prove that the evidence could not have been discovered until after the decision was reached. After readage, after grass. After effect, an effect, especially one that is experienced only after a delay or only in the long term. After effects, plural of after effect. After event, alternative form of after event. After events, plural of after event. After eye, to keep in view or sight. After eye, simple past and past participle of after eye. After eyeing, present participle and gerund of afterrise. Afterrise, third person singular simple present indicative of afterrise. Afterying, present participle and gerund of afterise. Aftervia, of or pertaining to clothing that is worn for semi-formal events and activities. Aftergame, alternative spelling of aftergame. Aftergames, plural of aftergame. Afterglow, alternative spelling of afterglow. Afterglows, plural of afterglow. Aftergrass, alternative spelling of aftergrass. Aftergrasses, plural of aftergrass. Afterguard, alternative spelling of afterguard. Afterguards, plural of afterguard. Afterhatch, a hatch located towards the aft of a vessel. Afterhatches, plural of afterhatch. After hours, taking place after legal closing time. After hyperpolarization, alternative form of after hyperpolarization. After image, alternative form of after image. After images, plural of after image. After impression, any sensation that persists after the stimulus has ceased. After impressions, plural of after impression. After length, alternative spelling of after length. After lengths, plural of after length. Afterlife, alternative spelling of afterlife. Afterlives, plural of afterlife. Aftermarket, alternative spelling of aftermarket. Aftermarkets, plural of aftermarket. After more, the next day, tomorrow. After morns, plural of after morn. After pain, alternative spelling of after pain. After pains, plural of after pain. After parties, plural of after party. After party, a party that happens after an official, often public, party or event. After potential, alternative spelling of after potential. After potentials, plural of after potential. After award, a reward that follows or which comes after. After awards, plural of after award. After sail, one of the sails towards the aft, i.e. on the mizzenmast or on the stays between the mainmast and mizzenmast. After sails, plural of after sail. After school, alternative form of after school. After school special, a television program broadcast in the mid to late afternoon and directed toward adolescents. After school specials, plural of after school special. After sensation, alternative form of after sensation. After sensations, plural of after sensation. After aft, alternative spelling of after shaft. After afts, plural of after shaft. After shave, alternative spelling of aftershave. After shaves, plural of aftershave. Aftershock, alternative spelling of aftershock. Aftershocks, plural of aftershock. Afterstroke, alternative form of afterstroke. Afterstrokes, plural of afterstroke. Aftertaste, alternative spelling of aftertaste. Aftertastes, plural of aftertastes. After-tax, remaining after tax has been deducted. After the fact, alternative spelling of after the fact. Aftertime, alternative form of aftertime. Aftertimes, plural of after time. After war, alternative spelling of after war. Afterweight, alternative spelling of afterwit. Afterwits, plural of afterwit. Afterwork, occurring after a workday has ended. Afterworld, alternative spelling of afterworld. Afterworlds, plural of afterworld. After years, alternative spelling of after years. After acquired, acquired afterwards. After act, an act performed afterwards. After acts, plural of after act. After parties, plural of after party. After party, the after party, after the after party. Afterage, an age occurring afterwards, a later era. Afterages, plural of afterage. After all, misspelling of after all. Afterbath, a dye bath that has already been used to dye something. Afterbaths, plural of afterbath. Afterbay, a stream, conduit, pond, or reservoir of a hydroelectric power plant at the outlet of the turbines. Afterbays, plural of afterbay. Afterbear, a descendant, one who comes after another genealogically. Afterbears, plural of afterbear. Afterbe, a secondary, weaker half of a musical beat. Afterbeats, plural of afterbeat. Afterbirth, the placenta and other material expelled via the birth canal following childbirth or parturition in mammals. Afterbirths, plural of afterbirth. Afterby, something that lingers after it is bitten, especially a smash or flavor, aftertaste. Afterbites, plural of afterby. Afterbodies, plural of afterbody. Afterbody, the afterpart of the vehicle. Afterborn, born after the father's death. Posthumous. Afterbrain, a posterior subdivision of the hindbrain, the myelencephalon. Afterbrains, plural of afterbrain. Afterbrow, a gangway positioned aft of midship. Afterbrows, plural of afterbrow. Afterburden, alternative form of afterburthen. Afterburdens, plural of afterburden. Afterbur, the burning of further calories after the end of a period of vigorous exercise. Afterburner, a device in a jet engine which injects fuel into the exhaust system to increase the thrust. Afterburners, plural of afterburner. Afterburning, the injection of extra fuel into a jet engine downstream of the turbines in order to achieve extra thrust. Afterburns, plural of afterburn. Afterbursts, a secondary burst that follows a primary one. Afterbursts, plural of afterburst. Afterburthen, afterbirth. Afterburthens, plural of afterburthen. Aftercabin, the cabin in the stern of a vessel typically used by the captain or senior officers. Aftercabins, plural of aftercabin. Aftercall, a subsequent call. Aftercalls, plural of aftercall. Aftercare, the care given to a patient during recovery from an operation or after hospitalization. Aftercareer, the career that follows a particular experience or stage in a person's life, later career. After careers, plural of after career. Aftercasts, alternative form of aftercast. Aftercastle, alternative form of aftcastle. Aftercastles, plural of aftercastle. Aftercasts, plural of aftercasts. Aftercataract, a medical condition of clouding of the posterior lens capsule implanted in the eye in cataract surgery. Aftercataracts, plural of aftercataract. Afterchroming, the treatment of a tissue sample with chromate after staining. Afterchurch, after attending a church. Afterglow, an additional adverse event that occurs unexpectedly after an earlier one was thought to be over and done with. Afterclaps, plural of afterclap. Afterclause, a clause that occurs after another clause in a document. Afterclauses, plural of afterclause. Aftergum, a subsequent result, consequence. Aftercomer, one coming after, a successor in the plural posterity. Aftercomers, plural of aftercomer. Aftercomes, plural of aftercome. Aftercoming, a following state, sequel, consequence, or result, and aftercome. Aftercomings, plural of aftercoming. Afterconduct, alternative form of afterconduct. Aftercontraction, a contraction of a muscle sometime after a stimulus has ceased. Aftercontractions, plural of aftercontraction. Aftercool, to cool by means of an intercooler. Aftercool, fitted with an aftercooler of an engine, etc. Aftercooler, an intercooler located at the end of the supercharging chain. Aftercoolers, plural of aftercooler. Aftercooling, the cooling of a gas subsequent to compression. Aftercools, third person singular simple present indicative of aftercool. Aftercost, a subsequent expense related to but occurring after the source of an expenditure. Aftercosts, plural of aftercosts. Aftercourse, the course, sequence of events or actions that follows something, subsequent course. Aftercourses, plural of aftercourse. Aftercrime, one of a series of copycat crimes that follow an initial one. Aftercrimes, plural of aftercrime. Aftercrop, a second crop in the same year. Aftercrops, plural of aftercrop. Aftercurrent, an electric current that is induced in a muscle when a constant current through it stops. Aftercurrents, plural of aftercurrent. Afterdamp, suffocating gases present in a coal mine after an explosion caused by fire damp, consisting of carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, nitrogen, and sometimes hydrogen sulfide. Afterdamps, plural of afterdamp. Afterdated, postdated. Afterdays, days that follow, a later time or period, figuratively people in the future. Afterdale, disadvantage. Afterdeals, plural of afterdeal. Afterday, the part of a ship's deck from amidships toward the stern. Afterdecks, plural of afterdeck. Afterdell, alternative form of afterdeal. Afterdepolarization, alternative form of afterdepolarization. Afterdepolarization, an abnormal depolarization of a cardiac myocyte, potentially leading to arrhythmia. Afterdepolarizations, plural of afterdepolarization. Afterdischarge, any discharge that occurs after the cause or stimulus has ceased. Afterdischarges, plural of afterdischarge. Aftereffect, any delayed effect, an effect which is not immediately manifested. Aftereffect, plural of after effect. After a meriblastic egg, ovum, or ovule which has acquired its store of food yolk or been otherwise modified from its original primitive condition as an egg cell or protovum. After eggs, plural of after egg. After event, an event that follows something, a subsequent or later event. After events, plural of after event. After face, a lesser religious festival that follows another more significant festival. After feasts, plural of after feasts. After feather, the downy lower barbs of a feather. After feathers, plural of after feather. After feed, after grass used for feeding livestock. After fail, a feeling experienced after and as a result of something, for example, a sensation left in the mouth by a drink. Aftervist, occurring subsequent to a festival. Afterflow, any flow or issue of fluid which continues after the expected cessation, a later or residual flow, drift. Afterflows, plural of afterflow. Afterfruit, fruit produced or born after the usual growing season, by extension a result or outcome of a certain trial or event, product. Afterfruits, plural of afterfruit. Aftergame, a second game played to reverse the outcome of a result or outcome of a certain trial or event, product. Afterfruits, plural of afterfruit. Aftergame, a second game played to reverse the outcome of the first, the means employed after the first turn of affairs. Aftergames, plural of aftergame. Afterglow, the glow seen in the sky after sunset. Afterglows, plural of afterglow. Afterglowy, exhibiting afterglow, resembling or pertaining to chiefly metaphorical afterglow. Aftergrass, the grass that grows after the first crop has been mown. Aftergrasses, plural of aftergrass. Aftergrowth, a second growth seen in plants like crops or timber after harvesting. Aftergrowths, plural of aftergrowth. Afterguard, the seaman or seaman stationed on the poop or after part of a ship to attend the after sails. Afterguards, plural of afterguard. Afterguardsman, a member of the afterguard on a sailing ship. Afterguardsman, plural of afterguardsmen. Afterend, paid afterwards rather than in advance. Afterhaps, subsequent happenings. After it, residual useful heat attained from a nuclear reactor during aftercooling. After its, plural of afterheat. After ein, afterward. After hours, after opening hours, usually after midnight and before daybreak. After hyperpolarization, alternative form of after hyperpolarization. After hyperpolarizations, plural of after hyperpolarization. After hyperpolarization, the hyperpolarizing phase of a neuron's action potential. After hyperpolarizations, plural of after hyperpolarization. Afterimage, an image which persists or remains in negative after the original stimulation has ended. Afterimagery, afterimages collectively. Afterimages, plural of afterimage. Afterimpression, alternative spelling of afterimpression. Afterimpressions, plural of afterimpression. Afterings, the last milk that is obtained when milking a cow, often considered the poorest quality of milk. After knowledge, knowledge acquired later or after the event. Afterlen, a medieval fief which a liege lord received then subsequently and fiefed wholly or partially to a vassal or vassals. Afterlens, plural of afterlehen. Afterlength, the shorter length of string between the bridge and the tailpiece of a stringed instrument on the other side from that which is usually played. Afterlengths, plural of afterlength. Afterlife, a conscious existence after death, a supernatural life that follows one's natural life in some worldviews. Afterlives, plural of afterlife. After lifetime, life expectancy measured according to a general average rather than for any given individual. After lifetimes, plural of after lifetime. Afterlight, light that follows something, especially the dim light in the sky after the sun has fully set. Afterling, one who comes after or later, an aftercomer, one who is late. Afterlings, plural of afterling. Afterlives, plural of afterlife. Afterload, the load on a working muscle from a constant opposing force. Afterloading, a radiotherapy technique in which a hollow tube or applicator is implanted in the organ to be treated and the source of radiation is loaded into it afterwards, minimizing radiation exposure to healthcare personnel. Afterloads, plural of afterload. Afterload, a retrospective or secondary look, a backward look or glance. A review. Afterlooks, plural of afterload. Aftermarket, the market for further goods and services, such as replacement parts and accessories, subsequent to the sale of a product such as an automobile or computer. Aftermarketed, simple past and past participle of aftermarket. Aftermarketing, present participle and gerund of aftermarket. Aftermarkets, plural of aftermarket. Aftermasts, a mast located toward the stern of a ship. Aftermasts, plural of aftermasts. Aftermatch, postmatch. Aftermath, a second mowing, the grass which grows after the first crop of hay in the same season, lattermath. Aftermaths, plural of aftermath. Aftermentioned, mentioned afterwards. After midnight, but before sunrise. Aftermind, a new or changed way of thinking, often as a result of repentance, a renewed mind. Afterminds, plural of aftermind. Aftermost, nearest the stern of a vessel. After movement, the movement of a limb following contraction of a muscle. After movements, plural of after movement. After name, a designation which comes after a name, similar to, yet not necessarily equivalent to one's last name. After names, plural of after name. Afterness, the state or quality of being or coming after. Afternoon, the part of the day from noon or lunchtime until sunset, evening, or supper time or 6 p.m. Afternoon delight. Sexual intercourse or a sexual encounter had in the afternoon. Afternoon delights, plural of afternoon delight. Afternoon farmer, a lazy farmer who puts off work until absolutely necessary. Afternoon farmers, plural of afternoon farmer. Afternoon tea, a formal afternoon meal comprising light snacks, accompanied by tea. Afternoon teas, plural of afternoon tea. Afternoon, obsolete spelling of afternoon. Afternooner, a person performing some activity in the afternoon. Afternooners, plural of afternooner. Afternoons, plural of afternoon. Afternoonify, smart, refined, or sophisticated. Afternoonish, resembling or characteristic of afternoon. Afternoons, plural of afternoon. Afternote, a note appended after the main body of text. Afternotes, plural of afternote. Afterpay, pain that occurs or remains after an event, such as surgery, especially dental surgery, eating spicy food, or simply an initial, sharper pain. Afterpains, plural of afterpain. Afterpart, a rear part. Afterparties, plural of afterparty. Afterparts, plural of afterpart. Afterparty, alternative spelling of afterparty. Afterbeat, the compartment nearest the stern in the hold of the ship. Afterpeaks, plural of afterpeak. After reception, perception of something, such as a sound or image, that is no longer present. Afterpiece, an additional work following the main work, especially a minor entertainment performed after a play. Afterpieces, plural of afterpiece. Afterplay, in human sexual behavior, the erotic acts done after finishing sex. After potential, a small, transitory electrical potential that follows and is dependent upon the main potential produced when a nerve is stimulated, seen as a small positive or negative spike on an oscillograph output. After potentials, plural of after potential. After pulse, a pulse of energy that follows some other event. After pulses, plural of after pulse. After pulsing, the production of after pulses due to feedback in a photon detector. Afterquake, synonym of aftershock earthquake following another earthquake. Afterquakes, plural of afterquake. Afters is earth. After sail, alternative form of after sail. After sales, plural of after sale. After sale, after the sale of a product. After sales, alternative form of after sale. After saw, simple past of after see. After scent, a scent that follows something, a scent remaining after its source is no longer present. After sense, plural of after scent. After school, taking place immediately after school classes. After script, a postscript. After scripts, plural of after script. After see, to see or witness after the fact or event, see in hindsight or retrospectively. After see, present participle and gerund of after see. After see, seen after the fact. After see is third person singular simple present indicative of after see. After sensation, a delayed sensation, one arising significantly later than the stimulus that caused it. After sensations, plural of after sensation. After sense, a perception that follows an experience, a subsequent sense. After set, that which is positioned after or behind. After sets, plural of after set. After shaft, an accessory plume arising from the posterior of the contour feathers of many birds. After shafts, plural of after shaft. Aftershave, a lotion, gel, or liquid used after finishing shaving. Aftershaves, plural of aftershave. Aftershock, an earthquake that follows in the same vicinity as another, usually larger, earthquake, the main shock. Aftershocks, plural of aftershock. Aftershow, occurring after a show. Aftershows, plural of aftershow. Aftersight, hindsight. Aftersigh, an indication of a prior event or condition, a lingering sign or mark, that which remains. Aftersigns, plural of aftersigh. Afterslip, a non-violent movement of the ground following an earthquake. Afterslips, plural of afterslip. Aftersmile, a smile that follows something. After smiles. Plural of after smile. After sound, a sound that persists or remains audible after its source has ceased to produce it, the perception of such a sound. After sounds, plural of after sound. After spy, following a spike peak in some activity. After stories, plural of after story. After story. A story told after the fact, an account of events which come after a story. After stroke, a stroke which follows another. After strokes, plural of after stroke. After summer, a short period after summer. After sun, describing a cooling or moisturizing lotion applied to the skin after exposure to the sun, especially to soothe sunburn. After swarm, a swarm of bees that leaves the hive after the primary swarm. After swarms, plural of after swarm. After tale, evil talk, slander, defamation. After tales, plural of after tale. Aftertaste, a taste of something that persists when it is no longer present. Aftertastes, plural of aftertastes. Aftertax, alternative spelling of aftertax. Aftertests, a test given or conducted at the conclusion of an experiment or trial. Afterists, plural of aftertests. Afterthink, to think about after the fact, reflect on. Afterthinker, one who acts first and thinks afterwards. Afterthinkers, plural of afterthinker. Afterthinking, present participle and gerund of afterthink. Afterthinks, third person singular simple present indicative of afterthink. Afterthought, a reflection after an act, a later or subsequent thought, action, or expedient. Afterthoughted, simple past and past participle of afterthought. Afterthoughting, present participle and gerund of afterthought. Afterthoughts, plural of afterthought. Aftertime, the process in which a harmony singer or background singer repeats a line or a series of words in a song separately after the lead singer rather than singing it in unison with the lead singer, prominent in country music and southern gospel. Aftertimes, plural of aftertime. Afterdash, pressure sensitivity on an electronic synthesizer, allowing the musician to change the tone or sound of a note after it is struck. Aftertouches, plural of aftertouch. Aftertree, to apply a treatment to something after some other process. Afterheated, simple past and past participle of aftertreat. Afterheating, present participle and gerund of aftertreat. Aftertreatment, a treatment applied after some other process. Aftertreatments, plural of aftertreatment. Aftertreats, third person singular simple present indicative of aftertreat. Aftertype, a type or figure which comes after or ensues another, often in semblance to or in imitation of them, a copy. Aftertypes, plural of aftertype. Afterview, a looking back, a retrospective view or thought. Afterviews, plural of afterview. Afterwar, following a war. Afterward, alternative form of afterwards. Afterwardness, alternative form of afterwardsness. Afterwards, at a later or succeeding time after that. Afterwardsness, the concept that an earlier event in one's life can later acquire a meaning. Afterwash, synonym of backwash, backward flow. Afterwashes, plural of afterwash. Afterwave, A wave in literal and figurative senses that follows something. Afterwaves, plural of afterwave. After a while, afterwards. After wisdom, wisdom that comes too late after something has already happened. Afterwise, wise after the fact. Afterway, wisdom which comes after the event. Afterwits, plural of afterwit. Afterwitted, characterized by afterwit, slow-witted. Afterward, an epilogue. Afterwards, plural of afterward. Afterwork, alternative form of afterwork. Afterworld, a supposed world that is entered after death, the realm of the afterlife. Afterworlds, plural of afterworld. After years, subsequent years. After, pronunciation, spelling of after. Afties, plural of afti. Aftmost, furthest aft, most sternward, as far back as possible. Afton, initialism of aeronautical fixed telecommunication network. Afton, abbreviation of afternoon. Afton, a city in Iowa. Aftonian, during the first interglacial period in North America between the Kansan and Nebraskan glacial periods. Aftosa, foot-hand-mouth disease. Aftua, initialism of American Federation of Television and Radio Artists. After, obsolete spelling of after. Afts, initialism of autonomous/automated/automatic flight termination system, a self-activating self-destruct system found on rockets. Ats, plural of aft. At, pronunciation spelling of after. Aftward, by, near, at, or towards the stern. Aftwards, alternative form of aftward. After, afternoon. Oh, initialism of all fucked up. Ahata, derogatory name for Africa, a continent. A fucosylate, to remove a fucosyl group from. A fucosylated, not fucosylated. A fucosylates, third person singular simple present indicative of a fucosylate. A fucosylating, present participle and gerund of a fucosylate. Afai, American Foundation for Urologic Disease. Afeu, initialism of annual fuel utilization efficiency. Afeudal pidu, a strong unpasteurized soft cheese from Asturias, Spain, made from cow milk. Afura, used aggressively towards leftist and statist views as a form of get out. Afela, as it is a yell. Afimati, various communes and villages in Romania. Afunctia, lack of function. Failure to work properly. Afunctional, not functional. Aferolol, a beta blocker. Afutuzumab, a monoclonal antibody against CD20 used to treat lymphoma. Av, initialism of armored fighting vehicle. Av, plural of AFE. Afuelite, a calcium hydroxide nesosilicate mineral occurring as glassy, colorless to white prismatic monoclinic crystals. Afuelites, plural of afuelite. Al, initialism of Alberta Footy Women's League. Avet, former name of Afyonkarahisar city. Afyonkarahisar, a province in western Turkey. As, initialism of Air Force of Zimbabwe. Aselachin, a flavonoid found in Virginia ligulata. Avizalin, a flavanol glycoside, the ramnoside of chemoferol, found in Nymphea odorata, American white water lily. Initialism of Attorney General. Abbreviation of Vaudist. Agman, used to express frustration, irritation, or annoyance. Ag pipe, clipped compound of agricultural pipe. Avin, pronunciation spelling of again. Agvat, that prevents undercover or unauthorized investigations at agricultural facilities. Agrags, plural of agag. That alternative form of ag. Ava, an ADA cooker. Ava, alternative letter case form of AGA. An AGA cooker. AGA cooker. A stove/cooker consisting of a heavy cast iron frame which absorbs heat from a low-intensity source and uses it to cook food, popular in medium to large country houses. ADA cookers, plural of AGA cooker. Aga Khan, the leader of the Nizari Ismailis. Aga Khanite, synonym of Sevener. Aga Khanites, plural of Aga Khanite. Aga Khans, plural of Aga Khan. ADA Saga, alternative letter case form of Aga Saga. Aga Saga, a kind of popular novel set in a suburban or rural location and featuring domestic and emotional themes involving middle-class characters. AGA Sagas, plural of AGA Saga. Aga Sagas, plural of Aga Saga. Agard, alternative form of Agard. Agards, plural of Agard. Ada, initialism of assigned gender at birth. Agambeni, a cotton fabric embroidered with silk made in Aleppo. Agabani is plural of Agabani. Ada, plural of Agau. Ahabas, a prophet mentioned in Acts of the Apostles. Anasari, coquetry, flirtatiousness. Agassaries, plural of Agassary. Agasses, plural of Agas. Adad, obsolete form of Agad. Adan, alternative form of Agada. Adad, obsolete spelling of Akkad. Adadir, a city in South Bassa, Morocco. Agadou dance, a simplistic novelty dance performed to the 1984 novelty song Agadou recorded by the band Black Lace. Agadou dances, plural of Agadou dance. Ada, a Northwest Semitic name or title applied to a biblical king, possibly a dynastic name of the kings of Amalek. Adad, plural of Agai. Adem, another time, indicating a repeat of an action. Again and again, repeatedly. Adem, prefix meaning again, against, back, or in return. Again coming, coming back, return. Aven, obsolete spelling of again. Againest, obsolete form of against. Angenes, the quality of being or happening again, repetition. Agenerizing, resurrection. Agensaw, contradiction, gainsaying. Againsay, to contradict, a gainsay. Againsaying, present participle and gerund of againsay. Againsays, third person singular simple present indicative of againsay. Against, in a contrary direction to, against all odds, despite seemingly insurmountable opposition or probability, against nature, unnatural in a way that is immoral, against one's better judgment, contrary to what one believes is moral or wise, against someone's will, due to being forced rather than by choice, against the clock, in a time-restricted manner to meet a deadline hurriedly timed, against the collar, in a tight spot, against the grain, preventing a smooth, level surface from being formed by raising the nap of the wood or causing larger splinters to form ahead of the cutting tool below the cutting surface. Against the hair, in a rough and disagreeable manner, against the grain. Against the law, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see against the law. Against the run of play, contrary to the flow of the game. Against the world, together as a group, unit, or couple. Against time, relative to a deadline rather than a competitor. Against stand, to stand against, to withstand, to oppose. Against stand, third person singular simple present indicative of against stand. Againster, one who opposes something. Againsters, plural of againster. Against-ism, the perspective or activity of being against something or of having a contrary demeanor in general. A pattern of repeated opposition or criticism. Against-isms, plural of against-ism. Againstness, the state or quality of being against. Against, only used in first and against. Amid, afoot, in progress, in motion. Alternative spelling of agak to estimate. Agak to estimate or guess. Ado, cord that is fastened around the keffieh. Agolido, agar gelatinous material. Agalaxia, the failure of a mother human or otherwise to produce sufficient milk following birth. Agalaxias, plural of agalaxia. Agalactic, agalactus. Agalactoria, the failure of a mother human or otherwise to produce sufficient milk following birth. Agalactosylated, not galactosylated. Agalactosylic, not galactosylic. Agalactus, lacking milk to suckle with. Agalaxia, alternative form of agalaxia. Adalaxy, dated form of agalaxia. Adolite, a fibrous variety of talc. Agalites, plural of agalite. Agalite, the soft, aromatic, resinous wood of Aquilaria malaxensis, formerly Aquilaria agalacha. Agalachum, synonym of agalach. Alap, galloping. Analma, a cult image or votive offering. Agamata, plural of agalma. Agomatolite, a soft, compact stone of a grayish, greenish, or yellowish color, which was used in China for carvings in pagodas. It is probably a variety of pittate. Agomatolites, plural of agomatolite. Agomatophilia, a paraphilia characterized by sexual attraction to a statue, doll, mannequin, or similar object. Agalmix, the study and practice of the production and allocation of non-scarce goods. Anoles, plural of agol. Agulsidase, a form of alpha-galactosidase. Agulsidases, plural of agulsidase. Adala, a feudal unit of the Ottoman Empire governed by an aga. Agalux, plural of agala. Agal. Alternative form of agarwood. Anama, any of the various small, long-tailed lizards of the subfamily Agamini of family Agamidae, especially in genera Acanthocircus, Agama, Dendrogama, Laudacea, Phrynocephalus, Traplus, and Zetagama. Amamas, plural of agama. Agambinian, of or relating to Giorgio Agamben, born 1942, Italian philosopher. Adem, a former province in northern Ethiopia. Agamemnon, one of the most distinguished heroes of Greek mythology. He is the son of King Asmodeus of Mycenae and Queen Arope and the brother of Menelaus. He is famous for rallying the Greeks in the Trojan War, yet infamous for the sacrifice of his daughter Iphigenia at the commencement of the war. Agamnoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Agamete, a non-sexual gamete, a gamete involved in asexual reproduction. Agametes, plural of agamete. Agamatic, relating to agametes. Advami, a South American bird, Sophia crepitans, allied to the cranes and easily domesticated. Anatic, occurring without the union of male and female gametes, asexual. Agamically, in an agamic manner. Aghamed, any of the family Agamidae of lizards, including many agons. Agameds, plural of agamed. Agamis, plural of agami. Agames, plural of agami. Agames, an unmarried person celibate by choice. Agamests, plural of agames. Agamaglobulinemia, alternative spelling of agamaglobulinemia. Agamaglobulinemias, plural of agamaglobulinemia. Agamaglobulinemic, alternative form of agamaglobulinemic. Agamaglobulinemics, plural of agamaglobulinemic. Agamaglobulinemia, a condition in which gammaglobulins, such as immunoglobulins, are absent from the blood or present only in low concentrations. Agamaglobulinemias, plural of agamaglobulinemia. Agamaglobulinemic, relating to or exhibiting agamaglobulinemia. Agamaglobulinemics, plural of agamaglobulinemic. Agamogenesis, asexual reproduction. Agamogenetic, of or pertaining to agamogenesis. Agamogenetically, by means of agamogenesis. Agamogonies, plural of agamogony. Agamogony. Schizogony, or any other form of asexual reproduction. Agamograph, a graphic form popularized by Yakov Agam that uses lenticular printing to create the illusion of kineticism. Agamographs, plural of agamograph. Agamont, a cell that divides by schizogony. Agamonts, plural of agamont. Agamospecies, a group of organisms that reproduce asexually but have the characteristics of a species. Agamosperm, any agamospermous plant. Agamospermae, relating to or characteristic of agamospermy. Agamospermous, that reproduces asexually. Agamosperms, plural of agamosperm. Agamospermy, the asexual production of embryos and seeds. Agamospore, an asexual spore. Agamospores, plural of agamospore. Adamus, having no marital partner or pair-bonded mate, being neither monogamous, pair-bonded, nor polygamous. Adap, initialism of autogynandromorphophilia. Adam. Absence or non-recognition of marriage or absence of a pair bond. Avid, a surname. Amnana, former name of Hagatnya. Agonactices, plural of agonactesis. Agonactesis, an exclamation made out of a sense of deep indignation. Agamem, any moth of the subfamily Agamene. Agonens, plural of agonane. Adenguene, without ganglia. Aganglianosis, a medical condition involving absence of ganglia. Agangliosis, aganglianosis. Agenersin, an inhibitor of insulin receptor substrate IRS1 expression. Agano, a city in Niigata Prefecture, Japan. Agonadine, a particular alpha-adrenergic agonist. Agens, plural of agon. ADAO, abbreviation of Australian Government Access Only a Classified Information Status. Agao Poblacion, a barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Agaonid, a fig wasp of family Agonidae. Agonids, plural of agaonid. Adaf, misspelling of agape. Agape, plural of agape. Agapi, plural of agape. Agapanthaceous, of or relating to the Agapanthaceae. Agapan, plural of Agapanthus. Agapanthus, any member of the genus Agapanthus of flowering plants. Agapanthuses, plural of Agapanthus. Agapanthosapinin, any of several steroid glycosides isolated from plants of the genus Agapanthus. Agapanthosapinins, plural of Agapanthosapinin. Avev, in a state of astonishment, wonder, expectation, or eager attention, as with mouth hanging open. Agape, characteristic of agape. Agapeism, alternative form of agapism. Agapes, a proponent of agapeism. Agapeistic, relating to agapeism. Agapests, plural of agapes. Agapmone, the base of a religious sect established in Sussex by the Rev. Henry James Prince in the mid-19th century, or a successor establishment in London, which were associated with free love and polygamy. Agapmonian, of or relating to the Agapmon religious sect. Agapmonians, plural of Agapmonian. Agatmonists, a member of the Agapmon religious sect. Agatmonists, plural of Agatmonists. Agapmonite, a member of the Agapmon religious sect. Agapmonites, plural of Agapmonite. Ada, one of the Agapeti. Agapeti, women of the early Christian church who cohabited in a state of spiritual love with clergy or laymen who had vowed chastity. Agapeti, men of the early Christian church who cohabited in a chaste state with deaconesses. Agaphite, a blue conchoidal variety of turquoise. Agnapia, a commune and village in Nemt County, Romania. Anapa, alternative form of agape. Agapism, belief in selfless, charitable brotherly love. Agapes, a proponent of agapism. Agapistic, relating to agapism. Agapists, plural of agapists. Agar, a surname. Agar-regar. Agar. Agaration, alternative spelling of Avara, Agarwood, Agnarak. A town in Sunik, Armenia. Agarase, an enzyme found in agrolytic bacteria, allowing them to use agar as their primary source of carbon. Agarases, plural of agarase. Aguration, estimation. Agarol, alternative form of agrol. Agarala, alternative form of agrol. Agaralas, plural of agarala. Agarals, plural of agarol. Agard, a surname. Agardite, any of a group of copper arsenate minerals that contain varying proportions of several rare earth elements such as cerium, neodymium, lanthanum, and yttrium. Agardites, plural of agardite. Agards, plural of agard. Aneric, any of various fungi, principally of the order Agaricales, having fruiting bodies consisting of umbrella-like caps on stalks with numerous gills beneath. Agaric acid, synonym of agaricin. Agaric mineral, moonmo. Agaricaceous, of or relating to the Agaricaceae. Agaricic, relating to agaricic acid or its derivatives. Agaricic acid, a tricarboxylic acid 2-hydroxynonide-cane 1,2,3-tricarboxylic acid, isolated from an agaric, once used as an irritant and antidiarrheal. Agaricicoles, living or growing on agarics. Agariciform, having the form of an agaric. Agazit, any stony coal in the family Agazidae. Agazeds, plural of Agaricaceae. Agaricin, an organic tricarboxylic acid fatty acid found in fungi. Agaricinic, relating to agaricinic acid or its derivatives. Agaricinic acid, synonym of agaricic acid. Agaric, obsolete form of agaric. Agarix, plural of agaric. Agaric-like, resembling an agaric. Agaripud, resembling an agaric. Agaricologist, a person who studies, professes, or practices agaricology. Agaricologists, plural of agaricologists. Agaricology, the study of agacs. Agaricomycete, any fungus of the class Agaricomycetes. Agaricomysteus, misspelling of Agaricomystus. Agaricomycetes, plural of Agaricomycete. Agaricomystus, relating to the Agaricomycetes. Agarix, plural of agaric. Agaricin, Phamatopsis officinalis. Agarin, Musamal. Agarized, alternative form of agarized. Agaristine, of the noctuid moth subfamily Agaristinae. Agaristines, plural of agaristine. Agarita, a rounded evergreen barberry, Mahonia trifoliolata, native to the United States and Mexico, or its berry. Agaritas, plural of agarita. Agaritine, an aromatic antiviral hydrazine-derived mycotoxin and carcinogen that occurs in mushroom species of the genus Agaricus. Agarito, alternative form of agarita. Agaritos, plural of agarito. Agarize, treated with agar. Agarobiose, a disaccharide composed of galactose and anhydrogalactose units. Agarofterin, any of a class of furans found in agarwood oil. Agarophurans, plural of agarofuran. Agaroheptaus, a heptaus derived from agar. Agaroidic, destructive to agar. Agaroptin, a heterogeneous mixture of smaller molecules making up the part of agar that is not agarose. Agaroptins, plural of agaroptin. Agaropentaus, a penthouse derived from agar. Aderophyte, a seaweed, typically a red alga that produces agar in its cell walls. Agarophytes, plural of agarophyte. Agarose, a polymeric cross-linked polysaccharide extracted from the seaweed agar, used to make gels that are used in electrophoresis. Agaroses, plural of agarose. Agathios, a triose derived from agar. Adars, plural of agar. Agardala, a city, the state capital of Tripura, India. Ivara, a legendary city said to be located in the Earth's core. Agarthan, of or relating to the legendary city of Agartha. Agarthans, plural of Agarthan. Agaru, agarwood. Agarwal, alternative form of agrol. Agarwala, alternative form of agrol. Agarwalas, plural of agarwala. Agarwala, alternative form of agrol. Agarwalas, plural of agarwala. Agarwals, plural of agarwal. Agarwood, heartwood from trees of genus Aquilaria, especially Aquilaria malaxensis A Agalacha, infected with mold Phyalophora parasitica, which produce an aromatic resin in response to this infestation. Agarwoods, plural of agarwood. Aga, plural of ada. Agas, plural of aga. Agas, a village and commune of Bacău County, Romania. And that, a surname. Asp, in a state of gasping. Adasam, a village in Goa, India. Adasi, a surname from Armenian, Persian, Turkish, or Assyrian Neo-Aramaic. Adases, ellipsis of Lake Agassiz. Agassiz is anal. Anolis agassizi, a species of Colombian anal. As, alternative spelling of agast. Agastache, a plant of genus Agastache, a giant hyssop. Agastaches, plural of agastache. Agastopia, the fetishistic admiration of a specific body part. Anastri, having no alimentary canal, lacking a stomach, intestines, or digestive tract. Agastronuria, a loss of nervous control of the stomach. Adisda, one of the Saptarishi's 7 sages, a revered Vedic sage and the author of Agastya Samhita. Imates, a semi-transparent, uncrystallized silicate mineral and semi-precious stone presenting various tints in the same specimen, with colors delicately arranged and often curved in parallel, alternating dark and light stripes or bands, or blended in clouds. Various authorities call it a variety of chalcedony, a variety of quartz, or a combination of the two. Agate glass, a glass made to imitate agate by stacking glass layers of different colors and thickness and fusing them with heat. Agate line, a unit of advertising space that is 1 column wide and 1 agate 1/14 of an inch deep. Agate lines, plural of agate line. Agate ruler, synonym of pica stick. Agate rulers, plural of agate ruler. Agate snail, a snail of species Achatina achatina. Agate snails, plural of agate snail. Agate-like, resembling or characteristic of agate. Agatophobia, a fear of insanity. Agatophobic, of or relating to agatophobia. Agates, plural of agate. Agateward, agate, on the way, going, more strictly towards a gate. Agateware, pottery decorated with a combination of contrastingly colored clays designed to resemble the layers of color in an agate stone. Agatewares, plural of agateware. Agatha, a female given name from ancient Greek. Agatha Christie-esque, reminiscent of the works of Agatha Christie 1890-1976, English writer known for her detective fiction. Agatha Christus, alternative form of Agatha Christie-esque. Agatharchus, a male given name. Agatharsinal, a particular Norlignan found in Hartwood. Agathomid, any of the Agathomidi, an obsolete family of Cetopsian dinosaurs. Agathomids, plural of agathomid. Agathis flavone, a particular biflavonoid. Agathism, the doctrine that the ultimate end of all things is good, although the immediate means may be evil. Agathist, a person who believes in agathism. Agathistic, of or relating to agathism. Agathists, plural of agathists. Agathodemon, a benevolent spirit as opposed to a cacodemon, an evil demon. Agathodemonic, relating to an agathodemon. Agathodemons, plural of agathodemon. Agathodemon, alternative spelling of agathodemon. Agathodemonic, alternative form of agathodemonic. Agathodemons, plural of agathodemon. Agathodemon, alternative spelling of agathodemon. Agathodemonic, alternative form of agathodemonic. Agathodemons, plural of agathodemon. Agathocological, composed of both good and evil. Agathological, of or pertaining to agathology. Agathology, the science or theory of the good. Agathon, a male given name from ancient Greek. Amath, the tree Sesbania grandiflora. Agativorous, containing or yielding agates. Agatiform, having the form of an agate, resembling an agate in appearance. Agadine, resembling, containing, or pertaining to agate. Agatization, the formation of agate. Agatizations, plural of agatization. Agatize, to convert a living thing into the form of an agate, to fossilize. Agatize, simple past and past participle of agatize. Agatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of agatize. Agatizing, present participle and gerund of agatize. Agatalimon, a particular anti-cancer drug. Agatoxin, Amy of a family of polypeptide toxins present in the venom of Aegilinopsis aprida and similar spiders. Agatoxins, plural of agatoxin. Agatsuma, a river in Kanto, Japan. Out of the nature of agate or containing agate. Atau, alternative form of agaw. Agavaceous, of or relating to the Agavaceae. Adamasabonant, a particular steroid glycoside found in plants of genus agave. Agave, any plant in the large, variable genus agave, succulent plants, commonly armed with formidable prickles. They flower at maturity after several years and generally die thereafter. Large species, such as the Meiji or century plant, Agave americana, produce gigantic inflorescences. Several are of economic importance as sources of fibers such as sisal and alcoholic beverages such as tequila. Agaves, plural of agave. Agaveside, a particular steroid glycoside. Agavose, a sugar derived from Agave americana, now known to be sucrose. Agavoside, a particular steroid glycoside found in plants of genus agave. Aba, a people of Ethiopia and Eritrea. Agawen, an eastern Algonquian tribe native to northeastern Massachusetts around Ipswich. Agawan base, team game whose main objective is to touch the base of the opposition without getting tagged. Aden, obsolete spelling of again. Adenes, obsolete form of against. Against, obsolete spelling of against. Etes, a member of the Pega people. Ages, gazing. Adest, gazing with astonishment, amaze. Adezes, plural of agas. Eb, initialism of asymptotic giant branch, a classification of stars on the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram. Adbad, a long, flowing robe with wide sleeves worn by men in some parts of West Africa, often decorated with embroidery. Agbadas, plural of agbada. Agbanga, a barangay of Matalam, late Philippines. Aguanahay, a barangay of Rizal, Nueva Ecija, Philippines. Agbayani, a surname from Ilocano. Agbayanis, plural of Agbayani. Ab, a type of African rattle, similar to a secker. Agbero, a labor manual worker. Agberos, plural of Agbero. Agre, a southern suburb of the city of Wakefield, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 3419. At, initialism of automatic gain control. Agui, a surname from Ilocano. Aguis, plural of Agui. Agdes, initialism of Association of Graduate Careers Advisory Services. Axis, plural of Axi. Adgo, initialism of Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario. Adibakai, a barangay of Tapaz, Capiz, Philippines. Atsi, abbreviation of agency. Atsi, abbreviation of agency. Abham, a ghost town in the southwest part of Azerbaijan. Adhangan, a municipality of the province of Quezon, Philippines. Agtao, a district of Davao City, Davao del Sur, Philippines. Ed, a town and commune of Hérault Department, Occitania, France. Advin, a civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 7186. Adher, a county in southern Norway, formed on 1 January 2020 on the merger of Aust-Agder and Vest-Agder counties. Adestes, a hermaphroditic being associated with the worship of Cybele or Re. Ag, initialism of Awesome Games Done Quick. and initialism of advanced glycation end product, and the amount of time that some being has been alive, or that something has been in existence as measured from its birth or origin until the present or until some other given reference point, often measured in number of years, alternatively in months, days, hours, etc. See also the usage notes. That to act for another as a law agent or solicitor. Age adjustment, a technique for comparing statistics across populations with different age profiles. Age adjustments, plural of age adjustment. Age before beauty, a phrase said to allow older people to go before younger ones. Age class, synonym of age grade. Age classes, plural of age class. Age compression, the marketing key young children of items for older children and adults. Age difference, a difference in ages between two or more people. Age differences, plural of age difference. Age distribution, the number of people in stated age ranges. Age distributions, plural of age distribution. Age dreamer, one who mentally reverts to a younger age voluntarily. Age dreamers, plural of age dreamer. Age gap, a difference in ages between two or more people, especially in the context of romantic or sexual relationships. Age gaps, plural of age gap. Age gate, a barrier to accessing a digital resource that requires the user to confirm they are old enough to be allowed to see the material. Age gates, plural of age gate. Age grade, an organized, culturally defined social category of people with membership based on age. In some societies, it is entered automatically when one reaches a certain age, while in others, it is entered through an initiation rite and / or the payment of a fee. Age grades, plural of age grade. Age group, a demographic grouping based on age. Age groups, plural of age group. Age identities, plural of age identity. Age identity, the age categories such as child, young adult, old person, etc. that is part of a person's self-identity. Age in place, to continue to reside in one's own home and community as one ages, in contrast to moving to an assisted living facility or care home. Age is just a number. Age is not an important attribute in a person. Age like a fine wine. To age well, to look or become better as one becomes older. Age like fine wine, alternative form of age like a fine wine. Age like milk, to age very badly, to look bad in hindsight or after time has passed. Age like vinegar, synonym of age like milk. Age like wine, alternative form of age like a fine wine. Age limit, a restriction placed on an activity based on the age of the participants, either lower or higher limit. Age limits, plural of age limit. Age of Aquarius, a historical period corresponding to the astrological sign of Aquarius concerning the timing of which past, present, or future there is a wide range of views. Age of consent, the age at which a person is legally considered to be mature enough to engage willingly in sexual intercourse so that it is not a crime for someone else to have sex with the person. Age of criminal responsibility, the age at which a person is deemed fit for criminal liability for their actions. Age of discretion, synonym of age of reason. Age of enlightenment, a period of time ranging from part of the 17th century through much of the 18th century, characterized particularly by the importance of logic and reason. Age of extinction, alternative form of age of extinction. Age of extinction, the current period of Earth history, characterized by large-scale extinction of life forms as a result of human activity. Age of Fishes, the Devonian Era. Age of Judgment, alternative spelling of Age of Judgment. Age of Judgment, the age at which a child is presumed to be able to judge the difference between right and wrong. Age of Majority, the age at which the rights and privileges of an adult are legally granted or recognized, i.e. the age where a person ceases to be a minor legally and becomes a legal adult. Age of Mammals, the Cenozoic Era. Age of Man, the Quaternary Era. Age of Reason, alternative form of Age of Reason. Age of Reason, 7 years of age, at which age a person is morally liable for the sins that he or she commits. Age of Reptiles, the Mesozoic Era. Age of Sail, a period that lasted from the mid-16th or mid-15th to the mid-19th centuries, in which the dominance of sailing ships in global trade and warfare culminated. I doubt, to become too old for an activity, program, or institution, to become too mature for a behavior. Age play, alternative spelling of age play. Age rating, a classification applied to products, specifying a minimum age for a person using it. Age ratings, plural of age rating. Age regression, mental reversion to a younger age, used in therapy as a coping mechanism or as a manifestation of a psychiatric issue. Age regressions, plural of age regression. Age regressor, someone who undergoes age regression. Age regressors, plural of age regressor. Age set, an established social category or group consisting of people born during a certain time span who together move through a series of culturally defined age grades. Age sets, plural of age set. Age spot, synonym of liver spot. Age spots, plural of age spot. Age standardization, synonym of age adjustment. Age standardizations, plural of age standardization. Age standardized rate, the incidence rate of a particular disease in a population if that population had a standard age structure. Age standardized rates, plural of age standardized rate. Age up, to get older, to advance in age. Age adjustment, alternative form of age adjustment. Age long, alternative spelling of age long. Age mate, one who is the same age as another. Age mates, plural of age mate. Age old, very old, having existed for a long time, ancient or well established. Age reversal, a therapy or process which reverses the physiological aging process. Age standardization, alternative form of age standardization. Age standardizations, plural of age standardization. Ageability, the quality of being ageable. Ageable, capable of being aged, suitable for aging. NGM, pronunciation spelling of again. Agegraph, a neighborhood of Pendlebury, Metropolitan Borough of Salford, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8001. Adis, Adis, alternative spelling of aged. Aged care, elder care. Aged in place, simple past and past participle of age in place. Aged like a fine wine, simple past and past participle of age like a fine wine. Aged like fine wine, simple past and past participle of age like fine wine. Aged like milk, simple past and past participle of age like milk. Aged like vinegar, simple past and past participle of age like vinegar. Aged like wine, simple past and past participle of age like wine. Aged out, simple past and past participle of age out. Aged R value, thermal resistance value established by using artificial conditioning procedures for a prescribed period of time. Aged R values, plural of aged R value. Aged up, simple past and past participle of age up. Agedly, in an aged manner. Agedness, the state or quality of being aged. Ageder, abbreviation of age dream. Adi, a surname. Agis, plural of agi. Adis, afraid, astonish. Ageful, aged, elderly, old. Agefulness, the quality of being ageful. Agefuls, plural of ageful. Ageographic, related to the age of the universe. Aginus, rare spelling of against. Aging, present participle and gerund of age. Aging in place, present participle and gerund of age in place. Aging like a fine wine, present participle and gerund of age like a fine wine. Aging like fine wine, present participle and gerund of age like fine wine. Aging like milk, present participle and gerund of age like milk. Aging like vinegar, present participle and gerund of age like vinegar. Aging like wine, present participle and gerund of age like wine. Aging out, present participle and gerund of age out. Aging, plural of aging. Engines, obsolete. Form of against. Ageism, the treating of a person or people, especially older people, differently from others based on assumptions, prejudices, or and stereotypes relating to their age. Ageisms, plural of ageism. Ides, unfairly discriminatory against someone based on their age. Ageste, exhibiting ageism. Agistically, in an agistic manner. Agisly, agistically. Agests, plural of aegis. Agelidane, any of a group of brominated pyrolimidazole alkaloids present in some marine sponges. Agelidines, plural of agelidine. Agelasamine, any of various adenine-related bicyclic diterpenoids isolated from the orange sponge Agelus mauritania structurally related to the agelasines. Agelasamines, plural of agelasamine. Agelast, one who never laughs, especially at jokes, a mirthless person. Agelastatin, any of a family of naturally occurring OIN alkaloids having antitumor properties. Agelastatins, plural of agelastatin. Agelastic, not jovial, never laughing. Agelasts, plural of agelas. Agelinet, any spider in the family Agelenidae. Agelenids, plural of agelinid. Agelus, having existed for so great a period of time that its longevity cannot be expressed. Ageless sleep, a magical state of suspended animation, wherein the recipient is placed in a state of ageless, deathless, everlasting sleep. Well-known examples are Endymion, the lover of the Greek moon goddess, Selene, and the princess Sleeping Beauty. Agelessly, in an ageless manner. Agelessness, the state or quality of being ageless. Agelessism, the belief associated with a milder kind, that the behavior and traits of an individual are determined her social group. Age long, lasting throughout all time, eternal. Edumate, alternative form of age-mate. Ageomates, plural of ageomate. Andum, a commune, the capital of La Tête-Garonne department, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Aegina, synonym of Hadar the star Beta Centauri. Agenais, an ancient region that became a county of France, south of Périgord. Agenbite, remorse. Iambite. Agencies, plural of agency. Agency, the capacity, condition, or state of acting or of exerting power. Agency credit memo, an official notification that a travel agency has overpaid an airline for a ticket or similar travel arrangements. Agency credit memos, plural of agency credit memo. Agency debit memo, an official notification that a travel agency has underpaid an airline for a ticket or similar, or is being fined by the airline for failure to adhere to fare rules or airline policy. Agency debit memos, plural of agency debit memo. Agency pricing, a pricing system in which a supplier sets the price charged for their product by a reseller, with the reseller contractually positioned as an agent of the supplier rather than as an independent broker between supplier and consumer. Agency shop, a place of employment in which a union receives dues or the equivalent for all employees excluding management and bargains for all such employees whether or not they are members of the union. Agency shops, plural of agency shop. Agents alike, resembling or characteristic of an agency. Agency, throughout an agency. Agenda, obsolete form of agendum. Agenda, a city and village in Kansas, United States. Agenda setting, a theory in mass communication that states that the media have the ability to determine which issues are important to the public. Agendi, plural of agenda. Agendaless, without an agenda. Agendalessness, lack of an agenda. Agenda posts, a post made on a light-hearted or non-political online community which promotes an overt political agenda. Agenda posted, simple past and past participle of agenda posts. Agenda posting, present participle and gerund of agenda posts. Agenda posts, plural of agenda posts. Agendas, plural of agenda. Agender, without an associated gender in any sense, not having a particular gender. Agendered, not gendered, not having pertaining to or divided by gender. Agens, plural of agend. Agendum, a task which ought to be done. Agendums, plural of agendum. Agene, nitrogen trichloride when it was used as a bleaching agent and improving agent in flour. Agenaceae, any catfish in the family Agenaceae, which is now considered to be part of the family Oenopteridae. Agenacids, plural of agenacid. Agenaces, plural of agenesis. Agenasia, agenesis. Agenesic, sterile, infertile. Agenesics, plural of agenesic. Agenesis, any imperfect development of the bay or any anomaly of organization. Agenus, obsolete form of against. Agenetic, not genetic, that does not have a genetic cause. Agenic, relating to agenesis. Agenetal, lacking genitals. Agenitalism, the absence or incomplete development of sex organs. Agenized, treated with agene. Agenizing. That treats with agene. Agenesic. Pertaining to agenesis, sterile. Agenesis. Impotence, sterility. Agenois. Alternative form of agenize. Agener. King of Phoenicia, father of Cadmus and Europa, and ancestor of Dido. Agens. Obsolete form of against. Edith. A surname. Agent general. Someone acting as the representative of an organization, country, etc. Agent noun. A noun that denotes an agent, human or non-human, that performs the action denoted by the verb from which the noun is derived, such as rider derived from to ride, or cutter derived from to cut. Agent nouns. Plural of agent noun. Agent Orange. A potent herbicide and defoliant used by U.S. forces in the Vietnam War. Agent participle. A verb form in some, e.g., Finno-Ugric languages, that allows the property of something being a target of an action to be formatted as an adjective-like attribute. Agent participles. Plural of agent participle. Agent provocateur. A person who secretly disrupts a group's activities from within the group, particularly by encouraging or committing illegal acts to discredit the group or expose them to prosecution. An instigator, troublemaker. Agent general. Alternative form of agent general. Agent-oriented. A word pertaining to a programming paradigm where the construction of the software is centered on the concept of externally specified software agents. Agent provocatus. An agent provocatrix. Agent provocatrix. A female agent provocateur. A woman who incites someone to do something, especially something incriminating. Agented. Having an agent. Agents provocatuses. Plural of agent provocatus. Agents provocatrices. Plural of agent provocatrix. Agentees. The jargon used by agents or an agency. Agentess. A female agent. Agentesses. Plural of agentess. Agenthood. The quality of being an agent. Agential. Of or pertaining to an agent or an agency. Agentially. In an agential manner. Agentials. Plural of agential. Agente. That behaves like an agent, able to express or expressing agency or control on one's own behalf or on the behalf of another. Agentic AI. A type of artificial intelligence that can make decisions and take actions without the need for human input. Agentically. In an agentic fashion. Agenticities. Plural of agenticity. Agenticity. The tendency to ascribe agency to an event where none exists. Agenting. Working as an agent, one who acts for another. Agentival. Synonym of agentive. Agentive. Indicating an agent or agency as in lexicographer. Agentive nominalization. A construction whereby an action verb is made into an agent noun. Agentive nominalizations. Plural of agentive nominalization. Agentive nominalization. U.S. and Oxford British English Standard spelling of agentive nominalization. Agentive nominalizations. Plural of agentive nominalization. Agentively. In an agentive manner. Agentimus. The condition of being agentive. Agentives. Plural of agentive. Agentivity. The state or condition of being agentive. Agentless. Without an agent. Agentlessness. lack of an agent. Agent-like, resembling or characteristic of an agent. Agentries, plural of agentry. Agentry, the position of being an agent. Agents, plural of agent. Agents general, plural of agent general. Agents provocateurs, plural of agent provocateur. Agents general, plural of agent general. Agentship, the office or position of an agent. Agentships, plural of agentship. Agent space, the conceptual space within which software agents operate and interact. Agent spaces, plural of agent space. Agiometric, not geometric. Agiometrical, not geometrical. Agiostrophe, not geostrophe. Adiastrophe, the condition of being agiostrophe. Agiotate, upward, moving or bending away from the earth. Adae, the type of an organism characteristic of a certain age. Adates, plural of adiate. Edgeplay, a form of roleplay in which the player deliberately acts an age different from their own and usually younger. Ageplayer, one who takes part in ageplay. Ageplayers, plural of ageplayer. Ager, a fan of the Age of Empires series of real-time strategy video games. Ager publicus, the public land of ancient Rome usually acquired by expropriation from enemies of Rome. Ager/dyer, one whose profession is distressing a costume to make it look aged. Ager/dyers, plural of ager/dyer. Agerasia, an outward appearance more youthful than one's true age. Ageratical, a particular flavone found in Ageratum canizoids. Ageratum, any of the genus Ageratum of tropical American herbs, annuals, and perennials from the sunflower family Asteraceae tribe Eupatorii. They are sometimes used in floral displays. Ageratums, plural of ageratum. Ager, abbreviation of age regression. Ager sequitur est, Thomas metaphysical and moral principle that indicates the connection of ontology, obligation, and ethics. Agers, plural of ager. Agerwal, alternative form of agral. Agerwals, plural of agerwal. Ages, plural of age. Ages in place, third person singular simple present indicative of age in place. Ages like a fine wine, third person singular simple present indicative of age like a fine wine. Ages like fine wine, third person singular simple present indicative of age like fine wine. Ages like milk, third person singular simple present indicative of age like milk. Ages like vinegar, third person singular simple present indicative of age like vinegar. Ages like wine, third person singular simple present indicative of age like wine. Ages of consent, plural of age of consent. Ages of discretion, plural of age of discretion. Ages of majority, plural of age of majority. Ages of man, the historical stages of human existence according to Greek mythology and its subsequent Roman interpretation. Ages of reason, plural of age of reason. Ages out, third person singular simple present indicative of age out. Ages of, third person singular simple present indicative of age up. Agesilos, a male given name from ancient Greek of certain historical persons. Ages long, lasting for several ages. Aides, second person singular simple present indicative of age. Agite, the business of using technology to offer services that help old people. Aja, third person singular simple present indicative of age. Ajuria, absence of the sense of taste. Ajuziai, a person who has no sense of taste or who has lost the sense of taste. Ajuziacs, plural of ajuziac. Ajuyas, plural of ajuja. Ajuze, lacking a sense of taste. Ajusta, alternative spelling of ajuja. Ajustes, plural of ajustia. Ajuize, in terms of age. Age-worthy, of wine worth being aged. Age, obsolete spelling of again. Agenus, rare spelling of against. Agens, obsolete form of against. Agflation, an increase in the price of food crops, especially due to increased demand and to diversification into the production of biomass. Flipping of aggravated. Angava, a homiletic and non-legalistic exegetical text in the classical rabbinic literature of Judaism, particularly as recorded in the Talmud and Midrash, a parable that demonstrates a point of the law in the Talmud. Angadas, plural of agada. Agdae, alternative form of agadic. Agadas, alternative form of Haggadist. Aggadists, plural of Aggadist. Aggada, plural of Aggada. Aggada, plural of Aggada. Adat, the Plapandenes tactorius. Agaro, alternative form of Agrol. Agarols, plural of Agarol. Adat, obsolete spelling of agate. At-ats, plural of agas. Ad, simple past and past participle of ag. Ageneration, the act of producing in addition. Agenerations, plural of ageneration. Ageneto, positioned near or on both sides of the genital area. However, a double tide, particularly a high tide in which the water rises to a given level, recedes, and then rises again, are only the second of these high waters, but sometimes equally a low tide in which the water recedes to a given level, rises, and then recedes again. Agernasi, a small ridge on the lateral side of the nasal cavity. Agurate, to heap up. Agurated, simple past and past participle of agurate. Agurates, third person singular simple present indicative of agurate. Agurating, present participle and gerund of agurate. Aguration, a piling up, accumulation. Agurations, plural of aguration. Aguros, in heaps, full of heaps. Adverse, plural of agar. Agast, to heap up. Agasted, simple past and past participle of agus. Agasting, present participle and gerund of agus. Agasts, third person singular simple present indicative of agus. Avith, a surname. Agham, initialism of a good girl's guide to murder. Av, a diminutive of the female given names Agnes or Agatha. Angaland, Texas A&M University. Ages, plural of ag. Ave, present participle and gerund of ag. Aggiornamento, a bringing up to date, especially of the Roman Catholic Church by the Second Vatican Council of 1962-65, modernization. Aggiornamentos, plural of aggiornamento. Agglomerate, that causes agglomeration. Agglomerate, collected into a ball, heap, or mass. Agglomerated, simple past and past participle of agglomerate. Agglomerates, third person singular simple present indicative of agglomerate. Agglomerate, of or relating to an agglomerate. Agglomerating, present participle and gerund of agglomerate. Agglomeration, the act or process of collecting in a mass, a heaping together. Agglomerational, of or relating to agglomeration. Agglomerations, plural of agglomeration. Agglomerative, having a tendency to agglomerate. Agglomeratively, in an agglomerative manner. Agglomerator, a device that agglomerates material. Agglomerators, plural of agglomerator. Agglomerin, any of a class of adiabatic produced by bacteria of the species Pitia agglomerans. Agglomerins, plural of agglomerin. Agglutimeter, a device used to measure agglutination. Agglutimeters, plural of agglutimeter. Aggluten, any antibody that causes agglutination of cells. Agglutinabilities, plural of agglutinability. Agglutinability, the quality or degree of being agglutinable. Agglutinable, able to be agglutinated, that undergoes agglutination. Agglutinant, uniting as glue, causing or tending to cause adhesion. Agglutinants, plural of agglutinant. Agglutinate, united with glue or as with glue, cemented together. Agglutinated, simple past and past participle of agglutinate. Agglutinates, third person singular simple present indicative of agglutinate. Agglutinating, present participle and gerund of agglutinate. Agglutination, the act of uniting by glue or other tenacious substance, the state of being thus united, adhesion of parts. Agglutinations, plural of agglutination. Agglutinative, sticky, tacky, adhesive. Agglutinatively, in an agglutinative fashion, via agglutination. Agglutinativeness, the quality of being agglutinative. Agglutinatives, plural of agglutinative. Agglutinativity, the quality of being agglutinative. Agglutinator, that which agglutinates. Agglutinators, plural of agglutinator. Agglutinatory, that causes agglutination. Agglutinin, a substance that causes particles or cells to clump. It may be an antibody, a lectin, or otherwise. Agglutination, the buildup of agglutinin. Agglutininations, plural of agglutination. Agglutinins, plural of agglutinin. Agglutinize, synonym of agglutinate. Agglutinized, simple past and past participle of agglutinize. Agglutinogen, any antigen that stimulates the production of an agglutinin. Agglutinogenic, relating to an agglutinogen. Agglutinogens, plural of agglutinogen. Agglutinoscope, an instrument that is used to observe agglutination in vitro. Agglutinoscopes, plural of agglutinoscope. Agglutinous, subject to agglutination. Agglutins, plural of agglutinin. Agglutogenic, synonym of agglutinogenic. Aggrace, to favor, to grace. Aggrace, simple past and past participle of aggrace. Aggraces, third person singular simple present indicative of aggrace. Gracing, present participle and gerund of aggrace. Aggradation, increase in land elevation due to the deposition of sediment. Aggradational, pertaining to or formed by a gradation. Aggradations, plural of aggradation. Avray, to raise the level of a river bed by the deposition of sediment. Aggrade, simple past and past participle of aggrade. Aggrades, third person singular simple present indicative of aggrade. Abrading, present participle and gerund of aggrade. Aggrandization, British standard spelling of aggrandization. Aggrandizations, plural of aggrandization. Aggrandize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of aggrandize. Aggrandized, simple past and past participle of aggrandize. Aggrandizement, alternative form of aggrandizement. Aggrandizements, plural of aggrandizement. Aggrandizer, alternative form of aggrandizer. Aggrandizers, plural of aggrandizer. Aggrandizes, third person singular simple present indicative of aggrandize. Aggrandizing, present participle and gerund of aggrandize. Aggrandizable, capable of being made great, increasable. Aggrandization, the act of aggrandizing or the state of being aggrandized or exalted in power, rank, honor, or wealth, exaltation, enlargement. Aggrandizations, plural of aggrandization. Aggrandize, to make great, to enlarge, to increase. Aggrandized, simple past and past participle of aggrandize. Aggrandizement, the act of aggrandizing or the state of being aggrandized or exalted in power, rank, honor, or wealth, exaltation, enlargement. Aggrandizements, plural of aggrandizement. Aggrandizer, one who makes great or aggrandizes. Aggrandizers, plural of aggrandizer. Aggrandizes, third person singular simple present indicative of aggrandize. Aggrandizest, second person singular simple present indicative of aggrandize. Aggrandizeth, third person singular simple present indicative of aggrandize. Aggrandizing, present participle and gerund of aggrandize. Abrate, to gratify, cause pleasure to. Aggrade, simple past and past participle of aggrat. Aggrates, third person singular simple present indicative of aggrat. Abrating, present participle and gerund of aggrat. Aggravable, aggravating. Aggravatable, capable of being aggravated. Aggravate, to make an offense worse or more severe, to increase in offensiveness or heinousness. Aggravated, simple past and past participle of aggravate. Aggravated assault, assault with disregard for the value of life or with a deadly weapon. Aggravated assaults, plural of aggravated assault. Aggravatedly, in an aggravated manner. Aggravates, third person singular simple present indicative of aggravate. Aggravatus, Second person singular simple present indicative of aggravate. Aggravateth. Third person singular simple present indicative of aggravate. Aggravating. Present participle and gerund of aggravate. Aggravating circumstance. A factor that increases the culpability or deleterious consequences of a wrongful act. Aggravating circumstances. Plural of aggravating circumstance. Aggravating factor. Synonym of aggravating circumstance. Aggravatingly. In an aggravating manner. Aggravation. The act of aggravating or making worse, used of evils, natural or moral, the act of increasing in severity or heinousness, something additional to a crime or wrong and enhancing its guilt or injurious consequences. Aggravations, plural of aggravation. Aggravative, tending to aggravate. Aggravative, plural of aggravative. Aggravator, one who or that which aggravates. Aggravators, plural of aggravator. Agrekin, a protoglycan containing chondroitin sulfate that is a major component of cartilage. Agrekinase, any of a group of proteolytic enzymes that act on agrekins. Agrekinases, plural of agrekinase. Agrekinalysis, the lyses of agrekins typically by means of an agrekinase. Agrekinopathies, plural of agrekinopathy. Agrekinopathy, any disease associated with agrekin. Agrekins, plural of agrekin. Aggregabilities, plural of aggregability. Aggregability, a tendency to aggregate especially of blood platelets. Aggregable, synonym of aggregatable. Aggregate, any drug that promotes the aggregation of platelets. Aggregants, plural of aggregate. Aggregase, any enzyme that catalyzes the aggregation of protein. Aggregases, plural of aggregase. Aggregatability, the condition of being aggregated. Aggregatable, able to be aggregated. Aggregate, a mass assemblage or sum of particulars, something consisting of elements but considered as a whole. Aggregate fruit, a fruit that develops from the fusion of more than one carpel within a single flower, as for instance, a raspberry. Aggregate fruits, plural of aggregate fruit. Aggregate function, a function that takes input from various rows at once and returns a single value. Aggregate functions, plural of aggregate function. Aggregate species, a grouping of closely related species that are treated like a single species for practical purposes. Aggregated, simple past and past participle of aggregate. Aggregately, collectively, in mass. Aggregateness, the state or quality of being aggregate. Aggregate, third person singular simple present indicative of aggregate. Aggregating, present participle and gerund of aggregate. Aggregation, the act of collecting together, of aggregating. Aggregation number, the number of molecules that are associated together to form a micelle. Aggregation numbers, plural of aggregation number. Aggregational, relating to or by means of aggregation. Aggregations, plural of aggregation. Aggregative, by, toward, or of aggregation, the act of collecting or gathering together. Aggregatively, in an aggregative manner. Aggregativity, the condition of being aggregative. Aggregator, someone or something which aggregates. Aggregators, plural of aggregator. Aggregatory, causing aggregation. Aggregate, to make heavy, to aggravate. Aggregate, simple past and past participle of aggregate. Aggregates, third person singular simple present indicative of aggregate. Aggregsum, misspelling of aggersum. Aggreging, present participle and gerund of aggregate. Aggregogenic, that leads to aggregation. Aggregome, the aggregated proteins of an organism. Aggregomes, plural of aggregome. Aggregometer, a device used to measure the adhesive aggregation of platelets. Aggregometers, plural of aggregometer. Aggregometric, relating to aggregometry, measured by an aggregometer. Aggregometry, the measurement of aggregation, especially of platelets. Agraphagy, autophagy or protein aggregates. Agrasome, related to an agrosome. Agrosome, a proteinaceous inclusion body that forms when cellular degradation machinery is impaired or overwhelmed. Agrosomes, plural of agrosome. Augustion, august, simple past and past participle of aggress. Aggressee, the victim or recipient of aggression. Aggressees, plural of aggressi. Aggressos, third person singular simple present indicative of aggress. Aggressin, any substance produced in the body by a pathogenic bacterium that enhances the virulence of the bacteria. Aggressing, present participle and gerund of aggress. Aggressins, plural of aggression. Aggression, the act of initiating hostilities or invasion. Aggressionism, a doctrine or worldview which is in favor of violence. Aggressionists, a proponent of aggressionism, a doctrine or worldview favoring violence. Aggressionists, plural of aggressionists. Aggressions, plural of aggression. Aggressor, characterized by aggression, highly combative, prone to behave in a way that involves attacking, especially if unjustly or arguing. Aggressive mimicry, a form of mimicry in which predators, parasites, or quality of being aggressive. Aggressiveness is plural of aggressiveness. Aggressives, plural of aggressive. Aggressivism, the political practice of being militaristic and violently intrusive. Aggressivist, one who practices or defends aggressivism. Aggressivists, plural of aggressivists. Aggressivities, plural of aggressivity. Aggressivity, the acidic ability of water when it contains dissolved carbon dioxide to dissolve calcium carbonate from rocks. Aggressor, a fictional state created by the United States Army for maneuver and military exercise purposes in the 1950. Aggressors, plural of aggressor. Aggravate, misspelling of aggravate. Agree, alternative form of agree. Aggrievance, oppression, hardship, grievance. Aggrievances, plural of aggrievance. Aggrieve, to cause someone to feel pain or sorrow to afflict. Aggrieved, angry or resentful due to unjust treatment. Aggrieved parties, plural of aggrieved party. Aggrieved party, an individual or collective whose rights have been violated and who is entitled to commence a lawsuit. Victim. Aggrievedly, in the manner of someone who is aggrieved. Aggrievedness, the state or quality of being aggrieved. Agreement, the state of being aggrieved. Agreements, plural of aggrievement. Aggriever, one who aggrieves. Aggrievers, plural of aggriever. Aggrieves, third person singular simple present indicative of aggrieve. Aggrieving, present participle and gerund of aggrieve. Aggro, aggravation, bother. Aggro, simple past and past participle of aggro. Aggros, third person singular simple present indicative of aggro. Aggroing, present participle and gerund of aggro. Aggros, third person singular simple present indicative of aggro. Aggrotech, a genre of hard electronic dance music influenced by industrial music. Aggro, to bring together in a group, a group. Agrouped, simple past and past participle of aggro. Agrouping, present participle and gerund of agroup. Agroupment, arrangement in a group or in groups, grouping. Agroupments, plural of agroupment. Agroups, third person singular simple present indicative of agroup. Agroupation, a group, an organization. Agroupations, plural of agroupation. Abri, applied to a kind of variegated glass beads of ancient manufacture. Ad, third person singular simple present indicative of ag. Ad, a diminutive of the female given names Agnes or Agatha. Ad, an exclamation of mild horror, disgust or frustration. Adda, a surname. Agadoi, a townland and civil parish in County Londonderry, Northern Ireland, Irish Grid Ref C 8621 approx. Agajanian, a surname from Armenian. Aga Mary, an Iranian surname from Persian. Adas, plural of Agha. Anast, terrified, struck with amazement, showing signs of terror or horror. Anastness, the state or quality of being aghast. Ahen, a surname from Armenian. Addara, a town in Azerbaijan. Agheshblu, a transliteration of the Persian surname Arabic Khalif Duva Arabic Gain Arabic Dal Arabic Khalif Arabic Sheen Arabic Klan Arabic Wow. Abdal, a Bantu language spoken in Cameroon. Adhai, a surname from Persian. Aghirsu, a commune of Cluj County, Romania. Ajin, a surname from Armenian. Ajans, plural of Agjayan. Aglabe, any member of an Arab dynasty of Emirs who ruled Ifriqiya and parts of southern Italy, nominally on behalf of the Abbasid Caliph from 800-909 CE. Aglabeds, plural of Aglabed. Aglabite, alternative form of Aglabed. Aglabites, plural of Aglabite. Aghorpanti, a member of the Aghori. Aghorapantes, plural of Aghorpanti. Aghori, a tribe of Hindu ascetics who are or were thought to eat the flesh of corpses. Abu, a Papuan language spoken in Indonesia. Ado, an ethnic group living primarily in southern Dagestan in Russia and Azerbaijan. Agag, Caucasian Albania. Agwan, synonym of Caucasian Albanian. Agwans, plural of Agwan. Ali, initialism of artificial general intelligence. Ajanavo, a coastal resort in eastern Cyprus. Ajuris, plural of Adjuri. Adjuri, a fire temple. Aduber, gibbering. Ageable, possible to be done, practicable. Adida, alternative form of agita. Adidas, plural of agita. Agidigbo, a lamel often worn around the neck, originating among the Yoruba of Nigeria, played by striking the box frame of the instrument with a ring worn around a thumb. Agidigbos, plural of Agidigbo. Agija, a village in Constanta County, Romania. Agile, alternative letter case form of agile of or related to agile software development. Agile gibbon, a primate of species Hylobates agiles in the Hylobatidae or gibbon family. Agile gibbons, plural of agile gibbon. Agile wallabies, plural of agile wallaby. Agile wallaby, a wallaby, Macropus agilis of northern Australia. Agilely, in an agile manner with agility. Agileness, the state or quality of being agile, agility. Agiler, comparative form of agile, more agile. Agilis, superlative form of agile, most agile. Agilis, a practitioner of agile software development. Agilists, plural of agilists. Agilities, plural of agility. Agility, the quality of being agile, the power of moving the limbs quickly and easily, quickest of motion. Ada, a surname. Again, Buryat Autonomous Okrug, an autonomous okrug of the Soviet Union and Russia with a center at Ajinskoye, now part of again Buryat Okrug. Again, Buryat Okrug, a former federal subject of Russia with center at Ajinskoye, part of Zabaykalsky Krai, and existed until it merged with Chita Oblast to form Zabaykalsky Krai on March 1, 2008. Aginator, a shop owner. Aginators, plural of aginator. Ager, present participle and gerund of age. Aging in place, present participle and gerund of age in place. Aging like a fine wine, present participle and gerund of age like a fine wine. Aging like fine wine, present participle and gerund of age like fine wine. Aging like milk, present participle and gerund of age like milk. Aging like vinegar, present participle and gerund of age like vinegar. Aging like wine, present participle and gerund of age like wine. Aging out, present participle and gerund of age out. Aging up, present participle and gerund of age up. Agings, plural of aging. A dinner, an oppositional person, especially one opposed to government actions and projects. Agenas, plural of agener. Agenoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Adems, plural of again. Ajinskoye, an urban-type settlement in Zabaykalsky Krai, Russia, on the river Aga. Adians, archaic spelling of against. Ado, the premium or percentage on a better sort of money when it is given in exchange for an inferior sort. The premium or discount on foreign bills of exchange is sometimes called agio. Agenome, Alternative form of haginym. Agonyms, plural of agonym. Ados, plural of agio. Azazelabos, former name of Selçuk, a town in Izmir province, Turkey, near the ruins of ancient Ephesus. Hagiasaritisa, alternative form of Hagiasaritisa. Added, stock exchange business, especially stock shopping, manipulation of securities prices. Adadages, plural of adjadage. Adiotinsing, misspelling of angiotensin. Audi, plural of ADI. Ageism, alternative spelling of ageism. Ageism is less common and sometimes deprecated. Ageisms, plural of ageism. Idis, to take to graze or pasture at a certain sum, used originally of the feeding of cattle in the king's forests and collecting the money for the same. Aegestator, rare form of aegester. Aegestators, plural of aegestator. Aegested, simple past and past participle of aegis. Aegester, alternative form of aegester. Aegesters, plural of aegester. Aegesting, present participle and gerund of aegis. Aegistment, the taking in by any one of other people's livestock to graze at a certain rate. Aegistments, plural of aegistment. Aegester, one who aegists or takes in cattle to pasture at a certain rate, a pasturer. Aegesters, plural of aegester. Aegests, third person singular simple present indicative of aegis. Agitprop, alternative form of agitprop. Agitpropt, simple past and past participle of agitprop. Agitpropping, present participle and gerund of agitprop. Agitprops, plural of agitprop. Agita, dyspepsia, agitable, easily agitated or moved. Adjutant, a person who agitates. Adjutants, plural of adjutant. Agitatable, alternative form of agitable. Agitate, to disturb or excite, to perturb or stir up a person. Agitate the communicator, to ring a bell as a summons. Agitated, simple past and past participle of agitate. Agitated delirium, synonym of excited delirium. Agitated the communicator, simple past and past participle of agitate the communicator. Agitatedly, in an agitated manner. Agitatedness, the quality of being agitated. Agitates, third person singular simple present indicative of agitate. Agitates the communicator, third person singular simple present indicative of agitate the communicator. Agitatus, second person singular simple present indicative of agitate. Agitata, third person singular simple present indicative of agitate. Agitating, that agitates. Agitating the communicator, present participle and gerund of agitate the communicator. Agitate agitatingly, in an agitating manner. Agitation, the act of agitating or the state of being agitated, the state of being disrupted with violence or with irregular action, commotion. Agitational, relating to or having the character of political agitation. Agitationally, in an agitational manner. Agitationist, synonym of agitator, one who stirs up or excites others, for example political reformers. Agitationists, plural of agitationists. Agitations, plural of agitation. Agitato, tending to agitate. Agitato, a tempo mark directing that a passage is to be played in a restless, agitated style. Agitator, one who agitates. One who stirs up or excites others, for example, political reformers. Agitatorial, of or relating to agitators. Agitators, plural of agitator. Agitatory, serving to agitate. Agitados, plural of agitado. Agitador, obsolete form of agitator. Agitators, plural of agitator. Agitatrices, plural of agitatrix. Agitatrix, a woman who agitates, a female agitator. Agita, an asymmetric crescent that is a symbol of the Paralympic movement. Agitographia, very fast writing, normally with unintentional omission of words. Agitolalia, agitophagia. Agitophagia, a condition characterized by abnormally rapid speech in which words, sounds, or syllables are unconsciously omitted, slurred, or distorted. Agitos, plural of agito. Agitoxin, a peptide toxin in the venom of some scorpions. Agitoxins, plural of agitoxin. Agitpop, pop music of an agitational character. Agitprop, political propaganda disseminated through art, drama, literature, etc., especially communist propaganda, specifically, communism, historical such propaganda formerly disseminated by the Department for Agitation and Propaganda of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Agitprop, simple past and past participle of agitprop. Agitproper, one who creates or disseminates agitprop material. Agitpropers, plural of agitproper. Agitpropping, of or relating to the dissemination of political propaganda, especially communist propaganda, through art, drama, literature, etc. Agitprops, plural of agitprop. Agitpunkt, a headquarters for the creation and dissemination of agitprop. Agitpunkts, plural of agitpunkt. Ades, a surname from Maltese. Agesses, plural of agies. Avd, abbreviation of annular gap junction. Avd, plural of agj. Adol, initialism of acquired generalized lipodystrophy. And one of the chair writes the youngest, although Homer names another younger. A female given name from ancient Greek of mostly historical usage. Aglaean, of pertaining to or resembling Aglaea, the youngest of the three graces, whose name means beauty. Aglaja, 47 Aglaja, and main belt asteroid. Agladid, any gastropod in the family Aglagidae. Aglagids, plural of aglagid. Aglandular, not glandular. Aglanoma, any of the genus Aglanoma of tropical foliage plants. Aglanomas, plural of aglanoma. Glare, glaring either verb sense. Aglaim, glowing with subdued light. Agli, alternative spelling of agli. Agolpristone, a progesterone receptor antagonist. Adler, a surname. Avoris, plural of agler. Avat, alternative spelling of eaglet. Agleted, having aglets or eaglets. Aglets, plural of aglet. Avai, wrong, awry, askew, amiss, or distortedly. Aguaico, an Italian wine made with a black grape variety from Basilicata and Campania. Aglianicos, plural of aglianico. Ableta, a sauce made of garlic, vinegar, and breadcrumbs. A glimmer, glimmering, gleaming, or shining. Aguina, a barangay of Tapas, Capiz, Philippines. Blint, Blintain. Aguani, a village in Wetherell Parish, City of Carlisle District, Cumbria, England, OS Grid Ref NY 4456. Aguanis, plural of aglianbi. Aglaophobia, alternative form of algophobia. Adwipe, a barangay of Badak, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Adwipean, of or relating to the Philippine Independent Church. Aguipanism, the practices of the Philippine Independent Church. Aguipans, plural of aglipan. Aglisten, glistening. Aglitter, glittering. Agglomerate, misspelling of agglomerate. Agglomerated, simple past and past participle of agglomerate. Agglomerates, third person singular simple present indicative of agglomerate. Agglomerating, present participle and gerund of agglomerate. Agglomerative. Misspelling of agglomerative. Agglomerular, lacking glomeruli. Avo, a seal's breathing hole in the ice. Aglus, plural of aglue. Advosal, having no tongue. Amasa, the absence of a tongue. Avo, glowing, radiant. Avo, alternative form of a glue. Aglucan, alternative form of a glucone. Aglucone, the aglucone of a glucoside. Aglucones, plural of a glucone. Aglucans, plural of a glucan. Agluit, plural of a glue. Aglucar, a surname from Inuktitut. Aglucars, plural of aglucarp. Adbwahak, a surname from Inuktitut. Adbwahas, plural of aglakak. Adglupakan, a barangay of Tapas, Capiz, Philippines. Adwust, plural of aglu. Adglutation, inability to swallow. Igli, alternative spelling of agli. Iglycemia, the almost total absence of sugar in the blood. Iglycemias, plural of a glycemia. Iglycemic, relating to a glycemia. Aglycan, alternative spelling of a glycone. Aglycone, the non-sugar fragment of a glycoside. Aglycones, plural of a glycone. Aglyconic, describing part of a glycoside not related to the glycosidic link. Adglycans, plural of a glycan, alternative spelling of a glycone. Adglycosuria. Absence of sugar in the blood. Adglycosuric, having or relating to the condition of a glycosuria. Aglycosylated, not glycosylated. Adwef, any ablithus make. Adbwefes, whose teeth are not specialized, especially whose teeth lack grooves for venom. Adwes, plural of a glyph. Ediam, initialism of annual general meeting. Ava, the nasalized velar consonant found in such words as song or wink. Admatine, misspelling of agmatine. Admas, plural of agma. Agmatinase, any of a group of hydrolase enzymes that catalyze the reaction of agmatine and water into putrescine and urea. Agmatinases, plural of agmatinase. Agmatine, the amine 4-minibutyl-guanidine, which is a decarbosylation product of arginine and an intermediate in polyamine biosynthesis. Agmatite, a form of migmatite-containing xenoliths, typically of Brexia. Agmatites, plural of agmatite. Agmatide, relating to or composed of agmatite. Agmatoplidy, the fragmentation of one or more chromosomes, particularly all chromosomes, leading to an increased chromosome number but no additional genetic material. Advenol, pertaining to an army or a troop. Agunate, grouped together. Agminative, agunate. Abbreviation of aerosol generating medical procedure. Plural of agm. Adams, plural of AGM. Abat, abbreviation of agreement. Initialism of active galactic nucleus. Acno, a corn or sore on the toe or finger. Agonals, plural of agnal. Adne, an appellation over and above the given name and surname. Agnant, styled or called apart from given name and surname. Agnams, plural of agname. Admate, a relative whose relation is traced only through male members of the family. Agnates, plural of agnate. Agna, an agnathan. Agnatha, an agnathan. Agnathan, belonging or pertaining to the superclass Agnatha, the jawless vertebrates. Agathans, plural of agnathan. Agnathas, plural of agnatha. Agnatia, a birth defect in which the mandible is missing. Agnathe, jawless. Agnathe, synonym of agnathan. Agnathism, alternative form of agnathia. Agnathostom, any jawless fish of the superclass Agnatha. Agnathostomes, plural of agnathostom. Agnatus, jawless. Agnaths, plural of agnath. Agmatic, of the male bloodline, patrilineal. Agnatical, agnatic. Agnatically, in an agnatic manner, by means of agnation. Adnation, consanguinity by a line of males only, as distinguished from cognation. Agnations, plural of agnation. Agnatology, alternative form of agnatology. Admi, a surname. Agnan, Tacherian A. Agnol, a 13th century French gold coin. Agnols, plural of agnol. Aver, a surname. Adiers, plural of Agner. Admes, a female given name from ancient Greek. Admasian, of or relating to the congregation of Sisters of St. Agnes. Agmesian, synonym of witch of Agnesy. Agnesians, plural of Agnesian. Agnes, alternative form of Agnes. Adu. A surname. Admewin, of or relating to Spiro Agnew 1918-1996, American politician who served as the 39th Vice President of the United States from 1969 to 1973 under President Richard Nixon. Agus, plural of Agu. Agni, a Hindu and Vedic deity of fire. Agnihotra, a Vedic yajna ritual or sacrifice mentioned in the Atharvaveda and performed in Orthodox Hindu communities. Agnihotras, plural of Agnihotra. Agnihotri, a surname from Sanskrit common among Hindu Brahmins. Agnize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of Agnize. Agonized, simple past and past participle of agonize. Agonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of agonize. Agonizing, present participle and gerund of agonize. Admission, acknowledgement. Agonize, to recognize, to acknowledge. Agonized, simple past and past participle of agonize. Agonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of agonize. Agonizing, present participle and gerund of agonize. Adio, a municipality of Pangasinan, Philippines. Agmogene, a gene that expresses an agnoprotein. Agnogenes, plural of agnogene. Agnogenesis, the unknown cause of a disease. Agnogenic, of unknown etiology. Agnogenic myeloid metaplasia. Primary myelofibrosis. Agnogenic myeloid metaplasias, plural of agnogenic myeloid metaplasia. Agnoiology, the study of things of which cannot be known. Agnolti, misspelling of agnolotti. Agnolotti, a type of square or rectangular ravioli from Piedmont made from a small sheet of pasta folded up. Agnolottis, plural of agnolotti. Agnomen, an additional cognomen given as an honor to a Roman citizen. Agnomens, plural of agnomen. Agnomical, of or pertaining to the absence of set purpose or intention. Agnomina, plural of agnomen. Agnominal, of or pertaining to an agnomen. Agnominate, to name. Agnominative, simple past and past participle of agnominate. Agnominates, third person singular simple present indicative of agnominate. Agnominating, present participle and gerund of agnominate. Agnomination, a paronomasia or allusion of one word to another. Agnominations, plural of agnomination. Agnonem, a specialized phrase or a neologism not usually found in a speaker's spoken vocabulary. Agnonyms, plural of agnonym. Agnopti, a short agnoprotein. Agnoptides, plural of agnopti. Agnoprotein, any of a family of viral proteins that play indirect roles in the biological processes and activities of viruses. Agnoproteins, plural of agnoprotein. Agnoris, simultaneously ignorant and arrogant. Agnosis, plural of agnosis. Agnoyer, the inability to recognize objects by use of the senses. Agnosias, plural of agnosia. Agnose, exhibiting or relating to agnosia. Agnostics, plural of agnostic. Agnosis, plural of agnosy. Agnosis, epistemologically necessary lack of, indifference to, denial or shunning of knowledge, defective knowledge. Agnosopsia, synonym of blind sight. Agnostic, doubtful or uncertain about the existence or demonstrability of God or other deity. Agnostical, alternative form of agnostic. Agnostically, in an agnostic manner, not having or expressing a firm opinion on something. Agnosticism, the view that absolute truth or ultimate certainty is unattainable, especially regarding knowledge not based on experience or perceivable phenomena. Agnosticisms, plural of agnosticism. Agnosticize, to make agnostic. Agnosticized, simple past and past participle of agnosticize. Agnosticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of agnosticize. Agnosticizing, present participle and gerund of agnosticize. Agnostics, plural of agnostic. Agnostid, a trilobite of the order Agnostida. Agnostids, plural of agnostid. Agnostoi, any trilobite in the superfamily Agnostodia. Agnostoids, plural of agnostoi. Agnosy, a lack of spiritual understanding or insight, a lack of enlightenment. Agnotologic, of or pertaining to agnotology. Agnotological, relating to agnotology. Agnotologists, an expert in agnotology. Agnotologists, plural of agnotologists. Agnotology, the study of culturally induced ignorance or doubt, particularly the publication of inaccurate or misleading scientific data. Plural of AGN. Agnes, ellipsis of Agnus Dei. Agnus castus, a tree, Videx Agnus castus, formerly believed to preserve chastity. Agnus castuses, plural of Agnus castus. Agnus Dei, a liturgical chant recited as part of the Mass, beginning with those words or the music to which it is set. Agnus Deis, plural of Agnus Dei. Agnuses, plural of Agnes. Agnoside, an organic compound found in Videx Agnus castus, the ester of aucubin and p-hydroxybenzoic acid. Ag-NW, a silver nanowire. Ag-NW, plural of Ag-NW. Avel, initialism of Attorney General's office. Avel, before now, before the present time. Avel, abbreviation of African Growth and Opportunity Act. Avel, obsolete spelling of ago. Ava, an eager desire, eager astir. Agager, quick, look out, beware. Agode, in ancient Greek music, tempo or pace, rhythmical movement. Anagas, plural of agode. Adagol, goggling of a person or face staring with wide eyes, of eyes open wide to stare. Agogol, staring, having staring eyes. Amade, accentuating a note by extending it slightly beyond its normal time value. Anodix, plural of agogic. Edovo, an agogo bell, a bell used in Yoruba and Brazilian music and typically played in pairs. Agogo bell, a percussion instrument consisting of 2 or 3 small conical bells similar to a cowbell and typically played by striking them with a drumstick. Agogo bells, plural of agogo bell. Agogos, plural of agogo. Maui, a supposed small human-like biped reported from the forests of East Africa, said to have long rust-colored woolly hair and yellowish-red skin. Agagu is plural of Agagui. Although a barangay of Calag, Quezon, Philippines. Angolos, plural of Agoho. Aboing, pronunciation spelling of agoing. Agoing, present participle and gerund of go. Agouti, a Fon all-female military regiment of the Kingdom of Dahomey, extant from the 17th century until the late 19th century. Agalata, a municipality of Pontevedra, Galicia, Spain. Agumlatin, a melatonergic antidepressant. Agomir, any of a group of small, single-stranded synthetic RNA. Agomirs, plural of agomir. Agaviaces, looseness of the teeth. Agamvius, totalus. Agamphosis, looseness of the teeth. Avon, a struggle or contest, conflict, especially between the protagonist and antagonist in a literary work. Agonidal, lacking gonads. Agonadia, absence of the gonads. Agonidism, the absence of internal sexual organs in females. Agonal, of or pertaining to struggle, competition, or conflict, of or pertaining to an agon. Agonal respiration, shallow or labored breathing preceding death or similar breathing associated with cardiogenic shock or cardiac arrest. Agoncillo, a municipality of Batangas, Philippines. Avon, alternative form of ago. Agons, plural of agon. Agonescence, a halting of the growth of a colony of cells. Agonescent, of a cell undergoing agonescence. Agonating, a glucoside found in Agonia bark Plumeria lentifolia, used as an antiperiodic or a febrifuge in malaria. Amane, lacking an angle. Agonic line, a line on a chart or map joining points of zero magnetic declination. Agonic lines, plural of agonic line. Agonics, plural of agonic. Agdanid, any member of the family Agonidae. Agonids, plural of agonid. Abhemy, feeling or undergoing agony, agonized. Agonies, plural of agony. Agonious, agonizing. Agonize, alternative spelling of agonize. Agonized, experiencing agony. Agonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of agonize. Agonizing, causing agony, very painful. Agonizingly, alternative spelling of agonizingly. Agonizings, plural of agonizing. Agonism, competitive struggle, especially political. Agonisms, plural of agonism. Agoness, someone involved in a contest or battle as in an agon, protagonist. Agonistarch, one who trained persons to compete in public games and contests. Agonistarchs, plural of agonistarch. Agonists, a person engaged in a struggle. Agonistic, of or relating to contests that were originally participated in by the ancient Greeks, athletic. Agonistic monoclonal antibodies, plural of agonistic monoclonal antibody. Agonistic monoclonal antibody, a monoclonal antibody that aims to boost the human immune system either to fight infection or cancer. Agonistical, agonistic of or relating to contests that were originally participated in by the ancient ancient Greeks. Agonistically, in an agonistic manner. Agonistics, the range of activities associated with aggressive encounters between members of the same species, including threat, attack, appeasement, or retreat. Agonists, plural of agonists. Agonization, a process or action of agonizing. Agonizations, plural of agonization. Agonize, to writhe with agony, to suffer violent anguish. Agonized, alternative spelling of agonized. Agonizedly, in an agonized manner. Agonizer, one who agonizes. Agonizers, plural of agonizer. Agonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of agonize. Agonizer, third in an agonizing manner, in a way that causes agony. Agonizings, plural of agonizing. Agonathetai, plural of agonathetes. Agonathete, alternative form of agonathetes. Agonathetes, an officer who presided over the great public games in ancient Greece. Agonathetic, of or pertaining to an agonathetes. Athenes. Possessing or filled with agony. Agonoxonid, any mouth in the family Agonoxonidae, now considered a subfamily of the family Alacostidae. Agonoxamids, plural of agonoxonid. Agonoxonine, any moth of the subfamily Agonoxonidae. Agons, plural of agon. Abin, extreme pain. Adinyeth, a writer of an advice column in a newspaper or other periodical. Adinyati, synonym of agoniant. Agonianes, plural of agonianti. Adinyants, plural of agoniant. Adinyeti, synonym of agoniant. Agony box, idieto. Agony boxes, plural of agony box. Agony column, a column of a newspaper which contains advertisements relating to lost relatives and friends and other personal matters. Agony columns, plural of agony column. Agony uncle, a male agonyant. Agony uncles, plural of agony uncle. Agony pipe, a clarinet. Agony pipes, plural of agony pie. Avu, a municipality of La Union, Philippines. Ame, in earnest, heartily, in good earnest. Agopian, a surname from Armenian, a form of Haccabean. Agopians, plural of Agopian. Agora, a place for gathering. Aguri, plural of agora. Agora, alternative spelling of agora. Agorai, plural of agora. Agorenum, alternative form of agornomos. Agoranums, plural of agoranum. Agoranomoi, plural of agoranomos. Agoranomos, an elected overseer of the marketplace in the cities of ancient Greece and the Byzantine Empire. Agoraphilia, the love of public life, crowds, and activity. Agorapho, someone who suffers from agoraphobia. Agoraphobes, plural of agorapho. Agoraphobia, the fear of wide open spaces, crowds, or uncontrolled social conditions. Agoraphobia, one who fears open spaces, crowds, or uncontrolled social conditions. Agoraphobia, plural of agoraphobia. Agoraphobias, plural of agoraphobia. Agoraphobic, one who suffers from agoraphobia. Agoraphobics, plural of agoraphobic. Agaras, plural of agora. Agordat, a town in Gash-Barker region, Eritrea. Agorism, a revolutionary political philosophy that advocates the creation of a voluntarist society by means of counter-economics, i.e., black market. Agorisms, plural of agorism. Agorists, of, supporting, relating to, or advocating agorism. Agoristic, of or relating to agorism. Agoristically, in an agoristic manner. Agorists, plural of agorist. Agorat, plural of agora. Agora, plural of agora. Agaslav, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Adasta, a surname from Italian. Idastas, plural of agasta. Adaste, describing a structure in which a hydrogen atom is bonded to both a carbon or silicon atom and a metal atom in a 3-center, 2-electron interaction. Agostinelli, a surname from Italian. Agostinellis, plural of Agostinelli. Agostini, a surname from Italian. Agostinus, plural of Agostini. Aguara, Pasian cancivores, the crab-eating raccoon. Aguaras, plural of Aguara. Agora Hills, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Agatha, archaic form of agouti. Agautas, plural of agauta. Agatha, a rodent similar in appearance to a guinea pig but having longer legs, of the genus Dasyprocta. Agoutis, plural of agouti. Agoutis, plural of agouti. Agouti, alternative spelling of agouti. Ab, initialism of accelerated graphics port, a type of motherboard expansion slot. AGP smirk, synonym of smile. AGP smirks, plural of AGP smirk. Adpate, any of various peralkaline igneous rocks, typically nepheline syenite or faunolite. Adpates, plural of agpate. Adpatic, of or pertaining to agpate. Agbalali, a barangay of Tapaz, Capiz, Philippines. Av, plural of AGP. Aver, alternative form of agri or agro before a vowel. Adder, abbreviation of agriculture. Agra, a large city, district, and division of Uttar Pradesh, India. Agra Division, one of the administrative divisions of the Republic of India. Agrabad, the main commercial area of the city of Chittagong in Bangladesh. Agres, alternative form of a grace. Agres, simple past and past participle of agres. Agresing, present participle and gerund of agres. Agrave, a hook or fastener on clothing. Agrafes, plural of agrave. Abath, the conical stone located in the middle of a round arch. Adraf, a clasp consisting of a hook which fastens onto a ring. Agraphs, plural of agraph. Agraphs, plural of agraph. Abra, alternative form of agraph. Agramaphasia, a speech disorder in which a person is unable to produce a grammatical or intelligible sentence. Agrammatic, of, pertaining to, or afflicted by agrammatism. Agrammatic aphasia, synonym of Broca's aphasia. Agrammatical, not grammatical, ungrammatical. Agrammaticism, alternative form of agrammatism. Agrammaticisms, plural of agrammaticism. Agrammatism, the inability to form sentences by virtue of a brain disorder. Agrammatisms, plural of agrammatism. Agrammatist, one suffering from agrammatism. Agrammatists, plural of agrammatists. Agrammat, a surname from Spanish in turn from Galician. Agrammats, plural of agrammont. Aggrandize, misspelling of aggrandize. Agranular, not granular, lacking granules. Agranularity, the quality of being agranular. Agranulocyte, any of several kinds of white blood cell characterized by the absence of granules in the cytoplasm. Agranulocytes, plural of agranulocyte. Agranulocytic, relating to agranulocytes. Agranulocytoses, plural of agranulocytosis. Agranulocytosis, an acute condition involving a severe and dangerous leukopenia, particularly of neutrophils, causing a neutropenia in the circulating blood. Agranulosis, agranulocytosis. Agrapha, plural of agraphen. Agraphesthesia, the inability or difficulty recognizing a written number or letter traced on the skin, for example, of the hand, usually as a consequence of parietal damage. Agraphesthesia, plural of agraphesthesia. Abraphia, a loss of the ability to write usually resulting from a brain injury. Agradias, plural of agraphia. Agraph, affected with or pertaining to agraphia. Agoraphobia, fear of sexual abuse. Agraphen, any of the sayings of Jesus found in various ancient texts but not in the four Gospels. Agrarian, of or relating to the ownership, tenure, and cultivation of land. Agrarian parties, plural of agrarian party. Agrarian party, any of several political parties, mostly in Eastern Europe, that advocate agrarianism. Agrarian scissors, the disparity between the prices of agricultural and industrial products. Agrarianization, the process of moving a societal structure toward an agrarian mode. Agrarianize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of agrarianize. Agrarianism, a social and political philosophy that advocates an equitable distribution of land. Agrarianisms, plural of agrarianism. Agrarianization, the process of moving a societal structure toward an agrarian mode. Agrarianize, to imbue with the principles of agrarianism. Agrarianize, simple past and past participle of agrarianize. Agrarianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of agrarianize. Agrarianizing, present participle and gerund of agrarianize. Agrarianly, in an agrarian manner, agriculturally. Agrarianness, quality of being agrarian, Agrarians, plural of agrarian. Agravain, one of the knights of the Round Table in Arthurian legend. Agravain, alternative form of Agravain. Aggravic, of or pertaining to the condition of zero gravity. Aggravitropic, that does not exhibit gravitropism. Aggravitropism, the condition of being aggravitropic. Agral, a member of a Bunya community found throughout northern and central India. Agrala, alternative form of agral. Agralas, plural of agrala. Agrals, plural of agral. Agrawal, obsolete spelling of agreeable. Agreda, a surname from Spanish. Agredano, a surname from Spanish. Agredanos, plural of agredano. Agredas, plural of agreda. Agree, to be in harmony about an opinion, statement, or action, to have a consistent idea between two or more people. Agree to disagree, to accept each other's opinions and cease arguing, to peacefully acknowledge that an agreement will not be reached. Agree with, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See agree with. Agreeabilities, plural of agreeability. Agreeability, the property of being agreeable, pleasantness. Avail, able to agree, possible to be agreed. Agreeableness, the quality of being agreeable or pleasing, that quality which gives satisfaction or moderate pleasure to the mind or senses. Agreeableness is, plural of agreeableness. Avails, plural of agreeable. Avail, in an agreeable or pleasing manner. Agreeas, the sharing of a view or opinion, agreement. Agreed, simple past and past participle of agree. Agreed to disagree. Simple past and past participle of agree to disagree. Agreed with, simple past and past participle of agree with. Agreedst, second person singular simple past indicative of agree. Agree, third person singular simple present indicative of agree. Agree, pronunciation spelling of agreeing. Agree, present participle and gerund of agree. Agree to disagree. Present participle and gerund of agree to disagree. Agree with, present participle and gerund of agree with. Advertently, in a manner that agrees or corresponds in agreement. Agreeableness, the state or quality of agreeing. Agrees, plural of agreeing. Agreement, an understanding between entities to follow a specific course of conduct. Agreement as to succession, an agreement about which government's succession regulation applies when a party dies. Agreement conferring jurisdiction. Synonym of forum selection clause. Agreement in principle, a legally enforceable but incompletely specified agreement between parties that identifies the fundamental terms that are intended to be or are agreed upon. Agreement on the choice of court, synonym of forum selection clause. Agreements, plural of agreement. Agreements conferring jurisdiction, plural of agreement conferring jurisdiction. Agreements in principle, plural of agreement in principle. Agreements on the choice of court, plural of agreement on the choice of court. Agreer, a person who agrees. Agreers, plural of agreer. Agrees, third person singular simple present indicative of agree. Agrees to disagree. Third person singular simple present indicative of agree to disagree. Agree is with. Third person singular simple present indicative of agree with. Agrees. Second person singular simple present indicative of agree. Agreed. Third person singular simple present indicative of agree. Agrégé. In France, a civil servant who teaches as a professor. Agrégés, plural of agrégé. Agrelite, a mineral with the chemical formula Na2FSI4O. Agrelites, plural of agrelite. Agremens, alternative form of agreements. Agreements, agreeable qualities or circumstances. Agreement, obsolete form of agreement. Agreement, pleasant qualities, charms. Agreements, plural of agreement. Agreements, plural of agreement. Aggress, misspelling of aggress. Aggression, misspelling of aggression. Aggressive, misspelling of aggressive. Aggressiveness, misspelling of aggressiveness. Agresto, that grows wild in cultivated fields. Agresti, a surname from Italian. Agrestil, synonym of agrestic. Agrestion, synonym of agrestic rural. Rustic, agrestic, of or pertaining to the fields, rural, rustic, unpolished. Agrestical, obsolete form of agrestic. Agrestic, archaic spelling of agrestic. Agrestes, plural of agresti. Agritope, the part of a biomolecule that binds to the major histocompatibility complex molecule. Agritopes, plural of agritope. Abri, abbreviation of agriculture. Abri, denoting agriculture. Agribiotechnology, alternative form of agribiotechnology. Agribusiness, alternative form of agribusiness. Agribusinesses, plural of agribusiness. Agri-entertainment, diversification of farming to non-productive activities that entertain the public, such as children's petting areas. Agri-food, the business of producing food agriculturally as opposed to through hunting, fishing, gathering, and so on. Food so produced. Agri-foods, plural of agri-food. Agri-politics, the politics of agriculture both within it and around it, that is, both within the industry and regarding its relations with the rest of society, such as in its regulatory and statutory oversight. A surname. Agri. Any organism that lives mainly in an agricultural environment. Agrias, plural of agribiant. Agriotech, agricultural biotechnology, particularly the use of biotechnology for agricultural applications. Agribiotechnologies, plural of agribiotechnology. Agribiotechnology, the application of biotechnology to agriculture. Agribiz, agribusiness. Agribot, an agricultural robot. Agribots, plural of agribot. Agribas, former name of Ubia. Agribo, unpackaged agricultural commodities transported in large quantities, such as grains, oilseeds, sugar, and fertilizers, typically handled via bulk carriers, barges, or silos. Agribulks, plural of agribulk. Agribusiness, business especially big business connected to agriculture, either owning or operating large-scale farms or catering to those who do. Agribusinesses, plural of agribusiness. Agribusinessman, a businessman involved in agribusiness. Agribusinessman, plural of agribusinessmen. Agribusinessperson, a businessperson involved in agribusiness. Agribusinesswoman, a businesswoman involved in agribusiness. Agribusinesswomen, plural of agribusinesswoman. Agri, abbreviation of agriculture. Agric, abbreviation of agricultural. Agrichar, biochar produced by a slow pyrolysis process. Agrochemical, alternative form of agrochemical. Agrochemically, alternative form of agrochemically. Agrochemicals, plural of agrochemical. Agrochemists, alternative form of agrochemist. Agrochemists, plural of agrochemist. Agrichnio, relating to an Agrichnian. Agrichnian, a systematic burrow network designed to capture migrating megafauna or perhaps even to culture bacteria. Agricola, a cognomen used by several Roman politicians. Agricolate, a mineral with the chemical formula KuOCO. Agricolan, of or relating to the ancient Roman statesman Agricola. Agricolation, agriculture. Agricolis, a cultivator of the soil, an agriculturist. Agricolists, plural of agricolists. Agricolite, synonym of eulitite. Agricoles, dwelling in the fields, especially as an agricultural laborer. Agricorporation, a corporation involved in agribusiness. Agricorporations, plural of agricorporation. Agricultor, agriculturist, farmer. Agricultors, plural of agricultor. Agricultural, of or pertaining to agriculture. Agricultural ants, synonym of harvester ant. Agricultural ants, plural of agricultural ant. Agricultural biodiversities, plural of agricultural biodiversity. Agricultural biodiversity, a subset of biodiversity involving commercially grown crops. Agricultural biodiversity. Agricultural biodiversity, a subset of biodiversity involving commercially grown crops. Agricultural densities, plural of agricultural density. Agricultural density, the population density measured as the number of farmers per unit area of arable land. Agricultural extension, the application of scientific research and new knowledge to agricultural practices through farmer education. Agricultural extensions, plural of agricultural extension. Agricultural holder, an agriculturist who holds or owns a farm. Agricultural holders, plural of agricultural holder. Agricultural Holdings Act tenancies, plural of Agricultural Holdings Act tenancy. Agricultural Holdings Act tenancy, synonym of full agricultural tenancy. Agricultural lien, a statutory lien that protects the seller of farming equipment by giving the seller a lien on crops grown with the equipment. Agricultural liens, plural of agricultural lien. Agricultural pipe, a perforated, flexible pipe used for subsoil drainage. Agricultural revolution, any of several revolutionary changes that have occurred in the agricultural practices of societies throughout history. Agricultural revolutions, plural of agricultural revolution. Agricultural shot, a swing across the line of the ball resembling a scything motion played without much technique, often resulting in a chunk of the pitch being dug up by the bat. Agricultural shots, plural of agricultural shot. Agricultural surplus, an agricultural production that exceeds the needs of the society for which it is being produced and may be exported or stored for future times. Agricultural surpluses, plural of agricultural surplus. Agriculturalize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of agriculturalize. Agriculturalism, a school of Chinese philosophy prevalent during the spring and autumn and warring states periods 770 to 221 BC that advocated for peasant utopian communalism and egalitarianism. Agriculturalists. A farmer, one involved with agrarian business. Agriculturalists, plural of agriculturalists. Agriculturalization, the process of agriculturalizing. Agriculturalize, to make agricultural. Agriculturalize, simple past and past participle of agriculturalize. Agriculturalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of agriculturalize. Agriculturalizing, present participle and gerund of agriculturalize. Agriculturally, in a manner pertaining to agriculture. Agriculturals, plural of agricultural. Agriculture, the art or science of cultivating the ground, including the harvesting of crops and the rearing and management of livestock. Agriculture minister, a cabinet minister or government official responsible for overseeing agriculture within a country. Agriculture ministers, plural of agriculture minister. Agriculturer, agriculturists. Agriculturers, plural of agriculturer. Agricultures, plural of agriculture. Agriculturize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of agriculturize. Agriculturism, the practice of agriculture. Agriculturist, one who practices agriculture, a farmer, a gardener. Agriculturists, plural of agriculturists. Agriculturize, to convert land for agricultural use. Agridollar, money earned from agriculture. Agridollars, plural of agridollar. Agri-food, alternative form of agri-food. Agri-foods, plural of agri-food. Agri-foodstuff, any foodstuff produced agriculturally. Agri-foodstuffs, plural of agri-foodstuff. Agri-forests, a forest of commercial timber. Agri-forests, plural of agri-forest. Agrigentine, of, from, or relating to the city or province of Agrigento, Sicily, Italy. Agrigento, a province of Sicily, Italy. Agriglyph, a crop circle. Agriglyphs, plural of agriglyph. Agriu, a type of planned community that integrates agriculture into a residential neighborhood. The purpose is to facilitate food production and to provide green space, recreation, aesthetics, and value for a community. Agrihoods, plural of agrihood. Agri-horticultural, alternative form of agro-horticultural. Agri-horticulture, alternative form of agro-horticulture. Agri-horticultural, relating to agri-horticulture. Agri-horticulture, agriculture, horticulture, and silviculture. Agrij, a village and commune of Salaj County, Romania. Agrili, any beetle of the subfamily Agrilini. Agrilinoid, any beetle of the subfamily Agrilini. Agrilinoids, plural of agrilinoid. Agrillo, a surname from Italian. Agrillos, plural of agrillo. Agriloid, any beetle of the genus Agriloids. Name from Italian. Agrillos, plural of agrillo. Agriloid, any beetle of the genus Agriloids. Agriloids, plural of agriloid. Agrimation, agricultural automation robot farming. Agrimensor, a land surveyor in ancient Rome. Agrimensors, plural of agrimensor. Agrimetric, relating to agrimetrics. Agrimetrics, the measurement of fields or agricultural data. Agrimi, a type of goat with long horns that curl back, native to Crete. Subspecies Capra hircus cretica, sometimes Capra aegagrus cretica et al. Agrimes, plural of agrimi. Agrimones, plural of agrimony. Agrimonia, a particular elegitinin. Agrimony, any of several perennial herbaceous plants of the genus Agrimonia that have spikes of yellow flowers. Agrimotor, a tractor farm vehicle. Agrimotors, plural of agrimotor. Agrin, grinning, having happiness or satisfaction apparent on one's face. Agrindustries, plural of agrindustry. Agrindustry, alternative form of agroindustry. Agrinirise, a mineral often found in the oxidation zone of uranium deposits. Aridio, a city in Greece located in the Italia-Canina prefecture. Agrinian, alternative form of agrinio. Agrins, plural of agrin. Agalameci, any member of the family Agalameci. Agalamecids, plural of Agalameci. Agriological, relating to agriology. Agriologist, one involved in agriology. Agriologists, plural of agriologist. Agriology, the comparative study of primitive, illiterate, or savage cultures. Agrian, any of several damselflies of the genus Calopteryx sin. Agrian, agrians, plural of agrian. Agriphase, a species that has invaded native vegetation and can survive there without human intervention. Agriphites, plural of agriophites. Agrios, a surname. Agrius, synonym of sour cherry. Agriets, plural of agriet. Agrihe, an ancestral wild form of a domestic animal or plant. Agriates, plural of agriate. Agriplastic, plastic for use in agriculture. The agriplastic, plastic for use in agriculture. The agricultural capacity of a nation, etc. in terms of producing useful crops. Agritha, a Latin cognomen, borne by important figures of the classical era such as Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa and several kings of Judea mentioned in the Bible. Agrippus Trilema, synonym of Munchausen trilema. Agrippina, the mother of Caligula, the mother of Nero. Agrippinian, of or relating to Agrippina. Agripreneur, an agricultural entrepreneur. Agripreneurial, relating to agripreneurship. Agripreneurs, plural of agripreneur. Agripreneurship, the state of being an agripreneur. Agriproduct, any product of agriculture. Agriproducts, plural of agriproduct. Agres, a village in Iara, Cluj County, Romania. Agriscience, agricultural science. Agrisciences, plural of agriscience. Agriscientific, relating to agriscience. Agriscientists, one who studies agriscience. Agriscientists, plural of agriscientists. Agrise, to shudder with horror, to tremble, to be terrified. Agrise, simple past and past participle of agrise. Agrise, simple past and past participle of agrise. Agrises, third person singular simple present indicative of agrise. Agrisilvicultural, alternative form of agrisilvicultural. Agrisilviculture, alternative form of agrisilviculture. Agrising, present participle and gerund of agrise. Agrisystem, an agricultural system. Agrisystems, plural of agrisystem. Agritainment, the promotion of farms as places to visit for entertainment, for example tractor rides, corn mazes. Agritech, alternative form of agrotech. Agritechnical, alternative form of agrotechnical. Agritechnological, alternative form of agrotechnological. Agritechnologies, plural of agritechnology. Agritechnology, alternative form of agrotechnology. Agredo, a Mexican shrub of species Berberis trifolia. Agritourism, a form of tourism in which tourists stay in farms or agricultural villages, either to experience farm life or as a base for exploring the countryside. Agritourist, a tourist who takes part in agritourism. Agritouristic, of or relating to the agritourism. Agritourists, plural of agritourist. Agriturismo, a place of agritourism accommodation, a farm that offers tourists lodging as one of its lines of business. Agriturismos, plural of agriturismo. Agrivoltaic, using the same area of land for agriculture and the production of typically solar electricity. Agrivoltaics, the use of land for both agriculture and electricity generation. Agrise, alternative form of agrise. Agrised, simple past and past participle of agrise. Agrises, third person singular simple present indicative of agrise. Agrising, present participle and gerund of agrise. Agrizophobia, fear of wild animals. Avel, abbreviation of agricultural. Agro, a surname from Italian. Agro, agriculture. Agroeconomic, alternative form of agroeconomic. Agroeconomical, alternative form of agroeconomical. Agroeconomically, alternative form of agroeconomically. Agroeconomics, alternative form of agroeconomics. Agroeconomy, alternative form of agroeconomy. Agroenvironmental, relating to the agricultural environment or to the effects of agriculture on the natural environment. Agroindustrial, alternative form of agroindustrial. Agroindustrialization, alternative form of agroindustrialization. Agroindustrialize, alternative form of agroindustrialize. Agroindustrialization, alternative form of agroindustrialization. Agroindustrialize, alternative form of agroindustrialize. Agrotransformation, alternative spelling of agrotransformation. Agro-wastes, alternative form of agro-waste. Agro-wastes, plural of agro-waste. Agroalimentary, relating to agriculture and food. Groning. Agrobacteria. Plural of agrobacterium. Agrobacterial. Relating to agrobacteria. Agrobacterium. A soil bacterium of the genus Agrobacterium which can fix nitrogen and causes the formation of crown galls in plants. Agrobiodiverse. Agriculturally biodiverse. Agrobiodiversity. Biodiversity in agriculture. Agrobiologic. Of or pertaining to agrobiology. Agrobiological. Of or pertaining to agrobiology. Agrobiologically. In an agrobiological sense. Agrobiologist. One who studies bacteria and other organisms in soil for the purpose of growing crops or feeding animals. Agrobiologists. Plural of agrobiologists. Agrobiology. The science of plant life and nutrition. Agrobio. An agricultural biome. Agrobiomes. Plural of agrobiome. Agrobiote. Any organism that lives only in an agricultural environment. Agrobiotes. Plural of agrobiont. Agrobiotechnological. Relating to agrobiotechnology. Agrobiotechnologies. Plural of agrobiotech. Technology. Agrobiotechnology. The application of biotechnology to agriculture. Agribusiness. Synonym of agribusiness. Agribusinesses. Plural of agribusiness. Agribusinessmen. Alternative form of agribusinessmen. Agribusinessmen. Plural of agribusinessmen. Agrosnosis. Plural of agrosnosis. Agrosnosis. Synonym of agrocosystem. Agrochemical. A chemical compound, such as a hormone, fungicide, or insecticide, that improves the production of crops. Agrochemically. In terms of agrochemistry. Agrochemicals. Plural of agrochemical. Agrochemist. A chemist who works in the field of agrochemistry. Agrochemistry. The branch of chemistry related to agriculture. Agrochemists. Plural of agrochemists. Agrocin. Epivicula. Bacteria in participate bacteria species agotium videobacter. Agrocinopine. Any of a class of opines that are sugar phosphodisters. Agrocinopines. Plural of agrocinopine. Agrosities. Plural of agrosity. Agrosity. A city designed around the practice of agriculture. Agroclavine. An ergot alkaloid 6AR10AR799 466A7810A hexahydroindylo43FG quinoline. Agroclimate. The climate as it relates to agriculture. Agroclimates. Plural of agroclimate. Agroclimatic. Relating to the connection between agriculture and climate. Agroclimatically. In an agroclimatic manner. Agroclimatological. Relating to agroclimatology. Agroclimatologically. In terms of agroclimatology. Agroclimatologist. One who studies agroclimatology. Agroclimatologists. Plural of agroclimatologists. Agroclimatology. The study of agroclimate. Agroclone. A viral clone used in agroinoculation. Agroclones. Plural of agroclone. Agroconosis. Alternative form of agrosnosis. Agrodiversity. Agricultural diversity, the many ways of farming and land management. Agrodolce, an Italian sweet and sour sauce. Agroecologic, alternative form of agroecological. Agroecological, of or pertaining to agroecology. Agroecologically, in terms of agroecology. Agroecologies, plural of agroecology. Agroecologist, one who studies agroecology. Agroecologists, plural of agroecologists. Agroecology, the agricultural ecology. Agroeconomic, of or relating to the economics of agriculture. Agroeconomical, agroeconomic. Agroeconomically, in an agroeconomic manner. Agroeconomics, the economics of agriculture. Agroeconomies, plural of agroeconomy. Agroeconomy, the agricultural economy of a region or country. Agroecosystem, a conceptual model of an agricultural system, crop, farm, or whole economy, relating its functions to its inputs and outputs. Agroecosystemic, relating to an agroecosystem. Agroecosystems, plural of agroecosystem. Agroenergy, energy derived from agricultural activity, typically from the combustion of biomass. Agroenvironment, an agricultural environment. Agroenvironments, plural of agroenvironment. Agroexpress, to express a gene by means of agroinfiltration. Agroexpress, simple past and past participle of agroexpress. Agroexpresses, third person singular simple present indicative of agroexpress. Agroexpressing, present participle and gerund of agroexpress. Agroexpression, expression of a gene by means of agroinfiltration. Agroexpressions, plural of agroexpression. Agroextraction, the extraction of a useful product from an existing agricultural material. Agroextractive, relating to the extraction of a useful product from an existing agricultural material. Agroextractivist, a person or company involved in agroextraction. Agroextractivists, plural of agroextractivist. Agrofisheries, plural of agrofishery. Agrofishery, agriculture and fishery. Agrofood, alternative form of agri-food. Agri-foods, plural of agri-food. Agroforest, a forest used for agroforestry, combination of forest and agriculture. Agroforested, covered in agroforest. Agroforester, one who takes part in agroforestry. Agroforesters, plural of agroforester. Agroforestries, plural of agroforestry. Agroforestry, an agricultural approach of using the interactive benefits from combining trees and shrubs with crops and slash or livestock. Agroforests, plural of agroforest. Agrofuel, any biofuel produced by agricultural means. Agrofuels, plural of agrofuel. Agrofungicide, any substance used to kill fungus in plants. Agrogeological, relating to agrogeology. Agrogeologically, in terms of agrogeology. Agrogeologists, one who studies agrogeology. Agrogeologists, plural of agrogeologists. Agrogeology, the geological study of agriminerals. Agrigori, an administrative unit in the USSR composed of an amalgamation of collective farms. Agrigorda, a rural-type settlement in Balashikha Urban Okrug, Moscow Oblast, Central Federal District, Russia. Agrigorids, plural of agrigori. Agrigrassland, grassland that is used for agriculture. Agrigrasslands, plural of agrigrassland. Agrohabitat, an agricultural habitat. Agrohabitats, plural of agrohabitat. Agro-horticultural, relating to agro-horticulture. Agro-horticulture, agriculture and horticulture. Agrohydrological, relating to agriculture and hydrology. Agrohydrology, study of water use in agricultural systems. Agroindustrial, relating to both agriculture and industry, or to agricultural industry, or to industrial agriculture. Agroindustrialization, alternative form of agroindustrialization. Agroindustrialize, alternative form of agroindustrialize. Agroindustrialization, industrialized production of livestock, poultry, fish, and crops. Agroindustrialize, to industrialize the production of livestock, poultry, fish, and crops. Agroindustrially, in terms of agroindustry. Agroindustries, plural of agroindustry. Agroindustry, the agricultural activity of area view as an industrial sector of the economy. Agroinfected, infected by agrobacterium. Agroinfection, viral infection via an agrobacterium. Agroinfections, plural of agroinfection. Agroinfectious, relating to agroinfection. Agroinfiltrate, to undergo agroinfiltration. Agroinfiltrated, produced via agroinfiltration. Agroinfiltrates, third person singular simple present indicative of agroinfiltrate. Agroinfiltrating, present participle and gerund of agroinfiltrate. Agroinfiltration, the introduction of a suspension of agrobacterium into a plant in order to add a specific gene. Agroinfiltrations, plural of agroinfiltration. Agroinject, to inject a virus or bacterium directly into an agricultural plant. Agroinjected, simple past and past participle of agroinject. Agroinjecting, present participle and gerund of agroinject. Agroinjection, the process or the result of agroinjecting. Agroinjects, third person singular simple present indicative of agroinject. Agroinoculate, to cause to undergo agroinoculation. Agroinoculated, inoculated by agroinoculation. Agroinoculates, third person singular simple present indicative of agroinoculate. Agroinoculating, present participle and gerund of agroinoculate. Agroinoculation, the inoculation of agricultural plants. Agralistic, biolistic using agrobacteria. Agrologic, relating to agrology. Agrological, relating to agrology. Agrologically, in terms of agrology. Agrologists, one who studies or carries out agrology. Agrologists, plural of agrologists. Agrology, a subdiscipline of agronomy, the science of utilizing animals, plants, and soils, and of soil science which addresses the influence of edaphic soil-related conditions on crop production for optimizing it. Agromania, an intense interest in agriculture. Agrometeorological, relating to agrometeorology. Agrometeorologically, in terms of agrometeorology. Agrometeorologist, one who studies agrometeorology. Agrometeorologists, plural of agrometeorologists. Agrometeorology, the branch of meteorology that studies the effect of weather and climate on agriculture. Agrimineral, any mineral that has an agricultural use, either as a nutrient or a fertilizer. Agriminerals, plural of agrimineral. Agrimorphological, relating to the morphology of agricultural plants and animals. Agrimorphology, the morphology of agricultural plants. Agrimizid, any member of the family Agrimizidae. Agrimizids, plural of agrimizid. Agra, an Illyrian king. Agronanofungicide, an agricultural nanofungicide. Agronanofungicides, plural of agronanofungicide. Agronom, an agronomist. Agronoms, plural of agronom. Agronomio, synonym of agronomic. Agronomic, of or pertaining to agronomy. Agronomical, agronomic. Agronomically, with reference to agronomics. Agronomics, the science of soil management and the production of field crops. Agronomies, plural of agronomy. Agronomist, a scientist whose specialty is agronomy. Agronomists, plural of agronomists. Agronomatica, a commune and village in Ungeni. Rayon, Moldova. Agronomy, the science of utilizing plants, animals, and soils for food, fuel, feed, and fiber, and more. To do this effectively and sustainably, agronomy encompasses work in the areas of plant genetics, plant physiology, meteorology, animal sciences, and soil science. Agropark, a business area with a concentration of agriculture-related services such as storage and logistics, an agribusiness complex. Agroparks, plural of agropark. Agropastoral, based upon agriculture and the rearing of sheep. Agropastoralism, the form of farming that combines agricultural growing crops and pastoralism rearing livestock. Agropastoralists, a member of a people living by a mixture of agriculture and livestock herding. Agropastoralists, plural of agropastoralists. Agropatch, a patch of agrobacterium used in agroinfiltration. Agropatches, plural of agropatch. Agro, in the act of growing. Agropecuary, a combination of agriculture and livestock raising as practiced in Brazil. Agropelter, a mythical monster of the United States, said to inhabit hollow tree trunks and hurl wooden splinters and branches at passers-by. Agropelters, plural of agropelter. Agropesticide, an agricultural rather than horticultural pesticide. Agropesticides, plural of agropesticide. Agrophage, a bacteriophage used to control agricultural pests. Agrophages, plural of agrophage. Agraphe, not paired with a vein on the opposite side of the lateral vein. Agraphex, plural of agraphic. Agrophotovoltaic, relating to agrophotovoltaics. Agrophotovoltaics, the use of land for farming and photovoltaic energy production at the same time. Agrophysical, relating to agrophysics. Agrophysicist, one who studies agrophysics. Agrophysicists, plural of agrophysicists. Agrophysics, biophysics as it relates to agriculture. Agrophyte, any plant used as an agricultural crop. Agrophytes, plural of agrophyte. Agropie, an unusual amino acid opine found in some crown gall tumors. Agropolis, synonym of agrosity. Agropolysis, plural of agropolis. Agropolitan, relating to an agrosity. Agropolitical, relating to agropolitics. Agropolitics, politics relating to agriculture. Agropollutant, an agricultural pollutant. Agropollutants, plural of agropollutant. Agropollution, pollution that results from agricultural practices. Agropractical, relating to agricultural practice. Agropreneur, alternative form of agripreneur. Agropreneurial, alternative form of agripreneurial. Agropreneurs, plural of agropreneur. Agropreneurship, alternative form of agripreneurship. Agroprocessing, the processing of agricultural products. Agroprocessor, a company that processes agricultural produce. Agroprocessors, plural of agroprocessor. Agroproduct, alternative form of agroproduct. Agroproduction, agricultural production. Agroproducts, plural of agroproduct. Agroresidue, a residue in the environment of an chemical. Agroresidues, plural of agrorsidue. Agros, plural of agro. Agroscape, an agricultural landscape. Agroscapes, plural of agroscape. Agroscience, alternative form of agroscience. Agrosciences, plural of agroscience. Agroscientific, alternative form of agroscientific. Agroscientists, alternative form of agroscientist. Agroscientists, plural of agroscientists. Agrosilvicultural, relating to agrisilviculture. Agrosilviculture, synonym of agroforestry. Agrosilvofisheries, plural of agrosilvofishery. Agrosilvofishery, a combination of agriculture and silvofishery. Agrosilvopastoral, relating to agriculture that features crops, forestry, and the pasturage of animals. Agrospraying, the spraying of agricultural crops. Agrostes, any grass of the genus Agrostes of Bentgrasses. Agrostizes, plural of agrostes. Agrostographer, one who studies agrostography. Agrostographers, plural of agrostographer. Agrostography, the scientific description of grasses. Agrostologic, alternative form of agrostological. Agrostological, of or pertaining to agrostology. Agrostologists, one who studies agrostology. Agrostologists, plural of agrostologists. Agrostology, the scientific study of grasses. Agrosuitability, suitability of land for growing a particular crop. Agrosupplies, plural of agrosupply. Agrosupply, the provision or distribution of agricultural inputs and resources, such as seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, and farming equipment. element essential for agricultural production. Agrisystem, an agricultural ecosystem. Agrisystemic, relating to an agrisystem. Agrisystems, plural of agrisystem. Agrotech, agrotechnology. Agrotechnical, of or relating to agrotechnology. Agrotechnically, in a manner pertaining to agrotechnology, in an agrotechnical sense or manner. Agrotechnician, an agrotechnology worker. Agrotechnicians, plural of agrotechnician. Agrotechnique, an agricultural technique. Agrotechniques, plural of agrotechnique. Agrotechnological, of or relating to agrotechnology. Agrotechnologies, plural of agrotechnology. Agrotechnology, the application of modern technology to agriculture. Agrotechny, the science and technology of agriculture. Agroterror, synonym of agroterrorism. Agroterrorism, any act of terrorism designed to damage the agriculture of a state, especially by destroying crops or introducing pests or diseases. Agroterrorist, a terrorist who employs agroterrorism. Agroterrorists, plural of agroterrorists. Agrotourism, alternative form of agrotourism. Agrotourist, one who participates in agrotourism. Agrotourists, plural of agrotourist. Agrotown, synonym of agrosity. Agrotowns, plural of agrotown. Agrotoxic, describing any toxic agrochemical, typically a pesticide. Agrotransformant, a genetically modified plant produced by agrotransformation. Agrotransformants, plural of agrotransformant. Agrotransformation, agrobacteria-mediated transformation usually performed on plants to introduce new genes. Agrotype, a type of soil used for agriculture. Agrotypes, plural of agrotype. Aground, resting on the bottom. Agroupment, alternative form of agroupment. Agroupments, plural of agroupment. Agroet, an end-to-end supply store for farmers, dealing in seed, fertilizer, animal feed, veterinary supplies, etc. Agroveterinary, agricultural and veterinary. Agravets, plural of agravet. Agrowaste, agricultural waste. Agrozootechnical, relating to the science and technology associated with agriculture and animal husbandry. Agraphilic, misspelling of argyrophilic. Agrypnia, persistent loss of sleep, insomnia, sleeplessness. Agridnacoma, a wakeful yet apathetic, lethargic, or partly comatose state. Aghypnotic, preventing sleep, causing wakefulness, insomniac. Agrypnotics, plural of agrypnotic. Agri, a province in eastern Turkey. Initialism of Aicardi-Goutieres syndrome. Plural of AG. Plural of ag. Adith, abbreviation of Angus region of Scotland. Absum, the plant Lygodium circinatum, a large fern. Adthum, abbreviation of anti-G straining maneuver. Adthum, plural of axum. Plural of ADS. Adsunet, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Alternative form of Ita. Agtangao, a barangay of Banged, Abra, Philippines. Actes, plural of ACTA. AHU, abbreviation of American Geophysical Union, International Organization of Geoscientists. Aguacaliente, a town in Chalatenango Department, El Salvador. Agua de Jamaica, a beverage made from the roselle plant sepals, usually an infusion or a soda. Agua de Jamaicas, plural of Agua de Jamaica. Agua Dulce, a census-designated place in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Agua Fresca, a tisane beverage especially made from horchata, hibiscus, or tropical fruits, which is served from large glass barrels. Agua Frescas, plural of Agua Fresca. Agua Grande, an administrative district of Sao Tome and Principe. Aguacate, avocado. Aguacates, plural of aguacate. Aguacil, a Mexican dish of shrimp submerged in liquid seasoned with chili peppers, lime juice, etc. Aguada, a barangay of Catangan, Masbate, Philippines. Aguadilla, a city and municipality in Puerto Rico. Aguado, a surname from Spanish. Aguadilla, 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 Aguado, a surname from Spanish. Aguados, plural of aguado. Aguage, the edible fruit of the mortgage palm. Aguages, plural of aguage. Agual, the sap of the Mexican maguey plant. Aguana, a census-designated place in Riverside County, California, United States. Aguardiente, a kind of brandy made in Spain and Portugal. Aguardientes, plural of aguardiente. Añuruna, a Jivaron language spoken in Peru. Aguas frescas, plural of agua fresca. Aguascalientes, a state of Mexico. Aguavena, the fish Diplectrum radiale. Aguavenes, plural of aguavena. Agueo, a surname from Spanish. Agueos, plural of agueo. Agudilo, a surname. Agudilos, plural of agudilo. Agudization, exacerbation, worsening. Agudon, a surname. Ague, an acute fever. A simple past and past participle of ague. Aida, a female given name from Spanish. Ague-like, resembling or characteristic of an ague. Egg-proof, assistant to the ague. Agro, a surname from Spanish. Agros, plural of agro. Agri, accustomed to war. Agus, third person singular simple present indicative of ague. Aguide, the common boneset eupatorium perfoliatum. Aguides, plural of aguide. Agvi, in the state of having a high fever accompanied by shaking or shivering. Aguirre, a surname.
'Tis the season. Every dollar you give is double with Kelowna Gospel Mission's Christmas Match campaign. Christmas Match campaign. Going twice as far for our neighbors in need.
Our outreach team goes out 7 days a week, 3 times a day. Apart from the meal delivery service that we do, we also support the community by providing wellness materials, hygiene products,
Hope starts for me with healthy meals and people coming together. And when people share meals together, they share memories, good times that they've had in the
Aguilar, a surname from Spanish. Aguilares, a city in San Salvador Department, El Salvador. Aguilarite, an orthorhombic sulfosalt mineral found in Mexico. Aguilars, plural of aguilar. Aguilas, plural of aguila. Aguilera, a surname. Aguileras, plural of aguilera. Agoa, an obelisk or spire. Aguilar, a surname. Aguilard, a surname. Aguilards, plural of aguilard. Aguilars, plural of aguilar. Aguilas, plural of aguila. Aguilin, a surname. Aguilins, plural of aguilin. Aguilas, a surname from Spanish. Aguiluzes, plural of aguilas. Aguinaga, a surname. Aguinagas, plural of Aguinaga. Aguinaldo, a municipality of Ifugao, Philippines. Aguinaldos, plural of Aguinaldo. Aguing, present participle and gerund of ague. Aguinega, a surname from Spanish. Aguinegas, plural of Aguinega. Agura, a surname from Spanish in turn from Basque of Basque origin. Agais, to dress. Turai. Agized, simple past and past participle of agise. Agizes, third person singular simple present indicative of agise. Aguish, characteristic of ague. Aguishly, in an aguish manner, as though suffering from ague. Aguishness, the state or quality of being aguish. Agizing, present participle and gerund of agise. Aguatitin, a barangay of Calbayog. Samar, Philippines. Ado, a language primarily spoken by the Agkul people in Russian Dagestan and in Azerbaijan. Aguli, a language primarily spoken by the Agkul people in Russian Dagestan and in Azerbaijan. Aguna, alternative form of Agana. Agana, a Jewish woman who is trapped in a marriage from which she cannot escape, either because her husband has disappeared or because he will not grant her a get. Aganas, plural of Agana. Agonas, plural of Aguna. Agnandes, a surname from Spanish. Aganezes, plural of Agundes. Agar, a gong used in the Philippines and Indonesia. Agans, plural of Agan. Aganat, plural of Aguna. Aganat, plural of Aguna. Aguan, a surname from Spanish. Aguans, plural of Aguan. Agurin, Acetaminophen. Avas, a barangay of Lapu-Lapu City, Cebu, Philippines. Agusan, a former province of the Philippines. Agusan del Norte, a province of Caraga, Mindanao, Philippines. Capital, Cavite-Baran. Largest city, Butuan. Agusan del Sur, a province of Caraga, Mindanao, Philippines. Capital, Prosperidad. Largest city, Bayugan. Agusan Pequeño, a barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Adush, in a gushing manner, gushingly. Adyuso, a barangay of Tarlac City, Tarlac, Philippines. Advas, the tree Sesbania grandiflora. Advas, Obsolete spelling of August. Augustin, a surname from Spanish. Augustus, a male given name from Latin. Agutac, alternative spelling of Acutac. Agutac, alternative spelling of Acutac. Agutea, a municipality of Palawan, Philippines. Agutean, a barangay of Balabac, Palawan, Philippines. Agudi, archaic form of agadi. Agudis, plural of agudi. Av, initialism of automated guided vehicle. Av, plural of AGV. Av, initialism of anthropogenic global warming. Agrobomb, a cocktail made with energy drink and agua de Bolivia herbal liqueur. Aguabombs, plural of agua bomb. Agua, a chief of the Adiat and Aju people of Central Nigeria. Aguams, plural of aguam. Adatwas, a period of concealment or exile of the Pandavas. Ataman, a surname from Akan. Atame, a surname from Akan. Atamangs, plural of Ajamang. Adamans, plural of Ajaman. Ada, no. Agenary, the absence of female organs, such as on double flowers which have petals but no pistils. Adenas, without female organs, male. Aguria, the smooth appearance of the brain in cases of lissencephaly. Agerias, plural of ageria. Agerophobia, fear of crossing the street. Agerotropy, a broken cylindrical symmetry in the movement of electromagnetic radiation required for collisionless magnetic reconnection, a loss of gyrotropy. Ade, any member of the family Agitidae. Ades, plural of agite. A, prefix for attack helicopter, helicopter gunship designations. Ad, initialism of ampere-hour unit of charge. An admonition to slow down. Not so fast, hold your horses. Abed, a young Chinese man in Singapore associated with a stereotype of having little education or sophistication and operating within secret societies and street gangs. Abe, alternative form of Abang. Abangs, plural of Abang. Achi, a surname from Chinese. Achis, plural of Achi. Achak, uncle father's younger brother. Angwa, alternative spelling of Aqua. Aguas, plural of agua. Ahue, a young Chinese woman in Southeast Asia, particularly Singapore and Malaysia, associated with a stereotype of having little education or sophistication and operating within secret societies and street gangs. Abhar, grandfather. Akua, an effeminate man, a male cross-dresser. Acuus, plural of Akua. Aqua, alternative spelling of Aqua. Aquas, plural of Aqua. Alayan, a young Chinese woman in Singapore associated with a stereotype of having little education or sophistication and operating within secret societies and street gangs. Alliance, plural of Alayan. Alar, one shark. Alongs, plural of along. Ami, an expression of lamentation, alas. Alimem, paternal aunt, wife of father's elder brother. Ane, an Indian man, especially a migrant worker. Anes, plural of ane. Abek, paternal uncle, father's elder brother. Apuch, the personification of death. Anes, plural of ane. Abek, paternal uncle, father's elder brother. Personification of death in Maya mythology. Athiui, fatty, a fat person. Aqua, alternative spelling of aqua. Aquas, plural of aqua. Aseg, synonym of abang. Ashucks, alternative form of ashucks. Aso, stereotypical utterance of wise understanding by a Japanese or Chinese person. Aso, sister-in-law, elder brother's wife. Asos, plural of aso. Ion, a mainland Chinese person. A well, synonym of a well. A bup, alternative form of bup, bop. Atu, uncommon spelling of a chew. Alternative spelling of aha. Aha moment. Alternative spelling of aha moment. Aha moments. Plural of aha moment. Ah moments. Alternative spelling of aha moment. Ah moments. Plural of aha moments. Ane. Alternative form of ane. Anes. Plural of ane. Initialism of alpha hydroxy acid. An exclamation of understanding, realization, invention, or recognition. Aha effect, synonym of eureka effect. Aha effects, plural of aha effect. Aha moment, the moment or instant at which the solution to a problem or some other significant realization becomes clear. Aha moments, plural of aha moment. Ah moments, alternative form of aha moment. Ah moments, plural of aha moments. Abaudina, a Hawaiian feast or luau. Aha-inas, plural of aha-ina. Ev, a king of Israel mentioned in the Bible. Habian, tyrannically monomania. Adi, plural of hadith. Ad, plural of hadith. Abr, a subgroup of the Tuareg people. Aawe, name of the princess of Puru dynasty and wife of sage Gautama. She was seduced by Indra, cursed by her husband and liberated by Rama in Ramayana. Initialism of association of home appliance manufacturers. Ahand, a surname from Arabic. Ahams, plural of ahand. Ahamkara, attachment to one's ego. Ahamkaras, plural of ahamkara. An endangered Niger-Congo language spoken in Nigeria closely related to Ayer. Ahankara, alternative form of ahamkara. Ahankaras, plural of ahankara. Ajai, a central group of the Kalapuya people living along the Pudding River. Ahandam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Ahaptoglobinemia, the absence of haptoglobin in the blood. Ahaptoglobulinemias, plural of ahaptoglobulinemia. Ahaptoglobinemic, relating to ahaptoglobinemia. Ahaptoglobinemia, alternative form of ahaptoglobinemia. Ahaptoglobinemias, plural of ahaptoglobinemia. Ahaptoglobinemic, alternative form of ahaptoglobinemic. Aaron, a male given name from Hebrew. Aroni, a surname from Hebrew. Aronian, a surname from Armenian. Aronians, plural of Aharonian. Aharonov-Bohm effect, a quantum mechanical phenomenon in which an electrically charged particle is affected by an electromagnetic potential despite being confined to a region in which both the magnetic field and electric field are zero. Aharonov-Bohm effects, plural of Aharonov-Bohm effect. Aharonian, a surname from Armenian. Aharonians, plural of Aharonian. Ahort, a surname. Ahorts, plural of Ahart. At, plural of Ahat. Ahasuerus, a king of Persia, later identified with Xerxes. Out of it, the musical sounds in nature and in Indian music, especially percussion. Out, among the ancient Maya people, a member of the leading class of nobles in a particular polity. Ahaus, a town in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Ahostro, lacking Hostra. At, a king of Judah mentioned in the Book of Kings. Initialism of automatic half barrier, a type of level crossing. Plural of AHB. Atu, alternative spelling of Achu. Ahai, initialism of Advanced Host Controller Interface, a hardware standard that exposes SATA advanced capabilities such as hot swapping of hard drives. Ad, initialism of American Heritage Dictionary. Ad, abbreviation of auto homoeroticism. At or toward the front in the direction one is facing or moving. Ahead in the count, having more strikes than balls against a batter in an at-bat. Ahead of, in front of. Ahead of one's time, in advance of concurrent commonly accepted ideas, showing characteristics of changes yet to be. Ahead of schedule, prior to a deadline. Ahead of the curve, changing before competitors. Ahead of the game, having completed a task before it is due, ready, prepared, or anticipating. Ahead of the pack, performing better than others. Ahead of time, prior to an expected time, early. Anadness, the quality of being ahead. Added in a heap, huddled together. Avur, a surname from Irish. Ayurns, plural of ayurn. Ad, simple past and past participle of a. Avu, alternative form of ahir. Ayus, plural of ahir. Ahagao, an exaggerated facial expression consisting of flushed cheeks, rolled back eyes, and the tongue hanging out, intended to depict a person having an orgasm. Ahagaus, plural of ahagao. Aribao, a Mayday surname from Manipuri. Ai, from a high point. Ado, the sound of a quiet cough or of clearing one's throat. Admiral, cyclical, with a period not equal to 24 hours. Ahemeral day, a light dark cycle that has more or less than 24 hours created artificially for testing the rhythms of organisms. Ahemeral days, plural of ahemeral day. Avad, simple past and past participle of aham. Ahami, present participle and gerund of aham. Us, third person singular simple present indicative of aham. Adava, initialism of American Hellenic Educational Progressive Association. Aratepe, of a coral that is a species that does not build coral reefs. Arr, a surname from Irish. Arr, a surname from Irish. Aherns, plural of ahern. Aherns, plural of ahern. Alite, a pale blue or green triclinic mineral. Alites, plural of ahalite. Alternative spelling of bisto. Alternative form of bisto. Simple past and past participle of present participle and gerund of Yahweh, a land mentioned in ancient Hittite texts as lying to the west. Nob, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Plural of initialism of apnea hypopnea index. Yellowfin tuna. Hierarchical, not hierarchical. Ahimsa, a doctrine of nonviolence concerned with the sacredness of all living things and an effort to avoid causing harm to them. Ahimsa silk, a form of silk made more humanely than by traditional methods without killing the creatures that create this silk. Ahimsa silks, plural of ahimsa silk. Ardurixiphium sanwiscens. Behind. Present participle and gerund of Ansa, alternative spelling of ahimsa. Avur, a member of a clan or community, mostly in northern India, whose traditional occupations are cattle herding and agriculture, and many of whom identify themselves as Yadav. Ayers, plural of Ahir. Eyes, plural of Ahai. Ahistoric, synonym of ahistorical. Ahistorical, lacking historical perspective or context. Ahistorically, in an ahistorical way. Ahistoricalness, the state of being ahistorical. Ahistoricism, an attitude that tends to ignore history as being unimportant and having no relevance to modern life or decision making. Ahistoricisms, plural of ahistoricism. Ahistoricity, lack of historicity. Ahithawful, alternative form of Ahitophel. Ahithophels, plural of Ahithophel. Ahitophel, a wise counselor of King David in the Bible, who during Absalom's revolt deserted David's Psalm 41:9, 55:12-14, and supported Absalom 2 Samuel 15:12. Ahitophels, plural of Ahitophel. Avia, respectful honorific used before a name for the eldest brother. Ad, initialism of authority having jurisdiction. Adjuma, alternative spelling of Adjuma. Adjumas, plural of Adjuma. Adama, alternative spelling of Adjuma. Adamas, plural of Adjuma. Adjoi, alternative spelling of Ajasi. Ajadis, plural of Ajashi. Adasi, a middle-aged Korean man. Adases, plural of Ajasi. Initialism of American Hockey League. A surname. Al-Kidab, Christians and Jews. Al-Quran, alternative spelling of Al-Quran. Albur, a surname from Swedish. Albers, plural of Albur. Albor, a surname from German. Allborns, plural of allborn. Al-Hadith, a movement within the Sunni branch of Islam which emphasizes the usage of hadiths. Al-Kitab, people of the book. Al-Quran, alternative spelling of Al-Quran. Al-Quran, a denomination in Islam that generally rejects the authoritative role of hadiths and considers the Quran to be the only dependable religious text. Al-Quran, alternative spelling of Al-Quran. Aalen, a town in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Alphaldite, a secondary selenite mineral found in Bolivia. Alfors, a surname from Swedish. Alfors theory, a geometric counterpart to Nevanlinna theory that extends the applicability of the concept of covering surface of a topological space by defining a covering number, a generalized degree of covering applicable to any bordered Riemann surface equipped with the conformal Riemann metric. Algren, a surname from Swedish. Algrens, plural of Algren. Algrim, a surname from German. Algrims, plural of Algrim. Ali Quran, alternative spelling of Al-Quran. Ali, an expression of agreement. Almaquo, a demonic wood spirit in the Vancouver Islands. Alquist, a surname from Swedish. Alquists, plural of Alquists. Plural of all. Auspice, a polearm used in Germany in the 15th century. Auspicen, plural of Auspice. Alstrom, a surname from Swedish. Alstroms, plural of Alstrom. Aluwalia, a surname. Aluwalias, plural of Aluwalia. Alternative form of Abad, a male given name from Arabic, variant of Ahmad. Ahmadabad, alternative form of Ahmedabad, Indian city. Ahmadi, a follower of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat, a religious movement based on Sunni Islam. Ahmadinejad, a surname from Persian, notably borne by Mahmud Ahmadinejad. Ahmadis, plural of Ahmadi. Ahmades, Ahmadi. Ahmades, plural of Ahmades. Ahmadiyya, alternative form of Ahmadiyya. Ahmadiyya, an Islamic denomination considered by some to be a separate religion founded by Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, who is considered to be the Mahdi. Ahmadiyyas, plural of Ahmadiyya. Amen. A surname from German. Amans, plural of Aman. Amadjun, a transliteration of the Igar male given name Arabic Hansalaya, Arabic letter 65, Arabic et, Arabic meme, Arabic letter 65, Arabic ta, Arabic jim, Arabic alif, Arabic nun exmetchen. Amar, a male given name from Arabic, variant of Ahmad. Ahmad, a male given name from Arabic, variant of Ahmad. Ahmedabad, the largest city in Gujarat, India. Ahmedabadi, of or pertaining to Ahmedabad. Ahmedabadis, plural of Ahmedabadi. Ami, a village in Keweenaw County, Michigan. Amatave, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Amataviks, plural of Amatavik. Amir, a male given name of Arabic origin. Ad, a surname from Korean. Anit, alternative form of Ane. Anes, plural of Ane. Onenner, a National Socialist German organization whose goal was to research the anthropological and cultural history of the Aryan race and later to experiment and launch voyages with the intent of proving that prehistoric and mythological Nordic populations had once ruled the world. Onendavel, a genealogical numbering system for listing a person's direct ancestors. Honor, a surname. Honors, plural of honor. Ono, pronunciation spelling of Arnold. Envelope, pronunciation spelling of envelope, representing the pronunciation with /letter 251 /. Envelopes, plural of envelope. Auto, initialism of approved hunting organization, an organization of which membership is one of several possible prerequisites for a firearms license. Allowed, an exaggerated cowlick lock of hair. It adds cuteness to a character and is usually indicative of character traits like aridness. Alda, a surname from Finnish. Aholas, plural of ahola. Hold, of a ship brought to lie as near to the windward as it can to get out to sea, and thereby held steady. Alternative spelling of a hole. Eholhol, a flagtail. Ahols, plural of aholhol. Aos, plural of ahol. A member of a Kradai ethnic group in northeastern India. Alas, plural of aham. Ahodya, alternative form of ioga. Ahodya. Alternative form of ioga. Oh, a flying cryptid first reported in the 1920s, supposedly a giant bat or pterosaur. Avus, plural of avu. Hours, on the back of a horse, on horseback. A horseback, on the back of a horse, horseback. Adel, plural of aho. Ahazat, a First Nation group based on the west coast of Vancouver Island in British Columbia, Canada. Alep, used to hail a ship, a boat, or a person, or to attract attention. Ahoy, oi, a greeting. Oi, simple past and past participle of ahoy. Ahoy, present participle and gerund of ahoy. Ahoyes, plural of ahoy. Initialism of after hyperpolarization. Initialism of assisted human reproduction. A river, roughly along the border of Rhineland-Palatinate and North Rhine-Westphalia in western Germany, flowing into the Rhine at Sinzig. A German river that flows from the Neun to the Zuschen. Art, a surname. Arntz, plural of Arendt. Ahriman, the hypostasis of chaos, destruction, evil in Zoroastrianism. Ahrimanian, of or relating to Ahriman. Ahrimanic, of or relating to Ahriman. Arno, a surname. Arans, a surname. Initialism of agency for healthcare research and quality. Initialism of attitude heading reference system. Plural of R. Plural of Oz. Initialism of alien hand syndrome. Plural of Awesome, a surname. Awesomes, plural of awesome. Initialism of average handling time. Pronunciation spelling of out. Etteri, a town and municipality of South Ostrobothnia, Finland. Abi, the god of depths water. and fishing in Finnish mythology. An Alaskan native Athabascan people whose homeland is in the Copper River area of southern Alaska. AS, abbreviation of anchor handling tug supply vessel and ship prefix. AU, the Goddard gazelle, Gazella subgudorosa. Ahuachapán, a department of El Salvador.
Okay, good.
Cool.
Okay, plan hot is
Purpose driven. Flexible.
strategic,
Comprehensive.
Easy.
Future proof.
Oh, I'll just do it.
Scalable.
adaptable,
Welcoming.
Efficient.
Evangelist.
Consultative.
Inspiring.
Insightful.
Huges, plural of ahuja. Ow, at the hull of a ship. Ow, how the. Ahumada, a surname from Spanish. Ahumadas, plural of ahumada. Ahuman, synonym of non-human. Out, pronunciation spelling of iron, representing African American vernacular English. Ahuna Vaya, Avestan language, name of the most sacred of the Gathic hymns of the Avesta, the revered texts of Zoroastrianism. Aunger, pinch with hunger, very hungry. Hungry, hungry for. Hunting, hunting. Ahura, title of the three members of the Ahuric triad, Ahura Mazda, Ahura Mithra, and Ahura Berazan Apam Napat, that regulate or, in the case of Mazda, create the physical and moral order Asha. Ahura Mazda, the divinity exalted by Zoroaster as the one and created creator, Arga. Ahura Mazda, alternative form of Ahura Mazda. Ahuras, plural of Ahura. Ahuraikan, ninja throwing knife. Ahuraikans, plural of Ahuraikan. Ahuru, Oreniceros punctas, and moored cod found around New Zealand. Ahuruhuru, the goatfish. Athos, abbreviation of atypical hemolytic uremic syndrome. Athos, plural of Ahu. Avila, a feathered cloak traditionally worn by the native Hawaiian elite. Avulas, plural of Avula. Abbreviation of anchor handling vessel. Avaz, a city in Iran, the seat of Avaz County's central district and the capital of Khuzestan province. Awanechi, a Native American people who traditionally lived in the Yosemite Valley. Awani, a census-designated place in Madera County, California, United States. Awanichi, alternative form of Awanechi. Awai, a Nigerian plateau language or language group which comprises the Lexnandu or Ndun, Ningon, or Nyang, and Tari or Shakara. Alez, alternative form of Avaz, Iran. Adiramios and Adiramios. Other, plural of his. At, initialism of artificial intelligence. At, an ancient Canaanite royal city mentioned in the book of Joshua, popularly believed to be the modern archaeological site Etel. At, an orthographic AI with the value of the face vowel, as in the word hail. An orthographic AI with a diacritic that marks it as being the price vowel, as in the word aisle. AI Salop, content generated by generative artificial intelligence that is considered low quality, often characterized by hallucinations or a failure to meet the expectations of coherence and relevance. AI washing, the deceptive marketing of a product or a service by overstating its use of artificial intelligence. AI whisperer, a person with a knack for persuading an artificial intelligence program to produce a desired kind of output. AI whisperers, plural of AI whisperer. AI winter, a period of reduced funding and interest in artificial intelligence research. AI winters, plural of AI winter. AI, alternative form of AI. To use AI to search for something. AI complete of a problem such that a solution presupposes or entails solving the problem of constructing a general artificial intelligence strong AI. AI first, prioritizing the use of artificial intelligence over human labor. AI native, designed to take full advantage of artificial intelligence. AI 2, initialism of all-in-two clipping of all-in-two diaper. AI 2's, plural of AI 2. Initialism of associate of the Institute of Actuaries Professional Qualification. Alternative spelling of IA. Initialism of All India Anna Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, a political party. Archaic form of plural of AIA. Alternative form of Ajax hero in Greek mythology. Initialism of accident S investigation S/Bureau/branch. Erica, the flowering plant Abelmoschus manihat. Edicas, plural of abica. Eblins, perhaps, maybe. Abbreviation of Azabissus subuternitrile. Ebophobia, an irrational fear of palindromes. Ebonito, a mountain town and municipality in Puerto Rico located in the Sierra de Key mountain range. Plural of AIB. Edu, initialism of am I being unreasonable. Initialism of ACIC information criterion. Initialism of anterior inferior cerebellar artery. Aicardi, a surname. Aicardi syndrome, a rare genetic malformation syndrome characterized by retinal abnormalities, seizures, and partial or complete absence of the corpus callosum. Aicardi-Goutieres syndrome, a rare inflammatory genetic disorder typically affecting the brain and skin and causing intellectual and physical problems. Aicardies, plural of Aicardi. Plural of Aika. Initialism of Aviation Industry Computer-Based Training Committee. H is metal, a kind of gunmetal containing copper, zinc, and iron, but no tin or lead. HL, a surname. HLs, plural of HL. HLs, a surname. H halls is, plural of H halls. Eisai, a prefecture in south-central Japan. H Indra, a surname. H virus, any virus of the genus H virus. H viruses, plural of H virus. Hmophobia, the fear of needles and other pointed or sharp objects. Edom, a surname transferred from the given name. Egmp, initialism of and I claim my 5 pounds. Ekva, initialism of American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Acre, initialism of American Institute for Cancer Research. Ed, initialism of artificial insemination by donor. Ed, help, assistance. Succor relief. Aid and abet, to assist someone in an illegal act as an accessory or accomplice. Aid climbing, a type of rock climbing characterized by using equipment to make upward progress as opposed to using the equipment solely for safety or for belays. Aid dog. Synonym of service dog. Aid dog. Dogs. Plural of aid dog. Aid station. A temporary facility, such as a tent, set up to provide supplies to participants in endurance events or first aid and provisions during disasters, military operations, etc. Aid stations. Plural of aid station. Aid worker. Someone who works for a charitable organization devoted to helping others, especially one who works internationally or in conflict zones. Aid workers. Plural of aid worker. Aide-de-camp. Dated form of aide-de-camp. Aide major. Adjutant. Aide majors. Plural of aide major. EDA. Initialism of asteroid impact and deflection mission. EDA. Synonym of Aida cloth. Aida cloth. An open weave, even weave fabric with a natural mesh traditionally used for cross-stitch embroidery. Aida cloths. Plural of Aida cloth. Aidable. Qualifying for financial aid. Aden. A male given name from Irish. Aidance. Assistance, help. Aidances. Plural of aidants. Aidant. Helpful, assisting. Aidants. Plural of aidant. Aidas. Plural of Ada. Ed. An assistant. Aide-de-camp. A military officer who serves as an adjutant to a higher-ranking officer, prince, or other high political dignitary. Aide-de-camp ship. The office, or the term of an aide-de-camp. Aide-de-campships. Plural of aide-de-campship. Aide-memoir. Alternative form of aide-memoir. Aide-memoir. A memory aid, a reminder or memorandum, especially a book or document serving this purpose. Aide-memoirs. Plural of aide-memoir. Aide-memoirs. Plural of aide-memoir. Aided. Simple past and past participle of aid. Aided and abetted. Simple past and past participle of aid and abet. Aided awareness. In advertising research, recognition of a specific brand or product from a list of possible names offered as a prompt. Aided school. A private school that receives financial aid from the government. Aided schools. Plural of aided school. Aides. Second person singular simple past indicative of aid. Aiden. A male given name from Irish, variant of Aden. Aden. Paradise. Aider. A person who aids or assists. Aiders. Plural of aider. Aides. Plural of a. Aides de camp. Plural of aide de camp. Aides memoir. Plural of aide memoir. Aides. Second person singular simple present indicative of aid. Aida. Third person singular simple present indicative of a. Aidful. Helpful, assisting, providing aid. Eddie. A breed of dog from Morocco used for guarding herds of sheep and goats. Aida. Any member of the family Aididae. Aidet. Plural of aided. Aide. Present participle and gerund of aid. Aiding and abetting. Present participle and gerund of aid and abet. Aidings. Plural of aiding. Aides. Plural of eighty. Ailes. Without aid. Enman, an army medical corpsman attached to a field unit. Edlin, plural of aidman. Adoliomania, Eurotomania. Edoru, J-pop idol popular performer in Japan. Eidos, the goddess or personification of humility, modesty. Ed, initialism of acute inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy. AIDS, acquired immune deficiency syndrome. AIDS, alternative letter case form of AIDS acquired immune deficiency syndrome. AIDS and abet. Third person singular simple present indicative of aid and abet. Aideth babies, plural of AIDS baby. Aideth baby, a baby born with an HIV infection. AIDS cocktail, a group of drugs taken together to counteract HIV. AIDS cocktails, plural of AIDS cocktail. AIDS ribbon, a red ribbon which signifies support for AIDS awareness and treatment research. AIDS ribbons, plural of AIDS ribbon. AIDS virus, synonym of human immunodeficiency virus often prescribed. AIDS decamp, plural of aid decamp. AIDS-related complex, a prodromal phase of infection with the human immunodeficiency virus. AIDS-related complexes, plural of AIDS-related complex. AIDS-SIR, a person suffering from AIDS. AIDS-SIRS, plural of AIDS-SIR. AIDS-phobia, discrimination or bigotry against those with AIDS. AIDS, of or relating to AIDS, resembling AIDS. Aden, a male given name. A cry of pain or distress. A census-designated place in Honolulu County, Hawaii, United States. Y, simple past and past participle of AI. A shout of pain or alarm. Alternative form of Aya. F, initialism of American Israel Education Foundation. ALO, a surname from Italian. ALOs, plural of ALO. Aries, plural of Airy. Airy, obsolete form of Airy. F, initialism of audio interchange file format. F, either of two figures of Irish mythology. F, initialism of audio interchange file format. F, initialism of advanced infantry fighting vehicle. F, plural of AIF. F, initialism of American International Group, an American multinational insurance corporation. AIG, initialism of answers in Genesis. Ada, a salmon extended family. Agilao, a city in Greece in West Avens in the Attica Prefecture. Agas, plural of Aga. Aber, a southern suburb of Liverpool, Merseyside, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 3885. Aberfale, a suburb north of Aberth, city of Liverpool, Merseyside, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 3887. Out, initialism of artificial intelligence generated content. Ager, alternative form of eager, a tidal bore. Agers, plural of ager. Ut, contraction of all right. En, a hamlet in Lancashire. Ayton, Bailey and Chabley, a civil parish in Ribble Valley District, Lancashire, England. Adalisor, Any of the family Aegialosauridae of extinct semi-aquatic venoid lizards. Aegialosaurid. Any extinct lizard of the family Aegialosauridae. Aegialosaurids. Plural of Aegialosaurid. Aegialosaurs. Plural of Aegialosaur. Plagiarism. Plagiarism committed by means of AI. AI-assisted plagiarism. Agerism. Alternative letter case form of agerism. Edo. A town in Greece located in the northeastern Achaea prefecture. Aglet. A tip, originally of metal and often decorative, on a ribbon or cord that makes lacing two parts of a garment or garments together easier, as in corset lacings. Points lacing hose or trousers to jacket or doublet or sleeves to a bodice. Aglets, plural of aglet. Einer, a surname from German. Einers, plural of einer. Ayer, alternative spelling of eager sour. Aigre, alternative spelling of aigrette. Aigrettes, plural of aigret. Aigrette, a feather or plume or feather-shaped item used as an adornment or ornament. Aigrettes, plural of aigrette. Ayo, a needle-shaped peak. Ayos, plural of ego. Agolast, shaped like an ego. Agolet, an ornamental braided cord with decorative metal tips worn on uniforms. Agoited, having an agolet. Agolets, plural of agolet. Aiguisse, or de pointed. Agilet, obsolete form of aglet. Agilets, plural of agulet. Ida, a town in Haya, Heilongjiang, China. Initialism of Andel Samfundet I.H. Georgehage, a Danish eco-community, association 85 houses, 250 people. Initialism of American Industrial Hygiene Association. AU, a district of Haya, Heilongjiang, China. Abbreviation of Airborne Infection Isolation. Initialism of Australian Information Industry Association. Initialism of Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Alternative form of 8. Abbreviation of Angevin 3. Initialism of Association for Information and Image Management. Abbreviation of All India Institutes of Medical Sciences. I am Sanyan, an alum of one of the All India Institutes of Medical Sciences. I am Sanyans, plural of I am Sanyan. Iing, present participle and gerund of AI. Abbreviation of Airborne Infection Isolation Room. Plural of IR. Eyes, initialism of Interior Inferior Eliac Spain. Eyes, plural of eyes. EJA, acronym of Australia/Israel and Jewish Affairs Council, a pro-Israel lobby in Australia. Almena Idritz Glubben. To dry. Ego, a surname. Simple past and past participle of ache. Edem, a surname transferred from the given name. Aiken County, one of 46 counties in South Carolina, United States. County seat, Aiken. Eggins, a surname originating as a patronymic. Eggy, a surname. Eggies, plural of Eggy. Eggy, a Mabin language that originates from Chad, theorized to be derived from Nilo-Saharan. Aikido, a Japanese martial art developed from jiu-jitsu and making use of holds and throws. Aikido, alternative form of Aikido. Aikidoka, one who practices Aikido, the martial art. Aikidoka, alternative form of Aikidoka. Aikidokas, plural of Aikidoka. Aikidokas, plural of Aikidoka. Aikidos, plural of Aikido. Agam, a surname transferred from the given name. Age, present participle and gerund of ache. Aconite, a sulfide mineral of lead, copper, and bismuth. Agans, a surname originating as a patronymic. Amen, a surname. Amens, plural of Aikman. Akona, no way. Ager, a suburb of Kendal, South Lakeland District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5291. Avis, third person singular simple present indicative of ache. Aidson, a village and civil parish in Cumberland Council area, Cumbria, England, previously in Allerdale Borough. OS Grid Ref NY 2753. Achiome, an elementary particle in octanenic space. Achiones, plural of achione. To cause, to suffer, to trouble, afflict, now chiefly in interrogative or indefinite constructions. Ella, a male given name from Hebrew, variant of Elon. Alandone, the allelopathic compound 1s, 4R5, R7s, 11, R13s, 17s, 18s, 19, R4, 5, 17 trihydroxy, 14, 18, 9-plyl, 6-methylidene, 3, 10-ioxypentacyclo 9.8.0.01, 7.04, 19.013, 18 nonadec, 14-ene, 9, 16 nione present in Ailanthus altissima. Ailanthus, any of several deciduous Asiatic trees of the genus Ailanthus, including the tree of heaven. Ailantheusis, plural of Ailanthus. Ailanto, Ailanthus tree. Ailantos, plural of Ailanto. Ailanthus, any member of the tree genus Ailanthus. Ailanthuses, plural of Ailanthus. Elevator, alternative form of elevator. Elevators, plural of elevator. Simple past and past participle of ale. Elling, a female given name from Irish, variant of Eileen. Eller, comparative form of ale, more ale. Aileron, the hinged part on the trailing edge of an airplane wing, used to control longitudinal turns. Aileron authority, the degree of control that the ailerons can exert over the rolling motion of an aircraft, related to aileron design and airspeed. Aileron roll, an aerobatic maneuver in which the aircraft performs a full 360 degrees revolution about its longitudinal axis. Aileron rolls, plural of aileron roll. Ailerons, plural of aileron. Als, a surname. Aylesbury, obsolete form of Aylesbury. Alices, plural of ales. Alice, superlative form of ale, most ale. Alla, third person singular simple present indicative of ale. Ellet, a small square piece of armor, normally made of boiled leather, worn on the shoulders of knights. Ailets, plural of ailet. Elevator, synonym of 11. Elevators. Plural of elevator. Ali. A diminutive of the female given name Allison. Alophilia. A love of palindromes. Ellen. Pronunciation spelling of ailing. Ailing. An ailment. Ailings. Plural of ailing. Eilish. A female given name from Irish. Elt. A member of a semi-servile class among the Simri. Alts. Plural of ailt.
La semaine 3 du solde d'avant le vendredi fou est arrivée. Rabais jusqu'à 50% sur certaines décorations de Noël et plus.
Sickness. Ailments. Plural of ailment. Elon. A male given name from Hebrew, variant of Elon. Ailerophile. Alternative spelling of ailerophile. Ailerophile. Alternative spelling of ailerophile. Ailerophiles. Plural of ailerophile. Ailerophils. Plural of ailerophile. Ailerophobe. Alternative spelling of ailerophobe. Ailerophobes. Plural of ailerophobe. Ailerophobia. Alternative spelling of ailerophobia. Else. Plural of ale. Ailsacre. An island in the outer Firth of Clyde. Ailsung. Characterized or marked by ailing, difficult, painful, or unpleasant. Aylesworth. A village and civil parish in Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 124,985. Aylesworth. Plural of Aylesworth. Eller. Alternative form of Ellero. Aelred. Any member of the family Aelridae. Aelreds. Plural of Aelred. Aelrine. Any member of the subfamily Aelrinae. Aelrines. Plural of Aelrine. Aelro. That. Aelrosci. The killing of a cat. Aelromancy. Divination by the appearance and behavior of cats. Aeloromorphic. Having the form of a cat, cat-shaped. Aelorophile. Alternative form of aelorophile. Aelorophile. A person with aelorophilia, a cat lover. Aelorophiles. Plural of aelorophile. Aelorophilia. A fondness or love for cats or other felines. Aelophiliac. Appropriate or pleasing to aelorophiles. Aelorophilic. Of or relating to aelorophilia or aelorophiles. Aelorophils. Plural of aelorophile. Aelorophobe. A person with an irrational fear or hatred of felines. Aelorophobes. Plural of aelorophobe. Aelorophobia. An irrational fear or hatred of cats or other felines. Aelophobiac. Synonym of aelorophobe. Aelophobiacs. Plural of aelophobiac. Aelophobias. Plural of aelorophobia. Aelorophobic. Having or relating to a fear or hatred of cats. Aeluropodon. Any giant panda of the subfamily Aeluropodinae. Aeluropodine. Of or pertaining to a panda. Aeluropodons. Plural of Aeluropodon. F. Initialism of Agape International Missions. F. The pointing of a weapon, as a gun, a dart, or an arrow or object, in the line of direction with the object intended to be struck, the line of fire, the direction of anything, such as a spear, a blow, a discourse, a remark towards a particular point or object with a view to strike or affect it. Aim assess. Automatic adjustment to aim to improve accuracy. Aim at. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See aim at. Aim for the sky. Synonym of reach for the sky. Aim for the stars. Synonym of reach for the sky. Aim high. To set very ambitious goals for oneself. Aim. Simple past and past participle of aim. Aim crier. One who encouraged an archer by crying aim when he was about to shoot. Aim criers. Plural of aim crier. Aimable. Capable of being aimed. Aimar. A kind of administrative subdivision in Mongolia, Russia, and the Inner Mongolia region of China. Aimabs. Plural of aimag. Aimag. Alternative form of AMAC. AMAX, plural of AMAC. AMAC, a member of a collection of Sunni and mostly Persian-speaking nomadic and semi-nomadic tribes found mainly in the central and western highlands of Afghanistan. AMAX, plural of AMAC. Aymara, alternative form of Aymara. Aymaras, plural of Aymara. Aimai, a program or patch that allows the player to cheat by having the character's weapon aimed automatically. Aimbots, plural of aimbot. Aimbot, simple past and past participle of aimbot. Aimbotter, someone cheating in a video game using an aimbot. Aimbotters, plural of aimbotter. Aimbotting, present participle and gerund of aimbot. A surname. Aimlaplaini, a commune in Savoy department over Rhône-Alpes, France. And simple past and past participle of aim. Aimed at, simple past and past participle of aim at. Aimed for the sky, simple past and past participle of aim for the sky. Aimed for the stars, simple past and past participle of aim for the stars. Amy, a female given name from French. And a female given name from French. Amies, plural of Amy. Aimer, one who aims, one who is responsible for aiming. Aimers, plural of aimer. Amos, plural of aim. Amos, second person singular simple present indicative of aim. Aima, third person singular simple present indicative of aim. Amel, full of purpose. Amoe, in an aimful manner with fixed purpose. Aven, pronunciation spelling of aiming. Aiming, present participle and gerund of aim. Aiming at, present participle and gerund of aim at. Aiming for the sky, present participle and gerund of aim for the sky. Aiming for the stars, present participle and gerund of aim for the stars. Aimings, plural of aiming. Aimas, without aim, purpose, or direction. Aimlessly, without an aim, purpose, or direction, in an aimless manner. Aimlessness, the state or quality of being aimless or without purpose or direction. Aimlessnesses, plural of aimlessness. Aim point, the point at which a firearm is aimed, typically identified by a red dot sight. Aim points, plural of aim point. F, plural of AIM. Aos, plural of aim. Aims at, third person singular simple present indicative of aim at. Aims for the sky, third person singular simple present indicative of aim for the sky. Aims for the stars, third person singular simple present indicative of aim for the stars. Aim within us, the quality of having good aim with a weapon. Aim worthy, being a worthy goal, worth aiming at or for. Initialism of anterior endarasius nerve. A department of Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Capital, Bourg-en-Bresse in C code 01. Ain-Saf. Alternative form of Ain-Saf. Ain-Sakna. A town in Suez Governorate, Egypt. Pronunciation. Spelling of ain't, representing African American vernacular English. And, am not. Ain't no shame in my game. Alternative form of no shame in my game. Ain't nothing but a thing. That particular thing or person is not important, it doesn't matter. Ain't nothing but a thing. Alternative spelling of ain't nothing but a thing. Ain't that the truth? That is very true. I agree often with a gloomy or pessimistic tone. Ain't what it used to was, is not what it used to be, expressing nostalgia. Ain't pronunciation spelling of aren't you? Ain't pronunciation spelling of ain't you? Ainerby Staple, a small village and civil parish without a council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District, OS Grid Ref SC 3392. NA. Initialism of and it's not even close. NO. A painful constriction of the base of the fifth toe frequently followed by autoamputation, occurring predominantly in black Africans and their descendants. Amla, a surname. Amley Top, a village in the metropolitan borough of Calderdale, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1119. Amleys, plural of Ainley. ANO, acronym of American in name only, an American who holds anti-American views. ANO, alternative form of Ainu ethnic group of Japan. Ena, lauds, a prayer service following matins. Enele, resembling the Ainu. Ano, plural of Ano. Ad, plural of AIN. Ans, plural of Ain. Anska, a surname from Old Norse. Anstow, a southern suburb of Southport, metropolitan borough of Sefton, Merseyside, England. OS Grid Ref SD 3112. Ansley, a surname from Old English. Ansleys, plural of Ansley. Ansley, a surname. Ansleys, plural of Ansley. Anstable, a small village and civil parish in Eden District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY 5346. Ainsworth, a village in the metropolitan borough of Bury, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 7610. Ainsworth Hot Springs, a community and resort in the regional district of Central Kootenay, British Columbia, Canada. Ainsworth, plural of Ainsworth. At, alternative form of ain't. Ain'ta, alternative form of ain'tcha. Ain'tes, plural of ain'tcha. Ainthwer, a village in Danby Parish, North Yorkshire, England, previously in Scarborough District. OS Grid Ref SE 7008. Aitree, a village in the metropolitan borough of Sefton, Merseyside, England, the home of the Grand National. OS Grid Ref SJ 3798. Anu, a member of an ethnic group on the northern Japanese island of Hokkaido. Inuit, a proposed language family spoken in Hokkaido and historically Sakhalin and the Kuril Islands, consisting of the Ainu languages. Ainuit, alternative form of Ainoid. Ainoland, the land of the Ainu people, historically defined as northern Honshu, Hokkaido, and southern part of Sakhalin, the Kuril Islands, and the southernmost tip of Kamchatka. Ananas, the quality of being Ainu. Ainas, plural of Ainu. Oh, initialism of all-in-one. Ali, a type of sauce made from garlic and olive oil, often with egg and lemon juice and similar to mayonnaise. Aioli, alternative spelling of aioli. Alis, plural of aioli. Aialis, plural of aiali. Ailosite, a hexagonal sulfate chloride mineral with the chemical formula Na4-biso-Cl. Initialism of anterior ischemic optic neuropathy. Hellenistic is associated with Tame, the upper circle encompassing the universe and the zodiac. Albel, alternative form of Yaniel. Aonian, alternative spelling of Yanian. Aops, synonym of ML ops. L, plural of AIO. O, initialism of acute intermittent porphyria. ETA, acronym of American Israel Public Affairs Committee, a pro-Israel lobby in the United States. ETA, alternative letter case form of AIPAC. AIPACER, a member or supporter of AIPAC. AIPACERS, plural of AIPACER. AIPACism, the political ideology of the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, a pro-Israel lobbying organization in the United States. Aphamal, a stilbenolignin found in the seeds of Aphanes achillida. Plural of AIP. Initialism of artificial intelligence quotient. Initialism of All India Radio, the national public radio broadcaster of India. A massif in Niger. The substance constituting Earth's atmosphere, a gaseous mixture of nitrogen, oxygen, and various trace gases. Air admittance vent, a mechanical sewer vent that allows air to enter into the sewage system but does not allow exhaust of sewer gases to aid the flow of sewage by providing air behind water where a standard vent stack to atmosphere is not possible by drawing in interior air but keeping harmful sewer gases contained. Air admittance vents, plural of air admittance vent. Air ambulance, an aircraft is especially a form of helicopter equipped as an ambulance. Air ambulances, plural of air ambulance. Airbag, alternative spelling of airbag. Airbags, plural of airbag. Airball, a thrown ball that misses the basket and completely fails to touch the net or supporting hoop. Airballs, plural of airball. Airbangs, light, sparse bangs, a hairstyle originating in South Korea. Airbase, a military airport providing housing and support for aircraft and personnel. Airbases, plural of airbase. Airbath, synonym of compressed air bath. Airbaths, plural of airbath. Air bearing, a bearing in which a thin film of pressurized air is used to provide an exceedingly low friction load-bearing interface between surfaces. Air bearings, plural of air bearing. Airbed, a bed that is inflated with air, typically used as a portable temporary bed. Airbeds, plural of airbed. Air biscuit, a flatus, an emission of digestive gases from the anus. Air biscuits, plural of air biscuit. Air bladder, an internal organ that fish use to control their buoyancy, allowing them to maintain or change depth by changing their density. Air bladders, plural of air bladder. Air bounce, a throw at a downward angle with an upward attitude causing the disc to descend during the beginning of the flight and then rise. Air bounces, plural of air bounce. Air brake, alternative spelling of air brake. Air brakes, plural of air brake. Air brick, a brick-sized block with holes which is embedded in a wall to allow ventilation through it. Air bricks, plural of air brick. Air bridge, alternative form of air bridge. Air bridges, plural of air bridge. Airbrush, alternative spelling of airbrush. Airbrush, simple past and past participle of airbrush. Airbrushes, plural of airbrush. Airbrushing, present participle and gerund of airbrush. Air bubble, a small pocket of air inside a solid, a liquid, or surrounded by a colloid within a larger fluid environment. Air bubbles, plural of air bubble. Air burst, alternative spelling of airburst. Air bursts, plural of air burst. Air cadet, a member of the Air Cadet Organization. Air cadets, plural of air cadet. Air cargo, the payload of an aircraft not counting passengers. Air carrier, a company in the business of providing air transport to the public. Air carriers, plural of air carrier. Air castle, synonym of castle in the air. Air castles, plural of air castle. Air cavalry. Air cell, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see air cell. Air cells, plural of air cell. Air chain, alternative form of air chain. Air chains, plural of air chain. Air chamber, a chamber in a hydraulic system in which air or some other gas is compressed to regulate the flow of a fluid. Air chambers, plural of air chamber. Air chief marshal, alternative letter case form of air chief marshal found when the term is used as a title. Air chief marshal, a holder of the most senior active rank in the Royal Air Force, NATO grade of 9. Air chief marshals, plural of air chief marshal. Air chief marshals. Plural of air chief marshal. Air choke, a form of strangulation that compresses the upper airway trachea, larynx or laryngopharynx, hence interfering with breathing and leading to asphyxia. Air chokes, plural of air choke. Air cleaner, synonym of air purifier. Air cleaners, plural of air cleaner. Air commode, air commodore. Air commodes, plural of air commode. Air commodore, alternative letter case form of air commodore found when the term is used as a title. Air Commodore, a person holding a rank in the Royal Air Force and many Commonwealth Air Forces between that of Group Captain and Air Vice Marshal, equivalent to an Army Brigadier General or equivalent rank in other air forces. Air Commodores, plural of Air Commodore. Air Commodores, plural of Air Commodore. Air compressor, a machine for generating compressed air, typically for use by air-powered tools or paint sprayers. Air compressors, plural of air compressor. Air conditioner, a machine that is used to control temperature and humidity in an enclosed space. Air conditioners, plural of air conditioner. Air conditioning, the state of temperature and humidity produced by an air conditioner. Air cooler, synonym of evaporative cooler. Air corridor, a predefined route or series of routes in which a commercial or military aircraft must fly. Air corridors, plural of air corridor. At Coryell, an offensive scheme developed by NFL coach Don Coryell. Air cover, protection of land or sea operations by aircraft. Air crew, the crew of a passenger plane, the flight crew. Air curtain, synonym of air door. Air curtains, plural of air curtain. Air cushion, a layer of trapped air that supports a hovercraft. Air cushion vehicle, alternative form of air cushion vehicle. Air cushion vehicles, plural of air cushion vehicle. Air cushions, plural of air cushion. Air data, information regarding an aircraft's flight parameters that is collected by sensors on the aircraft. Air de coeur, a piece of secular vocal music of a kind popular in France in the late Renaissance and early Baroque period from about 1570 until around 1650. Air defense, alternative spelling of air defense. Air defenses, plural of air defense. Air defense, the use of systems, equipment, and personnel to prevent or reduce the impact of an attack by enemy aircraft or missiles. Air defenses, plural of air defense. Air denial, a situation in aerial warfare when one's air force is significantly matched in the air by enemy air force but is nevertheless able to contest control of the air and prevent the enemy from achieving air supremacy. Air display, an air show. Air displays, plural of air display. Air door, a device used to prevent air, contaminants, or flying insects from moving from one open space to another. Air doors, plural of air door. Air draft, the distance from the surface of the water to the highest point on a vessel. Air drafts, plural of air draft. Air dray, an ample space left at the foot of foundation walls for the sake of dryness. Air drainage, the gravity-induced downslope flow of relatively cold air. Winds thus produced are called gravity winds. Air drains, plural of air drain. Air drill, a drill driven by the elastic pressure of condensed air, a pneumatic drill. Air drills, plural of air drill. Air du temps, current popular opinion or trends of a very large group of people, a city or a country. Air duct, a duct through which air is forced or extracted that forms part of a building's air conditioning and ventilation system. Air ducts, plural of air duct. Air duster, a can of compressed air for cleaning electronics, etc. Air dusters, plural of air duster. Air embolism, condition caused by bubbles of gas in a vascular system. Air embolisms, plural of air embolism. Air engine, an engine put into motion by air expanded by heat. Air engines, plural of air engine. Air filter, a filter for removing dust and other particles from a stream of air typically used in the air intake of an internal combustion engine, the outlet of an air compressor, the supply duct of a forced air furnace, etc. Air filters, plural of air filter. Airflow, alternative spelling of airflow. Airflown, alternative form of airflown. Airflows, plural of airflow. Air Force, the military air force of a particular armed forces. Air Force, a branch of the military mainly devoted to air warfare as opposed to land army and sea navy. Air Force One, an airplane used by the President of the United States. Air Forces, plural of Air Force. Air Fountain, a device for producing a jet of water by the force of compressed air. Air fountains, plural of air fountain. Air freight, alternative form of air freight. Air freshener, any of many forms of device containing substances that neutralize or mask unpleasant odors. Air fresheners, plural of air freshener. Air fry, simple past and past participle. A kind of gas made by forcing air through a volatile hydrocarbon, such as the lighter petroleums. The air is so saturated with combustible vapor as to be a convenient illuminating and heating agent. Air girl, alternative form of air girl. Air girls, plural of air girl. Air guitar, an imaginary guitar that a listener to usually rock music pretends to play. Air guitar, simple past and past participle of air guitar. Air guitaring, present participle and gerund of air guitar. Air guitarist, someone who plays the air guitar. Air guitarists, plural of air guitarist. Air guitars, plural of air guitar. Air gun, a gun that propels a projectile by compressed air or similar compressed gas such as carbon dioxide. Air gunner, a member of a military aircrew who operates guns. Air gunners, plural of air gunner. Air guns, plural of air gun. Air hammer, a hammer powered by compressed air. Air hammers, plural of air hammer. Air hockey, a game played upon a table which slightly spurts air out of various holes on its surface in order to reduce friction, where each player must hit a light flat plastic puck into their opponent's goal using their own plastic mallet. Air hole, a hole in any surface that allows air or other gases to pass, especially an opening in the surface of a frozen lake, etc. Air holes, plural of air hole. Air horn, alternative form of air horn. Air horns, plural of air horn. Air hose, a hose for conveying compressed air within a pneumatic system. Air hoses, plural of air hose. Air host, a male flight attendant, a steward. Air hostess, a female flight attendant, a stewardess. Air hostesses, plural of air hostess. Air hosts, plural of air hosts. Air hunger, the sensation of inadequate inspiration that typically results in an increased respiratory drive and deep, rapid, and labored breathing. Air intake, an inlet for air, the part of an engine, especially a jet engine, through which air is drawn. Air intakes, plural of air intake. Air integration, a feature on dive computers that measures, displays, and monitors pressure in one or more diving cylinders. Air jacket, a life jacket. Air jackets, plural of air jacket. Air gel, the act of holding a small animal, generally a dog or cat, in one's hand in order to prevent it from getting into mischief. Erkermer rate. The Erkermer per unit time. Erkermer rates. Plural of Erkermer rate. Air kick. A kicking movement with the body of the person in the air, usually after jumping up from the ground. Air kicks. Plural of air kick. Air kiss. A social gesture in which the lips are pursed as if kissing, but without actual contact. Air kisses. Plural of air kiss. Air knife. A device with a series of holes or slots through which pressurized air exits in a laminar flow pattern, typically used to blow liquid or debris from products as they travel on conveyors. Air knives. Plural of air knife. Airlane. A designated route used by commercial aircraft when flying from one airport to another. Airlanes. Plural of airlane. Air letter. An aerogram, a letter sent by airmail. Air letters. Plural of air letter. Air level. A spirit level. Air levels. Plural of air level. Airline. A pipe or tube supplying air or compressed air. Airlines. Plural of airline. Heirloom. A mortgage loan which is taken out by a fictitious buyer or for a fictitious property, or both. Heirlooms. Plural of air loan. Airlock. A small amount of air in a pipe that stops liquid flowing through it. Airlocks. Plural of airlock. Airmail. Alternative form of airmail. Airmail. Simple past and past participle of airmail. Airmailing. Present participle and gerund of airmail. Airmails. Third person singular simple present indicative of airmail. Air marker. A large sign painted on a roof indicating directions and distances to assist pilots in navigating. Air markers. Plural of air marker. Air marshal. Alternative letter case form of air marshal found when the term is used as a title. Air marshal. An armed, undercover guard on a commercial airline flight. Air marshals. Plural of air marshal. Air marshals. Plural of air marshal. Air mass. A particular volume of air, especially one having a roughly uniform temperature, pressure, and water vapor content. Air masses. Plural of air mass. Air mattress. A mattress that is inflated with air and used as a temporary or permanent bed. Air mattresses. Plural of air mattress. Air mile. A unit of distance for air transport equal to a nautical mile. Air miles. Plural of air mile. Air mortar. Synonym of debris mortar. Air mortars. Plural of air mortar. Air motor. A motor that does mechanical work by expanding compressed air. Air motors. Plural of air motor. Air navigation. The science and technology of determining the position of an aircraft with respect to the surface of the Earth and accurately maintaining a desired course. Air off. To speak loudly. Air one's dirty laundry in public. To reveal one's secrets to the public. Air one's dirty linen in public. Synonym of air one's dirty laundry in public. Air one's punch. To vomit, to throw up. Air out. To expose to air, to leave open or spread out as to allow odor or moisture to dissipate. Air parcel, an imaginary body of air to which may be assigned any or all of the basic dynamic and thermodynamic properties of atmospheric air. A parcel is large enough to contain a very great number of molecules, but small enough so that the properties assigned to it are approximately uniform within it and so that its motions with respect to the surrounding atmosphere do not induce marked compensatory movements. It cannot be given precise numerical definition, but a cubic foot of air might fit well into most contexts where air parcels are discussed, particularly those related to static stability. Air parcels, plural of air parcel. Air photo, abbreviation of aerial photograph. Air photograph, synonym of aerial photograph. Air photographs, plural of air photograph. Air photos, plural of air photo. Air piracy, hijacking of an aircraft. Air pirate, a pirate who travels by aircraft and targets other aircraft analogously to the actions of a traditional seafaring pirate against ships. Air pirates, plural of air pirate. Air pistol, a pistol that propels a pellet or other projectile by using compressed gas rather than an explosion of gunpowder or other means. Air pistols, plural of air pistol. Air plant, synonym of epiphyte. Air plants, plural of air plant. Air pocket, a local region of low atmospheric pressure or a local downward current, especially one that causes an aircraft to lose height suddenly. Air pockets, plural of air pocket. Air pollutant, any substance that gives rise to air pollution. Air pollutants, plural of air pollutant. Air pollution, the contamination of the atmosphere by noxious gases and particulates. Air popper, a popcorn popper that uses only hot air to prepare the food. Air poppers, plural of air popper. Airport, an opening in the side of a ship to let in air and light. Airports, plural of airport. Air potato, a yam species Dioscorea bulbifera, native to Africa, southern Asia, and northern Australia, cultivated and naturalized widely. Air potatoes, plural of air potato. Air pressure, atmospheric pressure or barometric pressure. Air pressures, plural of air pressure. Air puff tests, a test that measures intraocular pressure and hence glaucoma risk by blowing a puff of air at the patient's cornea. Air puff tests, plural of air puff tests. Air pump, a pump that moves air either into or out of something. Air pumps, plural of air pump. Air punch, a celebratory gesture in which the fist is directed upward. Air punches, plural of air punch. Air purifier, a device used to remove contaminants from the air. Air purifiers, plural of air purifier. Air quote, a typically two-handed gesture resembling quotation marks. Air quotes, plural of air quote. Air rage, aggressive, disruptive behavior on an aircraft. Air raid, an attack on a surface target by aircraft. Air raid siren, a siren that makes a very loud alarm sound to warn the population of an upcoming air raid. Air raid sirens, plural of air raid siren. Air raid warden, alternative form of air raid warden. Air raid wardens, plural of air raid warden. Air raiding, the practice of bombing ground targets during air raids. Air raids, plural of air raid. Air refresher, synonym of air freshener. Air refreshers, plural of air refresher. Air reservoir, a container such as a pressurized tank for holding compressed air. Air reservoirs, plural of air reservoir. Air resistance, the action of friction that slows something moving through air, drag. Air resistances, plural of air resistance. Air ride, the smooth ride in a vehicle resulting from an active pneumatic suspension system instead of springs or a hydraulic system. Air rides, plural of air ride. Air rifle, a rifle that propels a pellet or other projectile by using compressed gas rather than an explosion of gunpowder or other means. Air rifles, plural of air rifle. Air rights, the right to build over an existing property. Air sac, an alveolus. Air sacs, plural of air sac. Air sandwich, a sandwich consisting only of bread and optionally a spread, but no filling. Air sandwiches, plural of air sandwich. Air scooter, an ultralight helicopter. Air scooters, plural of air scooter. Air scout, a member of the international scouting movement with a particular emphasis on aviation. Air scouting, the collective activities of air scouts, members of the scouting movement with a particular emphasis on aviation. Air scouts, plural of air scout. Air sea rescue, an emergency service often operated by a branch of the armed forces that serves to rescue people at sea or stranded on a coast, normally with the use of helicopters. Air sense, aerial awareness, the perception of the location and orientation of one's body in the air and in relation to the gymnastics apparatus and the floor and ground mats. Air shaft, alternative form of air shaft. Air shafts, plural of air shaft. Air shed, a region's air supply. Air sheds, plural of air shed. Airship, to transport goods by air. Airshipped, simple past and past participle of airship. Airshipping, present participle and gerund of airship. Airships, third person singular simple present indicative of airship. Airshot, alternative form of airshot. Airshots, plural of airshot. Airshow, a public display of stunt flying, aerobatics, and historical aircraft. Airshower, an extensive cascade of ionized particles formed by the entry of a cosmic ray into the atmosphere. Air showers, plural of air shower. Air shows, plural of air show. Air sign, any of the three stars sides Aquarius, Gemini, and Libra. Air signs, plural of air sign. Air sock, synonym of windsock. Air socks, plural of air sock. Airspace, alternative spelling of airspace. Airspaces, plural of airspace. Airspeed, alternative form of airspeed. Air sport, any recreational activity performed in flight or during free fall from a flight to the atmosphere. Air sports, plural of air sport. Air squat, a form of squat exercise without a weight or barbell, often performed at higher repetitions than other variants. Air staff, the chief commander, flag officers, and bureau in charge of a military's air branch, the headquarters general staff of an air force. Air steward, a male flight attendant. Air stewardess, a female flight attendant. Air stewardesses, plural of air stewardess. Air stewards, plural of air steward. Air stone, alternative form of air stone. Air stove, a precursor to the radiator, functioning by heating a current of air which is directed against its surface by means of pipes and then distributed through a room or building. Air stoves, plural of air stove. Air strike, an attack on a ground or naval target by one or more aircraft or missiles. Airstrikes. Plural of airstrike. Air superiorities. Plural of air superiority. Air superiority. A dominance in the air power of one side's air forces over the other side's during a military campaign. Air support. The act of using aircraft to attack an enemy to assist ground military forces. Air supremacy. In war, the most favorable state of control of the air superiority, so complete that the opposing air force is incapable of effective interference. Air suspension. Vehicle suspension in which compressed air is used as a spring. Air suspensions. Plural of air suspension. Air tanker. An aircraft used to deliver liquids or powders from the air, usually either fuel, fire retardants, or water. Air tankers. Plural of air tanker. Air taxi. A small aircraft that makes short passenger flights, especially to destinations not serviced by airlines. Air taxis. Plural of air taxi. Air terminal. The facility on an airfield or airport where aircraft are loaded and unloaded of passengers or freight. Air terminals. Plural of air terminal. Air ticket. A document issued at time of payment for an airfare, entitling the holder to travel. Air tickets. Plural of air ticket. Airtight. Alternative form of airtight. Airtime. Alternative form of airtime. Airtimes. Plural of airtime. Air traffic. The movement of aircraft through the air and into and out of airports. Air traffic control. A system designed to give assistance to aircraft, to prevent collisions, and to manage aircraft flow. Air traffic controller. A person who operates an air traffic control system to expedite the safe flow of aircraft. Air traffic controllers. Plural of air traffic controller. Air transport. The transport of people and or cargo by air. Air travel. Journeying through the sky, usually in an airplane. Air turborocket. A jet engine where a gas generator drives the turbine that drives the inlet compressor. Air turborockets. Plural of air turborocket. Air to inflate something, such as a tire or air mattress. Air vent. An opening, possibly covered by a grate or grill, possibly ducted, that allows air to circulate. Air vents. Plural of air vent. Air vice marshal. Alternative spelling of air vice marshal. Air vice marshals. Plural of air vice marshal. Air vice marshal. Alternative letter case form of air vice marshal found when the term is used as a title. Air vice marshal. A rank in the Royal Air Force between that of Air Commodore and Air Marshal, equivalent to an Army Major General. Air vice marshals. Plural of air vice marshal. Air vice marshals. Plural of air vice marshal. Airwalk. Alternative form of airwalk. Airwalks. Plural of airwalk. Airwar. Alternative form of airwar. Air warden. Synonym of air raid warden. Air wardens. Plural of air warden. Air wars. Plural of air war. Air washer. A household appliance serving the combined functions of an air purifier and a humidifier. It can be a standalone appliance or be included as a part of an air conditioning system. Air wires. Plural of air washer. Air wing. A military or police unit that is equipped with aircraft. Air wings. Plural of air wing. Air bath. Alternative form of air bath. Air baths. Plural of air bath. Air blown asphalt. Asphalt produced by blowing air through molten asphalt to raise its softening point and modify other properties. Air-blown asphalts, plural of air-blown asphalt. Airbox, alternative spelling of airbox. Airboxes, plural of airbox. Air rake, fitted with air brakes. Air breathing, alternative form of air breathing. Airbrush, alternative spelling of airbrush. Airrush, simple past and past participle of airbrush. Airbrushes, plural of airbrush. Airbrushing, present participle and gerund of airbrush. Airbuilt, built upon air, lacking a solid foundation. Airburst, alternative spelling of airburst. Airbursts, plural of airbursts. Aircon, air conditioner, air conditioning. Air condition, to mechanically cool a space or an entire structure. Air conditioned, simple past and past participle of air condition. Air conditioner, alternative spelling of air conditioner. Air conditioners, plural of air conditioner. Air conditioning, present participle and gerund of air condition. Air conditions, third person singular simple present indicative of air condition. Aircon, provided with air conditioning. Aircons, plural of aircon. Air-cool, cooled by air such as an engine, rather than by other means such as water. Air cushion vehicle, synonym of hovercraft. Air cushion vehicles, plural of air cushion vehicle. Air defense, alternative form of air defense. Air defense, synonym of anti-aircraft. Air dry, simple past and past participle of air dry. Air dries, third person singular simple present indicative of air dry. Air drop, alternative spelling of air drop. Air dropped, simple past and past participle of air drop. Air dropping, present participle and gerund of air drop. Air drops, plural of air drop. Air drumming, the action of playing imaginary drums, usually to accompany music that one is listening to. Air dry, free of moisture to the degree possible by exposure to air. Moisture contents of the object and air are in equilibrium, naturally dried. Air drying, present participle and gerund of air dry. Air duct, alternative form of air duct. Air duct, plural of air duct. Air flown, alternative form of air flown. Air freight, to ship cargo by the use of aircraft. Air freighted, simple past and past participle of air freight. Air freighting, present participle and gerund of air freight. Air freights, third person singular simple present indicative of air freight. Air fry, simple past and past participle of air fry. Air fries, third person singular simple present indicative of air fry. Air fry, to cook with an air fryer. Air frying, present participle and gerund of air fry. Air gapped, physically isolated from the internet or some other unsecured network. Air girl, a female aviator. Air girls, plural of air girl. Air guitar, alternative form of air guitar. Air guitared, simple past and past participle of air guitar. Air guitaring, present participle and gerund of air guitar. Air guitars, third person singular simple present indicative of air guitar. Air guy, alternative spelling of air gun. Air guns, plural of air gun, alternative form of air guns. Airhead, a horizontal channel providing ventilation in a mine. Airheads, plural of airhead. Air hose, alternative spelling of air hose. Air hoses, plural of air hose. Air launch, to release a missile, rocket, parasite aircraft, or other aircraft payload from a mother ship or launch aircraft. Air launch, simple past and past participle of air launch. Air launches, third person singular simple present indicative of air launch. Air launching, present participle of air launch. Air mobile, alternative spelling of airmobile. Airport, alternative spelling of airport. Airports, plural of airport. Airbroof, airtide. Airrow, alternative spelling of air pump. Air pumps, plural of air pump. Array, alternative form of air raid. Air raid shelter, a structure, often a reinforced underground shelter designed to give protection against air raids. Air raid shelters, plural of air raid shelter. Air raid siren, alternative spelling of air raid siren. Air raid siren. Plural of air raid siren. Air raid warden, a person whose responsibility was to defend a particular building during an air raid, ensure the blackout was complete, and assist civilians to an air raid shelter. Air raid wardens, plural of air raid warden. Air raids, plural of air raid. Air ride, alternative spelling of air ride. Airship, alternative spelling of airship. Airships, plural of airship. Air yacht, a failed attempt to strike the ball. Air yachts, plural of air shot. Air smooth, streamlined. Airtight, alternative form of airtight. Air air, with the participants being two or more aircraft in flight. Air-to-air missile, a missile that is fired from an aircraft to attack another aircraft. Air-to-air missiles, plural of air-to-air missile. Air-to-ground, fired from an aircraft at a target on the ground. Air-to-ship, fired from an aircraft in flight to a ship. Air-to-surface, fired from an aircraft at a target on land or water. Air-to-surface missile, a missile that is fired from an aircraft to the ground. Air-to-surface missiles, plural of air-to-surface missile. Aero, suitable for broadcast. Era, Mongolian kumis. Erai, a state of Palau. Erampo, the erect prickly pear opunja stricta. A Turkish cold drink made from yogurt and water with salt and sometimes herbs. Aeration, aeration. Name of the mythological white elephant, Mount of Indra. Airbag, a protective system in automobiles in which when a crash occurs, a bag containing nitrogen, formed by the explosive decomposition of sodium azide, quickly inflates in front of the driver or passenger, preventing injury to the head. Side airbags, including the back seat passengers, also prevent injury. Airbag, equipped with airbags. Airbagless, not equipped with airbags. Airbags, plural of airbag. Airball, a shot that misses the backboard, rim, and net entirely. Airball, simple past and past participle of airball. Airballe, present participle and gerund of airball. Airballs, plural of airball. Airband, the band of radio frequencies is used by civil aviation. Airbands, plural of airband. Airbase, alternative spelling of airbase. Airbases, plural of airbase. Airbath, alternative form of airbath. Airbaths, plural of airbath. Airbeam, a support element for a lightweight structure such as a tent consisting of an inflatable tube or similar length of material given shape by being filled with air. Airbeams, plural of airbeam. Aeruth, alternative spelling of airbed. Aeruths, plural of air. Aeril, a waybill for cargo being shipped by air. Adults, plural of airbill. Air blast, a sudden rush of air, often such a blast in a confined space such as a mine right after a disturbance or explosion. Air blasts, plural of air blast. Air balloon, alternative spelling of air blown. Aviani, alternative form of airband. Airband, an online vacation rental marketplace operated by Airbnb, Inc. Airbnb, simple past and past participle of Airbnb. Airbnb, simple past and past participle of Airbnb. Airbnbing, present participle and gerund of Airbnb. Airbnbs, third person singular simple present indicative of Airbnb. Airbnb, simple past and past participle of Airbnb. Airbnbing, present participle and gerund of Airbnb. Airbnbs, plural of Airbnb. Airbnbs, plural of Airbnb. Airboard, an inflatable bodyboard for use on snow. Airboarding, the sport of riding an airboard. Airboards, plural of airboard. Airboat, a flat-bottomed boat driven by an air propeller and used in shallow water. Airboater, the person who participated in the activity of airboating. Airboaters, plural of airboater. Airboating, the activity of riding in an airboat. Airboats, plural of airboat. Airball, a firework consisting of flash powder in a paper case ejected into the air with a black powder lifting charge ignited by a fuse and producing a loud bang and bright flash. Airbombs, plural of airbomb. Airbore, in arcade vadiaire. Airborns, plural of airborne. Airbound, of a pump etc. containing too much air such that the flow is impeded. Airbox, the chamber in a car or motorcycle engine that draws in air and distributes it to the carburetors. Airboxes, plural of airbox. Air ring, an airhead, a foolish, silly, or unintelligent person. Air rins, plural of air ring. Air rig, a brake slowing device that is operated pneumatically by air pressure. Air brake, alternative form of air brake. Air brakes, plural of air brake. Abrasion, the delivery of a jet of sodium bicarbonate slurry at teeth in order to remove stains. Abrasive, a device that delivers a jet of sodium bicarbonate slurry at teeth in order to remove stains. Abrasives, plural of abrasive. Air breather, an air-breathing aircraft engine. Air breathers, plural of air breather. Air breathing, using the air from the atmosphere for combustion. Air breathing catfish, any fish of the family Claridae, which can breathe air for short periods. Air-breathing catfishes, plural of air-breathing catfish. Airrick, alternative spelling of airbrick. Airricks, plural of airbrick. Airroute, the route an aircraft used to deliver material by an airlift. Airbridges, plural of airbridge. Airbrush, a miniature, handheld paint sprayer powered by compressed air or other gas used for delicate, artistic painting or sometimes retouching of photographs. Airbrush, simple past and past participle of airbrush. Airbrusher, one who uses an airbrush. Airbrushers, plural of airbrush. Airbrushes, plural of airbrush. Airbrushing, present participle and gerund of airbrush. Airbrushings, plural of airbrushing. Airburst, the explosion of a bomb or similar weapon or meteoroid in the air rather than on the ground. Airbursted, simple past and past participle of airburst. Airbursting, present participle and gerund of airbursts. Airbursts, plural of airburst. Airbus, a European multinational commercial aircraft manufacturer. Airbuses, plural of Airbus. Airbuses, plural of Airbus. Airtow, a flying taxicab. Aircabs, plural of aircow. Aircar, a car capable of flight. Aircars, plural of aircar. Airchain, the route in which an audio or video signal travels on its way through a radio station or television station. Airchains, plural of airchain. Airshow, a demonstration recording, often intended to show off the talent of an announcer to a prospective employer. Airchecks, plural of aircheck. Aircoach, an airliner offering relatively cheap but cramped passenger flights. Air coaches, plural of aircoach. Airva, alternative form of aircon air conditioning. Air-conditioned, alternative spelling of air-condition. Air conditioner, alternative form of air conditioner. Air conditioners, plural of air conditioner. Air conditioning, alternative spelling of air conditioning. Aircon, alternative form of aircon. Airguns, plural of aircon. Aircover, alternative form of air cover. Aircraft, a vehicle capable of atmospheric flight due to interaction with the air, such as buoyancy or lift. Aircraft attitude, the orientation of an aircraft with respect to the horizon. Aircraft attitudes, plural of aircraft attitude. Aircraft carrier, a warship designed to carry aircraft, serving as a seagoing air base with a deck on which aircraft can be launched and landed. Aircraft carriers, plural of aircraft carrier. Aircraft engine, any engine used to propel an aircraft, including jet engines and rocket engines, etc. Aircraft engines, plural of aircraft engine. Aircraft graveyard, synonym of boneyard dump site for aircraft. Aircraft graveyards, plural of aircraft graveyard. Aircraft movement, the takeoff or landing of an aircraft at an airport. Aircraft movements, plural of aircraft movement. Aircraft station, a radio station broadcast from an aircraft. Aircraft stations, plural of aircraft station. Aircraft hand, a member of the Royal Air Force with no specific technical skill. Aircraft hands, plural of aircraft hand. Aircraft-like, resembling or characteristic of aircraft. Aircraftman, a member of the lowest rank in the Royal Air Force or the Air Forces of various other Commonwealth countries. Aircraftman, plural of aircraftmen. Aircrafts, plural of aircraft. Aircraftsman, an aircraftman. Aircraftsman, plural of aircraftsmen. Aircraftswoman, an aircraftwoman. Aircraftswomen, plural of aircraftswoman. Aircraftwoman, a female aircraftman. Aircraftwomen, plural of aircraftwoman. Airgreen, a heavy lift helicopter. Aircranes, plural of aircrane. Airgrish, an airplane crash. Airgreshes, plural of airgresh. Aircrew, a group of 2 or more trained individuals formed as a team that operates an aircraft. Aircrewman, a member of a military aircrew. Aircrewmen, plural of aircrewmen. Aircrews, plural of aircrew. A surname. Airdash, to travel hastily by aircraft, to fly. Airdash, simple past and past participle of airdash. Airdashes, third person singular simple present indicative of airdash. Airdashing, present participle and gerund of airdash. Airdays, the date on which a television or radio program is broadcast. Airdates, plural of airdate. Airda, a very large hangar for the storage of airships. Airdax, plural of airtalk. Airdome, an inflatable structure in the shape of a dome, used for sporting events, temporary shelter, etc. Airdomes, plural of airdome. Airdraulic, both pneumatic and hydraulic. Airdraw, visionary, imaginary, lacking foundation in reality. Airy, a town in North Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland. Airy, simple past and past participle of airdrie. Airies, third person singular simple present indicative of airdrie. Airdrie, a native or inhabitant of airdrie. Airdrites, plural of airdrite. Airdrome, a location where aircraft are operated, usually having a runway and maintenance facilities. Airdromes, plural of airdrome. Airuronian, a native or inhabitant of airdrie. Airdronians, plural of airdronian. Airdrop, a wireless service of Apple Inc. which can transfer files among supported Macintosh computers and iOS devices by means of close-range wireless communication. Airdrop, the act of delivering goods, equipment, or personnel by dropping them from an aircraft in flight. Airdroppable, capable of being dropped by an aircraft. Airdropped, simple past and past participle of airdrop. Airdropped, simple past and past participle of airdrop. Airdropping, present participle and gerund of airdrop. Airdropping, present participle and gerund of airdrop. Airdrops, third person singular simple present indicative of airdrop. Airdrops, plural of airdrop. Airy, alternative form of airdry. Eddy, present participle and gerund of airdrie. Audis, plural of aired. Airduct, alternative form of air duct. Airducts, plural of air duct. A river in Yorkshire, mainly West Yorkshire, England, which flows past Leeds and gives its name to the Airedale. Our simple past and past participle of air. Aired off. Simple past and past participle of air off. Ed one's dirty laundry in public. Simple past and past participle of air one's dirty laundry in public. Aired one's dirty linen in public. Simple past and past participle of air one's dirty linen in public. Aired one's paunch. Simple past and past participle of air one's paunch. Aired out. Simple past and past participle of air out. Aired up. Simple past and past participle of air up. Aired out. Having been open to fresh air. Aired out. The valley of the River Aire in North Yorkshire and West Yorkshire, England. Airedale Terrier. A breed of large rough-haired dog. Airedale Terrier. Alternative form of Airedale Terrier. Airedale Terriers. Plural of Airedale Terrier. Airedale Terriers. Plural of Airedale Terrier. Airedales. Plural of Airedale. Error. A framework upon which laundry is aired, a clothes horse. Iris. Plural of error. Iris. Plural of air. At. Second person singular simple present indicative of air. Ar. A surname from Old Norse. Aries. Plural of airy. Airfall. The deposition of material such as ash ejected from a volcano. Airfalls. Plural of airfall. Airfare. The cost or expense of an airplane ticket or trip. Airfare. One who travels by air. Airfares. Plural of airfare. Airfares. Plural of airfare. Airfare. Flying in an aircraft. Airfield. An open field designated for the taking off and landing of aircraft, but which, unlike an airport, does not necessarily have terminals or paved runways. Airfields. Plural of airfield. Airvo. Filled with air. Airflare. In breakdancing, an acrobatic maneuver in which the performer, standing on his or her hands, rotates the torso around the vertical axis of the body, extending from head down vertically while traveling in a circular path along a plane parallel to the floor. Airflares. Plural of airflare. Airfleet. A fleet of civilian or military aircraft. Airfleets. Plural of airfleet. Airflow. Any flow of air, especially the motion of air around a moving aircraft or aerofoil. Airflow. Freshly imported, flown in from another country. Airflows. Plural of airflow. Airfoil. A structure shaped to produce lift when moving in air. Airfoil. Fitted with an airfoil. Airfoils. Plural of airfoil. Air Force. Alternative spelling of Air Force. Air Forces. Plural of Air Force. Airframe. The main body and structure of an aircraft without the power plant. Airframer. Maker of airframes, aircraft manufacturer. Airframers. Plural of airframer. Airframes. Plural of airframe. Airfreight. The transportation of freight by air. Airfreighted. Simple past and past participle of air freight. Airfreighter. Synonym of freighter aircraft used to carry freight. Airfreighters. Plural of airfreighter. Airfreighting. Present participle and gerund of airfreight. Airfreights. Third person singular simple present indicative of air freight. Air fryer. Alternative spelling of air fryer. Air fryers, plural of air fryer. Airfuge, a centrifuge driven by air. Airfuges, plural of airfuge. Air gap, a gap where there is a vacuum, not actually air, used to reduce power consumption in microelectronics. Air gaps, plural of air gap. Airgasm, relief or pleasure accompanying an increased quantity of air. Airgasms, plural of airgasm. Argiala, a medieval over-kingdom encompassing present-day Ireland. Arrow, alternative form of air girl. Airhouse, plural of air girl. Airglow, a faint illumination in the sky due to photochemical luminescence in the upper atmosphere, now rarely observed by earthbound humans without the assistance of instruments. Airglows, plural of airglow. Airgra, synonym of aerogram. Airgrams, plural of airgram. Airgraph, a form of airmail used to send messages to servicemen during the Second World War. Airgraphics, aerography, meteorology. Airgraphs, plural of airgraph. Airgroup, a unit or formation consisting of a number of Air Force squadrons. Airgroups, plural of airgroup. Airga, alternative spelling of air gun. Airgunner, alternative form of air gunner. Airgunners, plural of airgunner. Airguns, plural of airgun, alternative form of air guns. Airart, a surname. Airarts, plural of airhearts. Era, an area of hostile territory that has been seized for use as an airbase to ensure the further safe landing of troops and material. Errata, silly, foolish. Eruditeness, the quality of being erudite. Airheads, plural of airhead. Airhole, a hole provided for ventilation or breathing. Air holes, plural of air hole. Air horn, a noise-making device that blasts compressed air through a horn. Air horns, plural of air horn. Air hose, alternative spelling of air hose. Air hoses, plural of air hose. Air house, an inflatable mobile shelter. Air houses, plural of air house. Air, a female given name from Japanese. Air, comparative form of airy, more airy. Arid, superlative form of airy, most airy. Aeriferous, alternative form of aeriferous. Aerify, simple past and past participle of aerify. Aerifies, third person singular simple present indicative of aerify. Aerify, alternative form of aerify. Aerifying, present participle and gerund of aerify. Eru, a shieling area of summer pasture. Areas, plural of ere. Airily, in an airy manner. Airiness, the quality of being airy. Airinesses, plural of airiness. Airy, present participle and gerund of air. Airing cupboard, a closed storage cupboard built around a house's hot water system, using the heat to dry damp clothes. Airing cupboards, plural of airing cupboard. Airing off, present participle and gerund of air off. Airing one's dirty laundry in public. Present participle and gerund of air one's dirty laundry in public. Airing one's dirty linen in public. Present participle and gerund of air one's dirty linen in public. Airing one's paunch. Present participle and gerund of air one's paunch. Airing out. Present participle and gerund of air out. Airing up. Present participle and gerund of air up. Airings. Plural of airing. Airish. Cool. Breezy. Airland. To transport troops, etc. to a place by aircraft, landing there rather than using parachutes. Airlande. Simple past and past participle of airland. Airlanding. Present participle and gerund of airland. Airlandings. Plural of airlanding. Airlands. Third person singular simple present indicative of airland. Airlane. Alternative spelling of airlane. Airlanes. Plural of airline. Alley. Jacklay. Allies. Plural of airlay. Aras. Lacking or being without air. Airlessly. In a airless mare without air. Airlessness. The state or condition of being poorly ventilated, lacking good air circulation, having stale air. Elder. An aerogram. Elders. Plural of airlitter. Awe. Comparative form of airly, more airly. Aoist. Superlative form of airly, most airly. Airlift. The transportation of troops, civilians, or supplies by air, especially in an emergency. Airlifted. Simple past and past participle of airlift. Airlifter. An aircraft that performs airlifts. Airlifters. Plural of airlifter. Airlifting. Present participle and gerund of airlifts. Airlifts. Plural of airlift. Airlie. Resembling air, gaseous. Airline. A company that flies airplanes to transport people and goods. Airline alliance. An agreement between airlines to cooperate on a substantial level, often involving code-share agreements and unified marketing. Airline alliances. Plural of airline alliance. Airline bag. A small carry bag designed for in-cabin use during a plane journey, especially one emblazoned with an airline logo and fitted with a shoulder strap. Airline bags. Plural of airline bag. Airline hostess. An air stewardess, a female flight attendant. Airline hostesses. Plural of airline hostess. Airline mile. A unit in the point system created by many airlines as part of their frequent flyer programs, which can be redeemed for free flights and other rewards. Traditionally, airlines have awarded 1 airline mile per mile flown, but increasingly airline miles have been awarded based on other factors such as ticket price. Airline miles. Plural of airline mile. Airline seat. A style of seat found in aircraft, also in some trains. Airline seats. Plural of airline seat. Airline steward. A male flight attendant. Airline stewardess. An air stewardess, a female flight attendant. Airline stewardesses. Plural of airline stewardess. Airline stewards. Plural of airline steward. Airline ticket. Synonym of air ticket. Airline tickets. Plural of airline ticket. Airliner. A passenger carrying aircraft, especially one of a fleet operated by an airline. Airliners. Plural of airliner. Airlines. Plural of airline. Airlinees. The jargon used by airline companies. Airway. A thoughtless, light-hearted person. Airlays. plural of airling. Airway. Radio channel-based data connection. Airless, plural of airlink. Airlock, a sealed, airtight chamber, such as in a manned spacecraft or submarine, used to provide access to and from the sealed area without allowing air out or water in. Airlocked, extremely drunk. Airlocks, plural of airlock. Alley, early. Airmail, the system of conveying mail using aircraft. Airmail, simple past and past participle of airmail. Airmailer, any aircraft used to send airmail. Airmailing, present participle and gerund of airmail. Airmails, the items of mail conveyed using aircraft. Nera, a pilot of an aircraft. Airman First Class, a holder of the third enlisted rank in the United States Air Force, just above airman and below senior airman. Airmanship, skill in and knowledge of the work of navigating and operating an aircraft. Airmark, a recognizable natural or man-made feature used for aerial navigation. Airmarked, simple past and past participle of airmark. Airmarker, alternative form of air marker. Air markers, plural of air marker. Air marking, present participle and gerund of airmark. Air marks. Plural of airmark. Airmess, a widespread body of air, the properties of which can be identified as having been established while that air was situated over a particular region of the Earth's surface, airmass source region, and be undergoing specific modifications while in transit away from the source region. An air mass is often defined as a widespread body of air that is approximately homogeneous in its horizontal extent, particularly with reference to temperature and moisture distribution. In addition, the vertical temperature and moisture variations are approximately the same over its horizontal extent. Airmass source region, an extensive area of the Earth's surface over which bodies of air frequently remain for a sufficient time to acquire characteristic temperature and moisture properties imparted by that surface. Air so modified becomes identifiable as a distinct air mass. CMS. Airmass source regions, plural of airmass source region. Airmasses, plural of airmass. Air, plural of airman. Airman first class, plural of airman first class. Airwith, abbreviation of Airman's Meteorological Advisory. Airwith, plural of airment. Air-minded, being well disposed to aviation. Airmiss, an incident where two aircraft almost collide, a near miss. Airmisses, plural of airmiss. Airmobile, capable of being moved by air. Airmonger, a hopeless visionary, a quixotic or unrealistic schemer. Airmongers, plural of airmonger. Air, doer. ARNA, asymmetric interfering RNA. Era, alternative form of AIRNA. AIRNA, plural of AIRNA. Airnas, plural of airna. Aird, simple past and past participle of airn. Erne, RNA, plural of AIRNA. Airnas, plural of airna. Aird, simple past and past participle of airn. Erne, present participle and gerund of airn. Earnings, earnings. As, third person singular simple present indicative of airn. F, simple past and past participle of airn. Aerohydrogen, of or using a mixture of hydrogen and air. Aerol, an antiseptic powder consisting of a basic iodide and gallate of bismuth, sometimes used in place of iodoform. Aerolo, a municipality in Ticino Canton, Switzerland. Aerometer, any of various devices used to measure the amount of air used by a system. Aerometers, plural of aerometer. Aerore, a Papuan language spoken on the lower Apawar River in Papua, Indonesia. Aerorinchi, a retroflexion of the face at the front of the palate in primates. Airvac, synonym of SCBA self-containing breathing apparatus. Airpacks, plural of airpack. Airport, a small airport sometimes found near an industrial or business area. Airparks, plural of airpark. Airta, the path of a missile or aircraft through the air. Airbaths, plural of airpath. Airvehicle, plural of airperson. Airperson, an airman or airwoman. Airpersons, plural of airperson. Airvo, an air-to-ground telephone service for passengers on airline flights. Airphones, plural of airphone. Airphoto, a photograph taken from the air, for example, to study terrain. Airphotos, plural of airphoto. Airha, a pipe or tube through which air flows. Airbops, plural of airpipe. Airplane, a powered heavy aircraft with fixed wings. Airplane cloth, a closely woven mercerized linen or cotton fabric originally used for airplane wings, but later for garments such as sportswear and uniforms and light luggage. Airplane ears, the folded ears of a cat when it is irritated or angry. Airplane mode, a feature of some cellular phones and computers that disables the radio, thus precluding any interference with avionics and allowing the phone's standalone features such as its games or scheduler to be used safely in environments requiring minimal radio interference. Airplane modes, plural of airplane mode. Airplane, simple past and past participle of airplane. Airplaneful, enough to fill an airplane. Airplane-like, resembling or characteristic of an airplane. Airplanes, plural of airplane. Airplanesful, plural of airplaneful. Airplaning, present participle and gerund of airplane. Airplaness, an airplane pilot. Airplaness, plural of airplaness. Airplant, alternative form of airplant. Airplanes, plural of airplant. Airplay, the playing of a particular song, band, or genre on the radio or the frequency with which it is played. Airplays, plural of airplay. Apocalypse, the presence of dense smog in many parts of Asia. Apocalypses, plural of apocalypse. Aponic, pertaining to aponics, synonym of aeroponic. Aeroponics, synonym of aeroponics. Airport, an airfield and area designated for the takeoff and landing of aircraft, including one or more runways, and for commercial airports, one or more passenger terminals. Airport book, a book to be read in one sitting, especially during plane travel. Airport books, plural of airport book. Airport fiction, the type of popular fiction sold at airports for reading in flight or on holiday. Airport lounge, a dedicated area in an airport which offers, for selected passengers, comforts beyond those afforded in the main parts of the airport. Airport lounges, plural of airport lounge. Airport malaria, malaria caused by an infected female Anopheles mosquito that is transported by aircraft from a malaria-endemic country to a country where malaria is usually not found, potentially biting local residents without a history of recent travel. Airport novel, synonym of airport book. Airport novels, plural of airport novel. Airport system, a collection of airports, heliports, or other aviation facilities that serve a particular location. Airport systems, plural of airport system. Airport village, a barangay of Katarman, Northern Samar, Philippines. Airportable, transportable by aircraft. Airporter, a form of transportation that uses shuttle buses or vans to connect passengers to and from airports and other transportation hubs for a fee. Airporters, plural of airporter. Airportless, without an airport. Airportly, resembling or characteristic of an airport. Airports, plural of airport. Airposts, synonym of airmail. Airpower, airborne military power and air force. Airpowers, plural of airpower. Airproof, airtight. Airproof, that has been made airtight. Airproofing, present participle and gerund of airproof. Airproofs, third person singular simple present indicative of airproof. Airbrox, a near miss between aircraft. Airbroxes, plural of airprox. Avif, a short, sharp puff of air designed to startle a small animal in a biological experiment. Airbuffs, plural of airbuff. Plural of air. Airs and graces, behavior adopted to demonstrate originally one's good upbringing, or now one's superiority, pretentious or snobbish behavior. Airs d'occur, plural of air d'occur. Air off, third person singular simple present indicative of air off. As one's dirty laundry in public, third person singular simple present indicative of air one's dirty laundry in public. Airs one's dirty linen in public, third person singular simple present indicative of air one's dirty linen in public. Airs one's paunch, third person singular simple present indicative of air one's paunch. Air out, third person singular simple present indicative of air out. Air up, third person singular simple present indicative of air up. Air sac. Alternative form of air sac. Air sac catfish, any of the genus Heteropneus of catfishes with elongated, compressed bodies, short dorsal fins with no spine, and long air sacs that serve as lungs that extend from the gill chamber. Air sac catfishes, plural of air sac catfish. Air saculitis, an inflammation of the air sacs of chickens and other birds. Air sacs, plural of air sac. Airscape, the view of the sky, or an artistic work that visually represents it. Airscapes, plural of airscape. Airscrew, a cowl shaped and positioned to draw air into the engine of a moving vehicle or aircraft. Airscoops, plural of airscoop. Airscrew, the propeller of an aircraft, the prop. Airscrews, plural of airscrew. Aircraft, a vertical or near vertical opening shaft running from a corridor to the sky, thus allowing air to circulate to high-rise apartments or offices. Airshafts, plural of airshaft. Airhood, alternative spelling of airshed. Airhuds, plural of airshed. Airyaft, a block of continuous broadcast time, often 4 or 6 hours. Airyafts, plural of airships. Airjo, a lighter-than-air aircraft that can be propelled forward through the air as well as steered. Airship carrier, a ship used to carry, deploy, and support the operations of a blimp or dirigible. Airship carriers, plural of airship carrier. Airship tender, a ship used to support operations of a blimp or dirigible. Airship tenders, plural of airship tender. Airship, simple past and past participle of airship. Airshipping, present participle and gerund of airship. Airships, plural of airship. Airute, a shot at something that is in the air or a shot in midair. Airutes, plural of airshoot. Airshow, alternative spelling of airshow. Airshower, alternative form of air shower. Air showers, plural of air shower. Air shows, plural of air show. Airsick, nauseated due to the effects of motion of an aircraft, suffering from motion sickness caused by air travel. Airsickness, a feeling of nausea, dizziness, etc. caused by the motion of an aircraft, a form of motion sickness. Airsicknesses, plural of airsickness. Airside, in the passenger-only area of an airport, beyond security, passport and immigration, and customs controls. Airsides, plural of airside. Airsole, a small hovercraft used to move heavy loads, typically in a warehouse. Airsolds, plural of airsold. Airsoft, a modern combat sport in which participants eliminate their opponents by hitting them with spherical non-metallic pellets launched from a type of air gun running compressed air or similar compressed gas, for example carbon dioxide. Airsoft, characterized or marked by air, especially bracingly cold air, windy, stormy. Airspace, a specified portion of the atmosphere, especially that under the technical aviation control and / or jurisdiction of a particular state over which territory and territorial waters it lies. Airspaces, plural of airspace. Airspeak, a controlled form of natural language based on English and designed to facilitate communication between aircraft pilots and air traffic controllers. Airspeed, the speed of an aircraft relative to the air through which it is flying. Airspeed indicator, an instrument that displays an aircraft's current airspeed. Airspeed indicators, plural of airspeed indicator. Airspeedometer, synonym of airspeed indicator. Airspeedometers, plural of airspeedometer. Airspeeds, plural of airspeed. Airsport, alternative form of air sport. Airsports, plural of airsport. Airspray, a spray of liquid powered by compressed air. Airsprays, plural of airspray. Airstaff, the staff of a radio station whose voices are broadcast. Airstaffs, plural of airstaff. Airsar, a set of stairs permitting entry to and exit from an aeroplane, typically built into a folding door. Airstairs, plural of airstair. Airstep, to suspend a limb without contact with the ground. Airstepped, simple past and past participle of airstep. Airstepping, present participle and gerund of airstep. Airsteppings, plural of airstepping. Airsteps, third person singular simple present indicative of airstep. Airstow, a piece of aquarium furniture, traditionally limewood or porous stone, whose purpose is to diffuse oxygen gradually into the tank, eliminating the noise and large bubbles of conventional air filtration systems. Airstones, plural of airstone. Airstop, a designated landing site for helicopters. Airstops, plural of airstop. Airstream, a flow or current of air. Airstreamer, enthusiast of the Airstream brand of recreational vehicles known for their rounded and polished aluminum coachwork. Airstreamers, plural of airstreamer. Airstreams, plural of airstream. Airstrike, alternative form of airstrike. Airstrike, simple past and past participle of airstrike. Airstriker, a vehicle or person that performs an airstrike. Airstrikers, plural of airstriker. Airstrikes, plural of airstrike. Airstriking, present participle and gerund of airstrike. Airstra, an aircraft landing field, usually with one runway and only basic facilities. Airstrips, plural of airstrip. Airstrike, simple past and past participle of airstrike. Airsuit, a space suit. Airsuits, plural of airsuit. To guide, to direct. Air tanker, alternative form of air tanker. Air tankers, plural of air tanker. Air taxi, alternative form of air taxi. Air taxes, plural of air taxi. Elven, simple past and past participle of airt. Edo, a form of communication formerly used within the FBI indicating a letter that had to be typed and mailed on the same day. Adols, plural of Aertol. Ero, a village in the north of Falkirk Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 8987. Airtight, impermeable to air or other gases. Airkylely, sealed in an airtight manner. Airtightness, the quality of being at 8. Airtime, the duration during which a radio or television program or part of one is transmitted. Airtimes, plural of airtime. Eve, present participle and gerund of Bert. Artist, an artist who uses airbrushes. Artists, plural of artist. Airdram, an aerial tram type of passenger vehicle. Airdrams, plural of airtram. Airstripping, an abnormal retention of air in the lungs. Apps, third person singular simple present indicative of airt. Airview, a view from the air, a photograph taken from an aircraft. Airviews, plural of airview. Airwalk, a trick in which the skater holds the board and kicks out both feet while in the air. Airwalks, plural of airwalk. Airwall, the notional part of a network configuration which isolates computers physically from connection to a wider network such as the internet. Airwalls, plural of airwall. Airwar, a war fought predominantly by aircraft. Airward, toward the air, outward. Airwards, toward the air, outward. Airwars, plural of airwar. Airwatt, a unit of measurement that represents the true suction power of vacuum cleaners. It is calculated by multiplying the airflow in cubic meters per second by the suction pressure in pascals. Airwatts, plural of airwatt. Airwave, singular of airwaves, thus often radio or frequency. Airwaves, radio frequency electromagnetic waves usually used in the context of wireless communication, radio waves. Airway, the Turkey, airway mill, an airbill. Airway bills, plural of airway bill. Airways, plural of airway. Airwing, alternative form of air wing. Airwings, plural of airwing. Airwise, competent and familiar with aircraft or air travel. Earwoman, a woman who flies in an aircraft, a female aviator. Airwoman, plural of airwoman. Airwood, alternative form of hairwood. Awaye, comparative form of airworthy, more airworthy. Awayes, superlative form of airworthy, most airworthy. Airworthiness, the state of being airworthy. Airworthiness Directive, a regulation issued by the Civil Aviation Authority of a country or region, generally in response to the discovery of an unsafe condition affecting particular aircraft, requiring that certain actions, such as specified modifications or enhanced maintenance or inspection requirements be performed on these aircraft in order for them to remain legally airworthy. Airworthiness directives, plural of airworthiness directive. Airworthy, meeting standards for safe flight. Air round, wound around air, i.e. lacking a solid core. Airy, a surname. Airy beam, a non-diffracting waveform that gives the appearance of curving as it travels. Airy beams, plural of airy beam. Airy crater, a crater on the planet Mars. Airy disk, alternative form of airy disk. Airy disks, plural of airy disk. Airy disk, the bright central region of the diffraction pattern resulting from a uniformly illuminated circular aperture. Airy disks, plural of airy disk. Airy equation, d2y slash dx2xy equals 0, the simplest second-order linear differential equation with a turning point, a point where the character of the solutions changes from oscillatory to exponential. Airy equations, plural of airy equation. Airy fairy, insubstantial. Airy function, a function denoted by AIX that is a solution to the airy equation. Airy functions, plural of airy function. Airy mean time, the standard time as kept on the planet Mars, determined on the prime meridian of Mars, which passes through the crater Airy 0. Airy pattern, the airy disk together with a series of concentric rings that surround it. Airy patterns, plural of airy pattern. Area 0, a crater on Mars, located within the larger airy crater, used as the determining landmark for the Martian prime meridian. Airy fairy, alternative form of airy fairy. A crater on Mars, located within the larger airy crater, used as the determining landmark for the Martian prime meridian. Airy fairy, alternative form of airy fairy. Aided, alternative form of aerated. Airplane, an airplane. Airplanes, plural of airplane. Eyes, initialism of automatic identification system as an element of the global marine distress and CSS. AIs, plural of AI. Eyes, plural of AI. Eyes cacking, alternative form of ice catching. Atrolatre, the worship of filth. S, initialism of Austin Independent School District. AI says, plural of AIS. Aya, a female given name from Arabic, most famously born by Muhammad's third wife, daughter of first Caliph Abu Bakr. Shelton, an Amerindian village in the Rupununi Savannah of southern Guyana known for nearby archaeological sites and petroglyphs. Athwaya, a female given name from Sanskrit of Indian usage. As initialism of as I see it. Askew, a village in Askew and Leaning Bar Parish, North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District West Grid Ref SE 2788. Askew and Leaning Bar, a civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District. a wing of a building, notably in a church separated from the nave proper by piers. Aisle seat, a seat beside an aisle in public transport, as in a bus, train, or passenger aircraft. Aisle seats, plural of aisle seat. Aisle sitter, a theatrical critic. Aisle sitters, plural of aisle sitter. Aislet, having aisles. Aisles, without an aisle. Aisles, plural of aisle. Atlas, misspelling of aisleless. Isaway, aisle clear path between seats, shelves, etc. Egaways, plural of Asaway. Ashley, a kind of Irish poem developed during the late 17th and 18th centuries, in which Ireland appears to the poet in a vision in the form of a woman, lamenting the state of the Irish people and predicting the revival of their fortunes. Ashleys, plural of Ashling. Ashlyn, a female given name from Irish. Eslin, a female given name. Eslin, a female given name. Aitni, a department of Hauts de France, France. Capital, Leon and C code 02. Est, initialism of account information service provider. Est, plural of aist. Aspiro, a surname. Aspiros, plural of aspiro. Eyes, plural of AIS. Isayuo, alternative form of Iswiya. Esawa, alternative form of Iswiya. Eser, a member of a certain group of people of Chaldean descent inhabiting the Caucasus. Asers, plural of Acer. Astapod, a snake-like amphibian from the order Astapoda. Astapods, plural of Astapod. Azizor Armensen, a commune in Yon department, Bergodner Franche-Comté, France. Azanetai, plural of Azamites. Azamites, alternative form of Isanites. Initialism of autoimmune thrombocytopenia, a too low number of platelets in the blood, especially of a newborn or fetus due to autoimmunity. An island in a river, especially the River Thames in England. Edda, initialism of an ID asshole slash arsihole. A surname. H-E double hockey sticks. Oh. H-bone, alternative. Initialism of an ID asshole slash arsihole. A surname. H-E double hockey sticks. Oh. H-bone. H-E double hockey sticks. H-bones, plural of H-bone. H-dropping, synonym of H-dropping. H-bone, a cut of beef lying above the rump bone. H-bones, plural of H-bone. H's, alternative letter case form of H's. Aitchison, a Scottish surname originating as a patronymic. Aitchlis, without pronouncing the slash H slash sound. Alternative form of ate. Aethocris, reddish brown, ruddy. Aya, plural of Asian. Aetalogies, plural of etiology. Aetology, alternative form of etiology. Aeton, an origin story or myth in ancient Greece. Etin, a surname from Scots. Aetined, a surname. Aitkenism. The religious beliefs and practices of the Aitenites. Aitkenite, a religious follower of Robert Aitken 1800-1873, Scottish popular preacher who formed the Christian Society, with his following primarily drawn from Methodist and Anglican believers, promoting a mix of evangelism and Tractarianism. Aitkenites, plural of Aitkenite. Aitkins, a surname originating as a patronymic. Aitken, a surname transferred from the given name. Aitkin County, one of 87 counties in Minnesota, United States. County seat, Aitkin. Aitkins, a surname originating as a patronymic. Aitmatov, a transliteration of the Kyrgyz surname Ikdat Kuitel Tel Orva Aitmatov. Enni, one of the moons of Jupiter. Adolf projection, a modified azimuthal map projection based on the equatorial form of the azimuthal equidistant projection, which first halves longitudes, then projects according to the azimuthal equidistant, and then stretches the result horizontally into a 2:1 ellipse to compensate for having halved the longitudes. Adolf projections, plural of Adolf projection. Aetolia, alternative form of Aetolia. Ed, a Thai language spoken in India and written in a version of the Burmese abugida. Et, plural of eight. Ed, a ghost or spirit, often malevolent in Polynesian mythology. Eda, initialism of All India Trade Union Congress, a trade union founded in 1920. Edas, plural of Edu. Edutaki, an island in the Cook Islands, the second largest after Rarotonga. Edutakian, a war relating to the island of Edutaki. Edutakians, plural of Edutakian. And initialism of And I Think You Do. F, a city in Alba County, Romania. Ayu, initialism of As I Understand It. F, abbreviation of Angiotensin nomen for. Aeolea, one of the Greek inhabitant of Ivalek. Aeoleat, plural of Aevoleat. Aev, the General Intelligence and Security Service, the Secret Service of the Netherlands. Avole, an electoral district in Nunavut, Canada. Ewing, alternative form of Adjwain. Ewe, alternative form of Ewan. Ewens, plural of Ewan. Ewo, a district on the west side of Nauru. Ewu, alternative form of Ewu. Ewu, an Austronesian language spoken in the Solomon Islands. Awes, initialism of Alice in Wonderland syndrome. Ex, synonym of Aix-en-Provence. Aix-en-Provence, a city and commune of Bouches-du-Rhône department, Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, France. Aix-les-Bains, a commune in Savoie department, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Exclamation of surprise, blame, dismay, shock, or fear. Alternative form of Aya. Yana, a female given name. Ayammer, a Tamil guardian deity. Ivy, a cry of surprise or alarm. Elyo, expressing distress, regret, fear. Elyo, alternative form of Aya. Aizal, a city, the state capital of Mizoram, India. Aizkoleri, someone who practices Aizkolartsa. Aizkoleris, plural of Aizkoleri. Isle, alternative form of Isle. Iels, plural of Isle. Isocius, of or relating to the family Isosea fig marigolds. Eisbeert, a town in Latvia. Izo, a region in western Fukushima Prefecture. Primary city is Aizu Wakamatsu. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Aizu Wakamatsu, a city in Fukushima Prefecture, Japan. Eidue. Initialism of apple juice. Ada. Initialism of Al Jazeera Arabic. Ada. Alternative form of Aya, Akkadian mother goddess. Adon. Alternative spelling of Ajon. Ajons. Plural of Ajon. Ajabasing. A diterpenoid alkaloid found in Consolida ajacis sin. Delphinium ajacis. Ajaxin, of or relating to Ajaccio in Corsica. Ajaxians, plural of Ajaxian. Ajaccio, the capital and largest city of Corsica, France. Adacin, an alkaloid found in various delphinium species. Ajacucine, a diterpenoid alkaloid found in Consolida ajacis sin. Delphinium ajacis. Agilphine, a diterpenoid alkaloid found in Consolida ajacis sin. Delphinium ajacis. Agilphenine, a diterpenoid alkaloid found in Consolida ajacis sin. Delphinium ajacis. Adidin, a diterpenoid alkaloid found in Consolida ajacis sin. Delphinium ajacis. Agadinine, a diterpenoid alkaloid found in Consolida ajacis sin. Delphinium ajacis. A ballad zither used in Korean traditional and classical music. Adda, alternative form of ajag. Ajags, plural of ajag. Adon, a Buddhist teacher. Ajons, plural of ajon. Adadu, initialism of asynchronous JavaScript and JSON, a data model for authoring and publishing that followed Ajax. Ajaja, a traditional Inuit song accompanied by dancing and drumming. Ajajas, plural of Ajaja. Adak, the Dolquan Alpinus. Adax, plural of Ajak. Adao, and Nonero. Ajami, Nonero Persian. Ajami Iraq. Synonym of Persian Iraq. Ajami Turkic, a historical division of the Azerbaijani language that was used as the administrative and literary language of Persia, Safavid Iran, Asharid Iran, and Qajar Iran. Ajamoda, alternative form of Ajmoda. Agenol, a surname from Spanish. Agenols, plural of agenol. Agendol, jangolang. Agenine, a diterpenoid alkaloid found in Consolida ajacis sin. Delphinium ajacis. Andata, a village in Maharashtra, India, known for the nearby ancient Buddhist cave monuments. Ajanta, alternative form of Ajanta. Ajantian, relating to Ajax of the Trojan War. Ajapsandal, alternative form of Ajapsandali. Ajapsandali, a Georgian dish consisting of eggplants, potatoes, tomatoes, bell peppers, and seasoning. Ajar, synonym of Ajaran. Ajara, alternative spelling of Ajara. Ajaraka, an ornamental pattern made in a wall from bricks that protrude halfway out, originally from parts of Spain. Ajarakas, plural of Ajaraka. Ajari, in Japanese Buddhism, a senior monk who teaches students. Ajaria, alternative spelling of Ajara. Ajarian, synonym of Ajaran. Ajarians, plural of Ajarian. Ajar, simple past and past participle of Ajar. jar. Ajoring, present participle and gerund of a jar. Ajars, plural of a jar. Ada, acronym of all Japanese, all the time Japanese learning methodology focused on immersion and sentence mining. Ajawa, obsolete form of Ajwain. Aja, alternative form of ahau. Ajas, plural of aja. Ajax, alternative form of Ajax. Ajax, either of two heroes of the Trojan War. Ajax Amsterdam, AFC Ajax, a football club from Amsterdam. Adjectivification. The use of Ajax in JavaScript source code. Ajaxify, simple past and past participle of Ajaxify. Ajaxifies, third person singular simple present indicative of Ajaxify. Ajaxify, to modify a web application to use Ajax. Ajaxifying, present participle and gerund of Ajaxify. Ade, a male given name from Sanskrit. Ade, a surname from Yoruba. Ajays, plural of Ajay. Ajays, plural of Ajay. Atatso, synonym of Umertala. Adi, abbreviation of Authorized Java Center, a program for the qualification and certification of software houses. Ajdabiya, a town, the capital of Al-Wahad district, 150 km south of Benghazi, Libya. Addis, initialism of Aspect J development tools. Ed, initialism of Al Jazeera English. Engine, a male given name. Agebutter, a very spoiled rich person. Adi, alternative form of Aji. Adish, a male given name from India of Indian usage. Ajoshi, alternative spelling of Ajasi. Ajoshis, plural of Ajoshi. Ajasi, alternative spelling of Ajasi. Ajasis, plural of Ajasi. Adi, a spicy Peruvian sauce often containing tomatoes, cilantro, hot peppers, and onions. Ajiaco, a chicken and potato stew of Latin America. Ade, an Austronesian language spoken in New Caledonia. Adis, plural of Aji. Ade, alternative spelling of Ajika. Ado, a town in Tunisia on the island of Jerba. Ajimses, plural of Ajimaz. Ajimas, a bifora in Spanish Moorish architecture. Ajimses, plural of Ajimaz. Ajingle, jingling. Ajinomoto, monosodium glutamate. Adis, plural of Aji. Adush, a male given name from Malayalam used in India. Aditor, unsteady as from anxiety, jittery. Aduva, all inanimate objects. Aduus, plural of Adjuva. Aduvika, a heterodox school of Indian philosophy believed to have been founded in the 5th century BCE by Macaulay Ghazala, a major rival of Vedic religion, early Buddhism, and Jainism. Ajivikas, plural of Ajivika. Ajivikism, synonym of Ajivika. Abba, alternative form of Aja. Ad, as a Jammu and Kashmir. Andate, a fossil resin containing sulfur found in brown coal. Ajmalacine, an antihypertensive drug structurally related to yohimbine and rauwolsine. Ajmoline, an antiarrhythmic drug originally isolated from the roots of Revolvia serpentina. Abuhun, an emirate of the United Arab Emirates. Adur, a city in India. Adimur Division, one of the administrative divisions of the Republic of India. Adimura, a surname. Ajmoda, a plant related to ajwain, Trachospermum roxburginum, used as a spice and in Ayurvedic medicine. Ajnoa, a village in northeastern Punjab state, India. Ajo, an unincorporated community in Pima County, Arizona, United States. Ajo, an unsaturated disulfide obtained from garlic with antioxidant, antithrombotic, and antimicrobial properties. Ajones, plural of ajon. Adai, whilst jogging, with a jogging motion, with agitation. Adoy, a turquoise mineral with triclinic crystals K-Na-Ku2-Al-C-9003H2O. Adon, a type of beer brewed from finger millet in northern and eastern Uganda. Ijomo, millet beer. Ajoma, alternative spelling of Ajoma. Ajomas, plural of Aduma. Ajoma, alternative spelling of Ajuma. Ajumas, plural of Aduma. Ajuwai, a Berber wooden flute. Aduai, alternative form of Ajwain. Idova, a simple bamboo hut. Ajobas, plural of Ajuba. Adr, alternative form of Adjure. Adjure, a technique for creating patterns of open areas in fabric by tying woven threads together. Ajabi, an agabi. Ajaudis, plural of ajaudi. Ajoain, alternative form of Ajwain. Ajoains, plural of Ajoain. Ajoan, alternative form of Ajwain. Initialism of Apache JServe protocol. Adr, initialism of apominojugular reflex. Adr, Hasanat. Adrak, a form of textile block printing found primarily in Sindh, Pakistan. Adjudicate, misspelling of adjudicate. Adumer, any plant in the genus Ajuga, especially the ornamental ground cover Ajuga reptans. Ajumes, plural of Ajuga. Ajugazoliciaceae, a particular steroid glycoside. Ajugaside, an iridoid monoterpene found in Ajuga reptans. Ajoma, alternative spelling of Ajuma. Ajumas, plural of Aduma. Adobo, jumbled model. Adama, a married middle-aged Korean woman. Adamas, plural of Ajama. Adobe, alternative spelling of Ajasi. Ajadis, plural of Ajashi. Adase, alternative spelling of Ajasi. Ajasas, plural of Ajasi. Adudid, a tube through which water is discharged, an efflux tube. Adjudigus, plural of adjudige. Atai, a municipality of Iloilo, Philippines. Aduar, a relish made principally out of red bell peppers, sometimes with eggplant, garlic, and chili pepper, predominantly popular in the Western Balkans. Ajwain, a plant in the family Apiaceae Trachyspermum ammi, and its seed-like fruit, which is used especially in South Asian cooking for its tan-like flavor. Ajwains, plural of ajwain. Adwan, alternative form of ajwain. Ajwain, alternative form of ajwain. Ada, plural of juz. Ada, plural of juz. Abbreviation of Alaska, a state of the United States. A Sepik language spoken in Sandon Province. Papua New Guinea. Ak Koyunlu, a Sunni Aghaz Turkic tribal federation that ruled present-day Iran, Azerbaijan, Armenia, eastern Turkey, and northern Iraq from 1378 to 1501, the rivals of Karakoyunlu. Ak Koyamlas, plural of Ak Koyunlu. Ak 47, the Soviet-built 1947 Kalashnikov assault rifle or any similar rifle built to this design. Ak 47s, plural of AK-47. Ak 47, alternative form of AK-47. Ak 47s, plural of AK-47. Ab, initialism of also known as. Ab, either of two lakes in Alaska. Akamiso, alternative form of Akamizo. Akabi, an extinct language of India. Akabo, a great Andamanese language, the last speaker of which died in 2010. Akakari, an extinct language of India. Akaikora, an extinct language of India. Aha, a town and municipality of Pirkanmaa, Finland. Akakai, great bulrush Sconoplectus tabernaemontani, a slender grass once used for thatching houses in Hawaii. Akapa, dated spelling of Akaba. Akaben, a neighborhood of Kita, Tokyo Prefecture, Japan. Akeda, an extinct Great Andamanese language of the southern group. Akabiko, a red papier-mâché bobblehead cow toy, a kind of regional homage regarded as symbolic of the Aizu region of Japan. Akademir, a grove near Athens named after the Athenian hero Academos, where Plato founded his original academia in 385 BC. Academy, an academy, a specific society of scholars or artists. Academos, alternative form of Academus mythological hero. Akagenate, a monoclinic iron Roman 3-oxyhydroxide/chloride mineral formed by the weathering of pihitite. Akagenite, alternative form of akagenate. Akaganates, plural of akaganate. Akaganiites, plural of akaganaite. Akic information criterion, an estimator of prediction error and thereby relative quality of statistical models for a given data set founded on the principles of information theory. Akeo, a city in Akiyama Prefecture, Japan. Akala, any of several species of African birds in the genus Shepardia. Akalats, plural of akalat. Akali, alternative form of akali. Akalis, plural of akali. Akali, a member of a campaign to bring reform in the Gurdwaras in India during the early 1920s. Akalimba, an African thumb piano. Akalimeter, a volumetric device used in akalimetry. Akalimetry, the measurement of the strength of an alkali. Akalis, plural of akali. Akamai, smart, clever. Akamatsu, the Japanese red pine, Pinus densiflora. Akamba, alternative form of Kamba Bantu people of Kenya. Akamian, a surname from Japanese. Akamians, plural of Akamin. Akamizo, a red variety of miso. Akamashi, the mite that spreads the diseased Tsutsugamushi. Akamashi disease, scrub typhus when transmitted by Trumbicula akamashi. Akan, a people who inhabit Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire. Ihana, a surname. Akanas, plural of Akana. Ahem, a Japanese gesture of pulling down one's eyelid and sticking out one's tongue, used to taunt people. Ahend, a surname from Yoruba. Akand, plural of Akend. Akan, a female given name from Japanese. Akan, alternative form of Akanai. Ahendin, alternative form of Acanthian. Akanai, a case of vowel reduction in Slavic languages, the merger of Protonic non-high vowel phonemes evoash, taj, yesh, and yash. Akaojase, an extremely rare high-pressure polymorph of TiO2. Akapufa, synonym of Pucagrycelinia lucida. Akarbao, an extinct language of India. Akara, a bean cake made of fried black-eyed pea flour. Akarmo, a state of no action in which one refrains from seeking any outcomes. Acarnania, alternative form of Acarnania. Acarnanian, alternative form of Acarnanian. Acarnanian. Asa, ether or atmosphere, as one of the elements in Hindu philosophy. Akhasagartha, a bodhisattva in Mahayana Buddhism. Atash, the sky and the cosmos. Iteta, alternative form of Akash. A city in Hyogo Prefecture, Japan. Attache of or pertaining to Akasa. Akashic records, mythological records or archives in a spiritual plane containing information about everything that ever happened. Akashvani, a gift or message from heaven. Akashvanis, plural of Akashvani. Agai, alternative form of Akashic. Ahaspa, a town in South Dakota, United States. Akasuri, a type of vigorous scrubbing of the body. Acadophagia, disorder of thought expression in speech and results due to dissolution of logical ordering of trains of thought. Acadia, any of various species of white-flowering climbing vine from New Zealand. In the genus Metrosideros. Akavir, a sensation of restlessness characterized by an inability to sit still / down or remain motionless / seated, arising from a subjective need or desire to move, often coinciding with a sensation of twitching of muscles, often as a side effect of psychiatric medications. Akathiyas, plural of akathisia. Akathisic, relating to or exhibiting akathisia. Akathis, a hymn dedicated to his saint holy event or person of the Holy Trinity in Eastern Christian traditions. Akathistai, plural of akathistos. Akathistos, an Orthodox Byzantine hymn sung during Lent. Akathists, plural of akathis. Akatorit, a yellow-orange triclinic mineral found in New Zealand and containing aluminium, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Akau, a surname from Hawaiian. Akaus, plural of Akau. Akaweo, an indigenous people of South America. Akawi, alternative form of Akawi. Akawi, alternative form of Akawi. Akada, the plant Strychnos ikaja, traditionally used as an ordeal poison in West Africa. Akazun, a poisonous alkaloid analogous to strychnine obtained from the Akasga plant. Akazu, an informal organization of Hutu extremists whose members contributed to the 1994 Rwandan genocide. Atbar, a surname. Akbari is Sufi Muslim of the Akbari branch. Akbarian, a surname from Persian. Akbarians, plural of Akbarian. Akbaris, plural of Akbari. Akbars, plural of Akbar. Akbesh, a dog of a breed native to Turkey, primarily used as livestock guardian dogs or shepherd dogs. Akmaj, plural of Akbash. Ak, initialism of American Kennel Club. Aks, a silver coin minted during the Ottoman Empire, valued at 1/3 of a para. Aks, plural of axe. Aksh, alternative form of axe. Akshe, archaic form of axe Ottoman coin. Akshes, plural of akshe. Akshes, plural of aksh. Agdalate, a white hexagonal mineral with chemical formula for Al2OH2O found in Kazakhstan. Agdalates, plural of agdalate. Akdor, a surname from Turkish. Ak, abbreviation of Alaska Daylight Time. Ak, a Nigerian Plateau language. Adech, the Tridactynia viscosa, alii. Egenen, alternative spelling of Aklanen. Ikbai, any of the genus Achebia of 5 species of flowering plant in the family Lardizabalaceae. Acheba, any plant of the genus Achebia, especially the invasive plant Achebia quinnata. Agebias, plural of Achebia. Aich, simple past and past participle of ake. Egka, the binding of Isaac. Abi, alternative spelling of Aki. Aka, a male given name from Arabic, variant of Hakim. Agis, plural of Aki. Akurs, a surname. Ake, an Austronesian language spoken in Vanuatu. Aghi, a bird in the Hawaiian honeycreeper genus, Loxaps caerulerostris. Akis, plural of Aki. Aki, Fugopsis stelabrata, a tall Japanese tree. Egal, a surname. Egla, a fictional wolf character in Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book. Egla, plural of Akla. Akildama, alternative form of Esildama. Apeldamas, plural of Akildama. Akoi, a place name. Akois, plural of Agli. Akals, plural of Agal. Eggman, a surname. Agimbo, archaic form of akimbo with hands on hips and elbows outward. Enem, to bear, give birth to, usually in the past participle. Aignatsi, alternative form of Akanichi. Aigin, alternative spelling of Aiken. Aigins, plural of Aikin. Amy, a box used by secretary to store their personal items. Agnium, alternative form of agnium. Agent, past participle of Aiken. Akening, present participle and gerund of Aiken. Aikens, third person singular simple present indicative of Aiken. Akentrogonid, any parasitic barnacle of the order Akentrogonida. Akentrogonids, plural of Akentrogonid. Ethva, a bird in the Hawaiian honeycreeper genus Loxus coccineus. Aethvas, plural of Aekpa. Aekpiro, a small tree of New Zealand Olaria furfuracea. Aekpiros, plural of Aekpiro. Acre, obsolete spelling of acre. Acerbia, Adenia venenata, an African plant. Acerbias, plural of acerbia. Acarid, any sea snail in the family Acaridae. Acarids, plural of acarid. Acari, various varieties of calciocalic microcyanite and micromonzonite. Acarites, plural of acarite. Akerlofian, of or relating to George Akerlof, born 1940, American economist. Agerman, a surname. Ackermanite, alternative spelling of Ackermanite. Ackermanite, a melolite mineral of the sorosilicate group containing calcium, magnesium, silicon, and oxygen and having the chemical formula Ca2MgC2O. Ackermans, plural of Ackerman. Agers, the alternative name for Manchac, Louisiana. Agarius, a county of Norway. Agus, third person singular simple present indicative of egg. Aixu, synonym of Aksu, the Mandarin Chinese derived name. Aketao, synonym of Acto, the Mandarin Chinese derived name. Aker, quoth he. Akaton, a stuffed jacket worn under the mail, or later a jacket plated with mail. Akatons, plural of Akaton. Akyu, a language of China. Egi, a surname. Agis, plural of Agi. Ak, initialism of acute kidney failure. At, in Egyptian mythology, roughly a spirit of the dead that has successfully completed its transition to the afterlife. Af, an ethnic group and Tibeto-Burman language spoken in Burma, China, and neighboring countries. Akhayan, alternative form of Achaean. Achaeans, plural of Akhayan. Akhaoi, the Achaeans. Akaltik, a horse of a Turkmen breed with a distinctive shiny coat or pelage. Akaltiks, plural of Akaltik. Akhalkali, alternative form of Akhalkalaki. Akhalkalaki, an Armenian populated town in the Sans-Java-Keti region of Georgia. Akhaltse, a district of Sans-Java-Keti, Georgia, properly Akhaltsik municipality. Akau, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Akanbera, undivided India, a proposed superstate where the other countries of South Asia are joined into India. Akara, a member of an order of ascetic monks in parts of India. Akaras, plural of Akara. Akashemi, a village in Kakheti, Georgia country. Akhora, and Upazila in Brahmanbaria district, Chittagong division, Bangladesh. Akhori is surname from northern India. Akhalus. Alternative form of Aglis. Akhenaten, a male given name of historical usage, notably born by the 14th century BC pharaoh Akhenaten, father of Tutankhamun and founder of 18ism. Akhet, the region in the sky in which the sun tarries just before it rises or after it sets. Akhetaten, the capital city newly established and built by the pharaoh Akhenaten, modern-day Amarna, Egypt. Akhets, plural of Akhet. Athai, alternative form of Ak brother. Achilles, alternative form of Achilles. Akhura, afterlife. Akhais, plural of Akhai. Akhmeda, a town in Kakheti, Georgia. Akhmime, the most archaic Coptic dialect used around the town of Akhmim. Acme, a mixed rice dish. Acmes, plural of acne. Akhund, alternative spelling of Akhund. Akhunds, plural of Akhund. Akhauri, alternative spelling of Akhori, a surname from northern India. Akariad, alternative form of Akurian. Akurat, a wallet. Akrats, plural of Akrat. Ad, plural of Ak. Akheder, a surname from Persian. Akhders, plural of actor. Akthinskai, a rare gray or black mineral containing manganese and oxygen. Akthinskites, plural of Akthinskite. Akhether, a surname. Akhthers, plural of actor. Akhund, a spiritual leader in Persia, parts of Central Asia, and Xinjiang, China. Akhuns, plural of Akhun. Akurian, alternative form of Akurian. Akurian, alternative form of Akurian. Akurian, a river in Armenia. Akhimak, a northeast Caucasian language spoken in Russia. Akwan, alternative form of Akwan. Akyana, a traditional Indian musical theater performance telling stories from religious texts. Akyanas, plural of Akyana. Initialism of acute kidney injury. A city in Kachai Prefecture, Japan. Agealoa, any of several extinct Hawaiian honeycreepers of the genus Agealoa. Agealoas, plural of Agealoa. Ageyami paste shrimp, the prawn acids japonicus. Ageyami paste shrimps, plural of Ageyami paste shrimp. Adelu, a Hawaiian honeycreeper, Hemignathus monroy. Ageathalas, plural of Ageathalau. Clipping of Akehabara. Agezaf, initialism of all knowledge is contained in fanzines or fandom, a humorous allusion to the tendency of irrelevant topics to be discussed in venues ostensibly devoted to fandom. Aktisita, a group among the Sioux peoples having military and police-like functions. Akisenas, plural of Akisita. Akihabara, a neighborhood of Chiyoda, Tokyo Prefecture, Japan, known primarily for its shopping and the mass availability of electronics, manga, anime, and other goods. Actedi, alternative form of a kikiki. Actedidis, plural of a kikiki. Actigo, a female given name from Japanese. Agel, a male given name. Agel, to ban a user from an ARC server so that he/she is automatically disconnected on any future attempt to connect. Agel, simple past and past participle of akil. Agilwang, present participle and gerund of akil. Agels, third person singular simple present indicative of akil. Agelter, crooked, out of alignment, askew. Ado, the head of a local government in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. Akimvo, with a crook or bend, with a hand on the hip and elbow turned outward. Akimbo, simple past and past participle of akimbo. Akimboing, present participle and gerund of akimbo. Akimbos, third person singular simple present indicative of akimbo. Akimel Owadam, Pima, a Uto-Aztecan people of southwest Arizona. The Pima language is a dialect of Owadam. Agematsoy, a trigonal mineral of the ilmenite group with a vitreous luster, the silicon analog of jakilite. Agematoites, plural of akematoit. Agawas, plural of akem. Agam, a surname. Akina, a surname from Hawaiian. Akirnas, plural of akina. Akinate, a spore-like stage in algae when unfavorable conditions are encountered such as nutrient deficiency. Akind, obsolete form of akin. Akinesis, plural of akinesis. Akinesia, the loss of the ability to control motor muscles. Akinesias, plural of akinesia. Akanse, of or pertaining to akinesia. Akanmesis, absence of a kinetic hinge in the skull. Akansthesia, the inability to perceive motion or position. Akini, a thick-walled, dormant cell found in cyanobacteria and green algae. Akinites, plural of akinete. Akinetic, without motion. Akinetically, in a kinetic manner, without motion. Akantin, by Berainen. Plastic, not kind of plastic. Akintopsia, an inability to perceive motion, despite stationary objects remaining more or less visible, due to brain damage disrupting input to the dorsal pathway. Ager, present participle and gerund of ake. Agenas, the quality of being akin, similarity. Agens, a surname. Agia, a male given name from Japanese. Agiona, a surname from Hawaiian. Agiodas, plural of Agiona. Agira, a male given name from Japanese. Aguraho, Olaria paniculata, a flowering plant. Agaruno, a city in Tokyo Prefecture, Japan. Plural of AKI. Akita, the capital city of Akita Prefecture, Japan. Akitas, plural of Akita. Aketsu, the name of several towns in Japan. Ayewa, a male given name from Hebrew. Igiyama, a surname from Japanese. Ikiyami, a mild Japanese fever caused by an automal form of Leptospira interrogans. At initialism of Alaskan Klikai. At Acadian. At an elder sister. At one of the ancient kingdoms of Mesopotamia located in northern Babylonia. Acadia. Akkad, the kingdom of the Akkadians. Akkadian, of or pertaining to the Akkadian language of ancient Mesopotamia. Akkadian Empire, the first ancient empire of Mesopotamia after the long-lived civilization of Sumer. Akkadianism, an expression or characteristic peculiar to the Akkadian language. Akkadianisms, plural of Akkadianism. Akkadianization, the making or becoming Akkadian. Akkadianize, to render Akkadian. Akkadianize, simple past and past participle of Akkadianize. Akkadianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Akkadianize. Akkadianizing, present participle and gerund of Akkadianize. Akkadians, plural of Akkadian. Akkadism, alternative form of Akkadianism. Akkadisms, plural of Akkadism. Akkadization, the making or becoming Akkadian. Akkadize, to render Akkadian. Akkadize, simple past and past participle of Akkadize. Akkadizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Akkadize. Akkadizing, present participle and gerund of Akkadize. Akkado, Accadia, Akkadian. Accadocentric, emphasizing Akkadian, for example, in interpreting Sumerian or reconstructing Proto-Semitic. Accadogram, an Akkadian word used as a logogram in another language, such as Hittite. Accadograms, plural of accadogram. Akala Sami, a language once spoken by the Sami people that became extinct in 2003. Akkari, a surname. Akkas, plural of Akka. Akawi, a white brine cheese from the Middle East, often used in pastries and sandwiches. Akkerhagen, a village in Midt-Telemark Municipality, Telemark County, Norway. Akaini, a surname from Telugu. Akainis, plural of Akaini. Plural of AKK. Akko, any of several minor characters in the Hebrew Bible. Aklan, a province of western Visayas, Philippines. Capital, Calibo. Aklan village, a barangay of Difun, Quirino, Philippines. Aklanan, a person who is from the Aklan province of the Philippines. Aklanans, plural of Aklanan. Akovine, synonym of a Classinomycin. Acovines, plural of aclovine. Acovinine, the anthracycline quinone ester methyl 1R2R4s 2-ethyl-2,4,5,7 tetrahydroxy 6,11-dioxo 3,4-dihydro 1H tetracene 1-carboxylate. Aclamide, an antiprotozoal drug. Acmola, former name of Astana, used during 1992-1998. Acme, on the Mies. Agonist, a town in Latvia. Ano, obsolete form of Akno. Analid, misspelling of acknowledge. Akko, a city and district of Hyogo Prefecture, Japan. Akkozum, an auditory hallucination. Acosmic, of or pertaining to acosms. Acosms, plural of acosm. Acodontine, any rodent of the tribe Acodontini. Acodontines, plural of acodontine. Acoheco, alternative form of acoheco. Acohecos, plural of acoheco. Acojam, a Medes surname from Manipuri. Acocawi, an ancient village in Arizona, United States. Atoleth, an Austronesian language spoken in Papua New Guinea. Akali, alternative form of Acholi. Akalate, alternative form of Akalate. Akonteng, a folk lute of the Jola people of West Africa, a banjo-like instrument with a skin-headed gourd body, 2 long melody strings, and 1 short drone string. Akontangs, plural of Akonting. Akapien, a surname from Armenian. Akapiens, plural of Akapien. Akori, a kind of bluish coral. Akoria, alternative form of Akoria. Akazamism, alternative form of Akazamism. Aku, tumble thistle Gundelia spp, especially species Gundelia tortifodii. Akusma, a rule or precept, especially one of the list of rules laid down by Pythagoras. Akusmata, plural of akusma. Akpen, a surname. Akpend, plural of Akpan. Akps, a dialect cluster spoken in Nigeria, which is its own branch of the Volta Niger languages. Akbatashi, alternative. Symbol. Agrafenes, plural of Agrafena. Akraides, an ancient Greek colony on the south coast of Sicily at the site of modern Agrigento. Agras, plural of Acra. Acrasia, lack of physical or especially mental strength, poor willpower, also the tendency to act contrary to one's better judgment, countable an instance of this. Acrasias, plural of Acrasia. Akravic, poor willpower, also the tendency to act contrary to one's better judgment, countable an instance of this. Acrasias, plural of Acrasia. Akravic, of or relating to Acrasia. Acratically, in an acratic manner. Ather, a surname from Norwegian. Achaeophagus, a non-flesh eater, a person who does not eat meat. Achaeophagists, plural of acreophagus. Acreophagy, non-flesh eating, abstention from eating meat. Adders, plural of acker. Agard, a surname from Old English. Acrages, plural of acreage. Agro, alternative form of acro. Acrocentric, misspelling of acrocentric. Acrocorti, a monoclinic prismatic reddish-brown mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, magnesium, manganese, and oxygen. Agron, a city, the county seat of Summit County, Ohio. Acropodia, plural of acropodian. Acropotian, alternative form of acropodian. Acropolis, plural of acropolis. Acropolis, alternative spelling of Acropolis. Acropolisis, plural of Acropolis. Acropostian, the tip of the foreskin which extends beyond the glans. Acropostians, plural of Acropostian. Acroteria, plural of Acroterian. Acroteria, alternative form of Acroterium. Acroteri and Decylia, an overseas territory of the United Kingdom on the island of Cyprus. Official name, the sovereign base areas of Acroteri and Decylia. Ater, plural of AKR. Akruke, a language of Papua New Guinea. At, plural of AK. Ax, to ast, Aksai Chin, a cold desert plain in Central Asia divided between China and India. Aksai Chin, alternative form of Aksai Chin. Aksay, a mineral containing magnesium, boron, oxygen, and hydrogen. Axates, plural of axate. Axacle, alternative form of axacle. Axacles, plural of axacle. Axaray, a province in the Central Anatolia region, Turkey. Aksaray Malaklisi, a Turkish breed of large livestock guardian dog from the Aksaray province in Central Anatolia. Aksay, a Kazakh autonomous county in Jiuquan, Gansu, China. A K letter 1E63 a YAMATI, a bodhisattva in Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhism. Aksakin, alternative form of Aksai Chin. Axt, simple past and past participle of axe. Akshavini, an army consisting of 10 Ankinas, or 21,870 elephants, 21,870 chariots, 65,610 horses, and 109,350 foot. Akhe, a male given name from Hindi. Akshayapatra, inexhaustible vessel. Actually, I dialect spelling of actually. Actually, I dialect spelling of actually. Actually, I dialect spelling of actually. Axing, present participle and gerundivax. Ast, abbreviation of Alaska Standard Time. Asu, a prefecture of the Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Axom, a town in Lalemechu District, Meghalaya, Tigray, Ethiopia, the site of the historic capital of the Aksumite Empire, now a tourist town in Ethiopia. Aksumite, a native or inhabitant of the ancient kingdom of Aksum, a trading nation in the area of northern Ethiopia and Eritrea from approximately 100–940 AD. Aksumites, plural of Aksumite. Aksumitic, of or relating to the Aksumites. Actor, a surname from Bengali. Actors, plural of actor. Akdashari, a trigonal pyramidal grayish-black mineral containing arsenic, copper, mercury, and sulfur. Akdau, a city population 160,000, Kazakhstan's main seaport on the Caspian Sea. Official city name 1963–64 and since 1991. Actor, a surname. Actors, plural of actor. Actor, a surname. Actors, plural of actor. Actionsart, alternative letter case form of actionsart. Actionsartan, plural of actionsart. Actionsarts, plural of actionsart. Atto, a county of Kyzyl-Su, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Akto, a city in northwest Kazakhstan with 375,000 inhabitants. Actograph, alternative alternative form of actograph. Actographs, plural of actograph. Actin, obsolete form of actin. Acuamine, an indole alkaloid found in the seeds of the tree Picrolemonitida. Acuapum, one of the main ethnic groups of the Akan people, residing mostly to the south of the eastern region of Ghana. Acuapum, alternative form of acuapum. Acabra, a brand of Australian hat, especially a broad-brimmed model similar to a fedora, traditionally worn by Australian stockmen. Acabra hat, synonym of acabra. Acabras, plural of acabra. Acajura, powdered kajura, used as a seasoning. Acula, a surname from Telugu. Aculas, plural of acula. Acu, the big-eye scad, Celer cruminophthalmus. Avo, an idolater. Agurma, a Japanese demon. Agurmas, plural of akuma. Agams, plural of Akam. Akur, the largest city and state capital of Ondo State, Nigeria. Akureyri, a city in Northern Iceland. Akureyri, an Indian dish of scrambled eggs with fried onions and spices. Akutagawa, a surname from Japanese. Acutac, alternative spelling of Acutac. Acutac, a food of native peoples in western Alaska, consisting of whipped fat mixed with berries and sometimes fish and sugar. Aquavit, alternative spelling of aquavit. Aquavits, plural of aquavit. Aqua Ibom, a state of Nigeria in the south-south geopolitical zone. Capital and largest city, Uyo. Aguala, synonym of Papayan indigenous people of Mexico. Aquapum, alternative form of acuapum. Aquapum, alternative form of acuapum. Aquawa, a Tupi-Guarani dialect cluster spoken in Pará in western Brazil. Akwesasne, a Mohawk territory at the triple point of the U.S. state of New York and the Canadian provinces of Ontario and Quebec, lying astride the international boundary, jurisdictionally split between the St. Regis Mohawk Reservation in New York, the Akwesasne 59 in Ontario, and the Akwesasne 15 in Quebec. Akyat, former name of Sitwe City in Myanmar. Akasid, any member of the family Akasidae. Akasids, plural of Akasid. Accentum sprung, a type of development of certain diphthongs, especially in Anglo-Frisian, that was traditionally explained as the shifting of prominence from the first component of the diphthong to the second, that is, a change from a falling diphthong to a rising one. Initialism of assembly language. Alfen number. A municipality in Viken, Norway, previously in Buskerud. Al Ain, a city in the United Arab Emirates. Al Anbar, a governorate, the largest in Iraq. Al Capone, a telephone. Al Capones, plural of Al Capone. Al Saeda, alternative form of Al Siyaeda. Al dente, firm to the bite, cooked just right. Al desco, at a desk typically used of eating. Al Fallujah, alternative form of Fallujah. Al fresco, alternative spelling of al fresco. Al Hayra, the first day of the Islamic calendar, the first day of Muharram. Al Hosama, a city in Tangier Al Hosama, Morocco. Al Hafa, alternative form of Hafaf. Al Hudaydah, a city in Yemen, its principal port on the Red Sea. Al Hufa, alternative form of Haffa. Al Jazeera effect, the impact of new media and media sources on global politics, namely reducing the government and mainstream media monopoly on information and empowering groups which previously lacked a global voice. Al Jazeera effects, plural of Al Jazeera effect. Al Qat, alternative form of Qut city in Iraq. Al Mukalla, alternative form of Mukalla. Al Najaf, alternative form of Najaf. Al Nate, indicating in music notation that the dynamics fade to nothing. Al Pastor, pertaining to tacos of typically pork, or sometimes another meat or dish, which is grilled on a spit and flavored with chilies, spices, and pineapple. Al Rayyan, a city and municipality in Qatar. Al Sadadi, alternative spelling of Al Shaddadi. Al, abbreviation of alias. Al, alternative form of all. Al Asa, a governorate of Saudi Arabia. Al Amin, a nickname of Muhammad meaning the trusted one. Al Andalus, alternative letter case form of Al Andalus. Al Anon, a group similar to Alcoholics Anonymous for relatives and friends of alcoholics. Alba, alternative form of Bath. Albarca, a municipality of Basilan, Philippines. Al-Qahira, alternative form of Qahira, Cairo in Egypt. Al-Saida, alternative form of Al-Siada. Al-Fayum, alternative form of Fayum. Al-Birafa, Al-Garafa Sports Club, a football club from Doha, Qatar named after the Al-Garafa district. Al-Birafa, a district of Doha, Qatar. Al-Asa, alternative form of Al-Asa. Al-Hasaka, alternative letter case form of Al-Hasaka. Al-Hil, Al-Hil Saudi Football Club, a football club from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Al-Ittihad, a name given to several football clubs in the Arab world. Al-Kanadi, a surname from Arabic. Al-Tal, synonym of Hebron. Al-Parj, a governorate in central Saudi Arabia. Al-Khazar, synonym of Khazaria. Al-Khwarizmi, Persian mathematician c. 780 c. 850, the father of algebra. Al-Qai, alternative form of Qut city in Iraq. Al-Badin, an historical Sasanian Persian metropolis on the Tigris between the ancient royal centers of Ctesiphon and Seleucia Tigris. Al-Mislawi, a surname from Arabic. Al-Dakba, alternative form of the Nakba. Al-Nasr, Al-Nasr Football Club, a football club from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Al-Qaeda, a worldwide network of militant Sunni Islamic organizations and individuals. Al-Qidis, resembling Al-Qaeda. Al-Qidaism, the ideology of Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda, alternative spelling of Al-Qaeda. Al-Quids, alternative form of Al-Quids. Al-Rakad syndrome, a congenital autosomal recessive syndrome characterized by microcephaly, growth delay, psychomotor developmental delay, and congenital hypotonia. Al-Raqqa, alternative form of Al-Raqqa. Al-Raqqa, a city in Syria located on the northeast bank of the Euphrates River, about 99 miles east of Al-Sayy, a transliteration of the Arabic surname Arabic Khalif, Arabic Lam, Arabic Sad, Arabic Khalif, Arabic Hans Alayas, Arabic Ain. Al-Sayyid Bedouin Sign Language, a sign language used by some of the Bedouins of Al-Sayyid. Al-Sayyid, alternative form of Sib. Al-Hamdani, a city in Al-Hasaka Governorate, Syria. Al-Shaitan, the Del. Al-Surat, alternative form of Az-Surat. Al-Taif, alternative form of Taif. Initialism of alpha-linolenic acid. Alternative spelling of Alaf. Alekhart, misspelling of Alakhart. Alamode, alternative form of Alamode. Alaspuria, bastard wing. Abbreviation of Alabama, a state of the United States. Alafe, a king of the Oyo Empire. Alafins, plural of Alafin. Alternative form of Alaf. Alathis, plural of Allah. Alath, rare form of Alas geological depression. Alas is plural of Allahs. Alabaka Kabina, a Cushitic language spoken in Ethiopia in the Great Rift Valley southwest of Lake Shala. Alabado, a Mexican Catholic devotional hymn. Alabados, plural of Alabado. Alabay, synonym of Central Asian Ovcharka. Alabays, plural of Alabay. Alabao, clipping of Alabama. Alabama, an indigenous Muskogee people of central Alabama. Alabama Hot Pocket, a paraphilia consisting of defecating into a woman's vagina before coitus. Alabama Hot Pockets, plural of Alabama Hot Pocket. Alabama Lane Cake, synonym of lane cake. Alabama Lane Cakes, plural of Alabama Lane Cake. Alabama Rot, a vasculopathy caused by E. coli that affects greyhounds. Alabama Slammer, a cocktail made with amaretto, Southern Comfort, sloe gin, and orange juice. Alabama Slammers, plural of Alabama Slammer. Alabama State, ellipsis of Alabama State University. Alabama Wind Chime, a hanged black person or a set thereof. Alabama Wind Chimes, plural of Alabama Wind Chime. Alabama-like, resembling or characteristic. Of the U.S. state of Alabama. Alabamaquas are tribal town, a tribe and township of Alabama Cowshatta Peoples Creek Nation living in Oklahoma and headquartered in Wetumpka, Oklahoma. The members of the tribe speak the Muskogean languages of Alabama, Cosati, and Creek. Alabaman, synonym of Alabanian. Alabamant, plural of Alabaman. Alabanian, pertaining to the American state Alabama, or its natives and residents. Alabamians, plural of Alabama.